Welcome back to Tallinn, Estonia. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Events 2025, and me and George now back in the booth. And yesterday's cash game stream was fun, but we were missing a bit of the action.
Missing a little bit of the tournament poker.
Yeah. So today we're going to stream 2 tournaments for you. We'll start with the Mystery Bounty. They were 41, I think, coming back from today, where we'll start to kick off the stream soon. And 31 gets paid, and 31 are also in the money for the envelopes, which is a concept we'll introduce for you more in details later on how it works. But I think we're ready to head over to the table.
Ready to go, and stacks are going to be flying as we do make the money, of course. And here we have it, our feature table. A couple of notables. C2 Luca Sorunen, you can see there. The Finn just putting in his blind and ante.
Yeah, and we can read the text messages almost of Peter Quisthammer in seat number 1. Cannot have that on the table, sir.
Yeah, at least it's not GTO Wizard.
So yeah. Here we go, the Facebook.
Yep.
Checking who's online. Hey mates, I'm on the TV table.
Yep.
Check it in. Check it out.
Come and watch me punt it off.
We can see that he's on the short stack with 13 bigs. Peter, seat number 1. And the shortest of them all, Gregory.
Yeah, quite a severe stack distribution on this table. You've got 3 guys, Luca, Marco, and Andreas, very well equipped for the job. Zakaria, the US player as well, 4th in chips with a very healthy 69 big blinds. Krista, Peter, and Gregory with some work to do.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many American flags on this event so far, so nice to see an American on the table.
Yeah, was it Gorolik we had on the stream table? He was really, really exciting player.
Yeah.
Winner of one of the
now
rings.
Now we might have action straight away. Ace King for Marco.
Yeah, we certainly do. Opening it up under the gun. Getting things kicked off here on Saturday of the WSOP circuit. We're going to be broadcasting the 1K mystery until the completion, I believe.
Yep, that's the plan.
And then we have action from day 3 of the main event with the...
Oh, bad news for Peter now. He was in the small blind, as we said, short stacked, and he rips it in with the king, queen off. Unfortunately, he's facing the suited ace, king, blocking the hearts as well from Marco, so Peter needing help.
Yeah, bad news for Sweden so far, but looking for the queen and finds it.
I was just about to say, this guy, he's a good player, Peter, but he also runs good, and yes, he does.
Locks it up on the turn, getting it in with about 30% pre-flop.
So that's what he was texting his mates, right?
Yeah, watch this.
Watch this, because it's coming up nice. I'm going to bad beat the guy.
He had a feeling.
Yeah. And you can see he's been here for a couple of days.
He's not missed a day, has he?
Nope. All those bracelets he has is the different colors you get when you sign in on Hilton in the morning to get into the casino. And yeah, he's just kept them on.
Hot start for the Swede.
Are those really waterproof? Has he showered?
Yeah, I was about to say some of those might be getting a little bit crusty at this stage, but great start for Peter, up to 27 big blinds, over 100K. And a bit more comfortable now with the 27 big blinds.
Yeah, and as I said, a good player, Peter. He plays a lot, goes around the tour in Europe. I know he has a few big cashes in the Eureka Tour and some EPT cashes to his name, and a lot of other stuff as well. So he is recreational, but still full-time almost player, I would say.
Yep.
So yeah, now that he has a stack too, will be interesting to see him on the table today. And Zakaria folding. And as we saw in the top right corner, there it is again. 210 entrants in this one. It started yesterday, and now they're coming back today to start the day at 41. So we haven't missed a hand. This is the first hands of today in this tournament. And then once they are down to 31, they will be in the money. And then also the mystery envelopes, George. What's the concept if you don't know it already?
So half the prize pool is going to be spread over these 31, was it, envelopes?
Should be, yeah.
With the 1K buy-in and 22,500 up top. Probably going to be even looking at maybe a 25K envelope in there.
I think 20 was the biggest one.
20 is going to be the biggest one. Okay, so you're going to have a load of envelopes spread across that, and these guys are looking to secure an elimination to get at least one of those envelopes. Of course, if they knock out 2 players, then they would get 2 envelopes. So that's going to be a fun frenzy after the next 10 eliminations. But up till now, you're looking at guys like Andreas here, the current tournament chip leader, just leaning on these shorter stacks and putting pressure as he can really start to widen his range and amass a huge stack for that mystery phase of the tournament, which is going to give him a great chance to gain some of those envelopes and have a little pull at the big prize money available.
Yeah, looked like Peter was about to get active in that pot, but decided not to, folding the ace-5 suited. But Luca stays in with the jack-10 from the button.
Yeah, Luca's going to be very comfortable playing in position here. Kind of a pre-flop float, just peeling the button and trying to keep his opponent on his post-flop. Vicaria in the big blind, the American with the 8-7 offsuit is going to complete as well, so some multi-way action as we go to the flop.
Yes. And also about the mystery, the bounty envelopes, they will be drawn in each break. So all the eliminations done during the levels, they all the players who has eliminated another one goes then to this mystery envelope draw in each break. So we will also be able to broadcast them for you, of course, to see the happiness of that 20k being pulled at some point.
Absolutely, that will be a lot of fun.
And I think the smallest envelope maybe is a 1k.
Yeah, possibly. Unless they have those 0 envelopes or pull again, you know.
Sorry, sir.
That's a real kick in the teeth after you've rifled it in with some garbage and got there.
Running for the 20k and just... No, we'll see about that. We'll show the payouts for the both the tournaments and the envelopes to you as well. But the tournament payouts, as George says, the top prize is 22,500 euros, and this is of course also a ring event. So the winning player will receive a WSOPC ring and also get that added package in all the ring events to Bahamas to go play at 2,500. Actually, a mystery bounty tournament, and also some accommodation included in the package. And 31 gets paid. The last normal tournament price is 1,050 euros.
The new one?
I say also that this is broadcasted in a couple of different platforms, but if you are on the Olibet Poker in YouTube watching us, you can also connect with the studio through the chat on the YouTube channel if you have questions or cheers for your mates maybe on the table. Or other questions about the event will be...
Already got an early bird in there, Adriano.
Yeah, hello.
Hello to you as well. Thanks for tuning in, and all of you guys joining us. Enjoy some of the action. We've got another blockbuster day of tournament poker in store.
We do. So the main event, we're going to be streaming it the last few stages of tonight, but it already started. So in the big ballroom, I think there were some 80 players coming back for today. I'll double check that for you, but the main event day 3 is ongoing in another room. So we'll of course tomorrow have a full day of the final day in the main event, but today we'll be able to show you some late night hours before they bag and tag for day 3 tonight.
Yeah, I believe it was 50 players remaining in that one at the moment. Is it 48 now?
48 now, yeah. I think there was some 70 something maybe coming back, and then now down to the final 48.
Yeah, a couple of notable names in there. David Vinaya, who won the 5K earlier on in the week in that marathon session, closing it out at about 5:30 in the morning, getting the job done there for a ring. And right back in the hunt, deep in the 1,500 main. I think those players have locked up around about 4,000 or 5,000 euros at this stage. Going to be playing for a top prize of 200,000 euros. Wow.
Yes, and currently locked up is 4,500, I should say. And one of the players still in, Ilari Sahamies of Finland on the short stack right now, but still in on 48 players left. Marko Kopliba, home hero, also rather short stack, but still in.
Yeah, a couple of the Spanish crew in there as well.
Yeah.
You've got Serranio, Marfil, and I think there was one more. Yep, Martinez, who we saw make the final table of this event last year. So attempting to make back-to-back finals.
And
we will keep you updated.
Igor Pihila Sr. still in with average stack.
Certainly a spicy local player that likes to put the chips to work.
Yes. All right, then back to the mystery bounty table, the feature table, where we have the chip leader Andreas folding this one, but still over 600k, coming in as the chip leader when we started the day just moments ago.
Yeah, nice pot for Marco there. Getting back in the mix, having been a little bit unfortunate in the first hand of the day, opening ace-king under the gun and losing the 12.5 big blind all-in versus Peter's king-queen dead on the turn, as we saw a queen on the flop and a queen on the turn.
We should say also that this table is really chip heavy because we have the number 1, 2, and 4 in the chip count and 6 on this table.
Yeah, it's
so it's massive. It's the average is about below 200, and I mean we have guys with 2, 3, 4, 600k on this table. So
and this means that there's a big risk premium for those guys in second, third, and fourth in chips. They're really not going to be wanting to tangle with the Lithuanian chip leader because, you know, any dents to their stack can prove quite fatal as we approach the mystery bounty stage of the tournament. 39 left, so 8 more eliminations until we do get to the all-important envelope opening process.
Yeah, I'm not sure where and when they will have a full redraw, but of course, if you have a big stack in this kind of format, you do want some short stacks to be able to eliminate them without risking too much. You don't want to be up trying to win that envelope by going up in a million pot at this stage of the tournament, of course. But now we see some action.
Peter getting frisky with the ace-10. I like it. Didn't want to be seeing a flat here. I think we have to play 3-bet or fold really off of these stacks, and he does go for this just south of 3x 3-bet with the ace-10. But look at this, Sicario waking up with the Cowboys on the button, and he's going to be coming in for the cold 4-bet, you would imagine.
Yeah, you would, absolutely.
Don't need to shove here. We could just go for the click. Shoving is also okay as well, but let's see what he arrives on. He's got this, actually he wouldn't want to shove because he's got this big stack in the small blind.
Oh yeah.
So probably going to be seeing something about, you know, 40k, 45k maybe, which would be half of the stacks of both of the effective players. He's going juicy though. Looks to be about 75,000, a rather hefty 4-bet from the American.
Definitely, and another ace then we can see from Grigory, so not many outs for these ace guys.
Yeah, at the very least it makes Krista's decision quite easy. I think ace-10 suited is going to shrivel up in value versus this kind of action. And Peter was 3-bet bluffing, so not going to be likely to see him continue either. Would be a rather ambitious get in here versus the cold 4-bet, and the sizing as well, not really indicating any weakness.
No, exactly, and I mean, just as you said, with the big stack to his left, he's not going to be 4-betting light here, 75k, and risking to be in an awkward situation towards someone covering him, so pretty easy for Peter. And
yeah, nice spot to pick up a few uncontested chips.
Yeah, definitely.
And gets the job done there with the Cowboys.
Here we go then. You see, there's 2 teams on this table. You're either 300 and more, or you're less than 100k. So it's like north versus south here now.
Yep, battle of the short stacks, as these guys are going to have to do a little bit of work to try and contend for those mystery bounties. In this format, the min cash is always quite small, so there's going to be a little less sort of ICM pressure on the shorter stacks. They're going to need to try and sail up the rankings to contend for half of the prize pool, which makes the dynamic even more interesting for us, the viewers.
Yeah. And Agliano, sorry about busting yesterday. Ace-King versus Ace-King, he says here in the chat. And the flush got there for the opponent.
That's a sickener, unlucky.
Yeah, and Just Fun X, you overslept today again. You missed all the information that you were asking about 10 minutes ago. But of course, welcome back to the chat, Mr. VIP. And 31 players is getting paid in this one. The bounties, yes, do start when we're in the money as well. And we do think it's a 50-50, yeah. Should be 50-50
Yeah, we
distribution.
can check. Should say in the rake, shouldn't it?
Doesn't say there.
500 plus 500, so it means that
Yeah,
half of it
yeah,
is
it says
going
there,
in.
exactly.
Yeah.
You're correct. I missed it. So yeah, 50% of the prize pool is in the envelopes, and the biggest envelope should be 20K.
Gregory there folding the 6-5 versus the under the gun open. Not looking to tangle versus a shorter stack opening from early position, assuming a pretty strong range there, and he did indeed have King Queen suited. One of those candidates for the open off of, I believe he started the hand with around 16 big blinds. Yep, so 50% allocated to the bounties. We're going to be getting to that, you'd think, within the next hour or so. And with the mystery bounty format and the incentive for a lot of aggression from the larger stacks, probably going to be seeing a melee of bust-outs as we do make it to 31. Some of the shorter guys hanging on in there, trying to spin it up to get the bounties themselves. And we do have a table of 4 decent stacks and 4 short stacks at this stage. So plenty to play for, whilst the likes of Marco, Zakaria, and our Lithuanian chip leader likely to go to battle. Wow, Zakaria just folding ace-8 offsuit there in the hijack. Seems like a bit of a miss. A hand that he would be, I think, happy to just raise call versus at least the small blind Gregory, but he does allow the short stack a chance to open jam with the Queen 9 here for 7.5 bigs. And Krista in the big 8-6 off is unlikely to be finding any resistance with this one, just not really much of a decision. Yeah, the Jack 10 off was a bit of a wide peel on the button for sure, but Luca's a very, very strong player, and I think he feels quite comfortable playing that slightly wider range. I believe it came ace-6 deuce, about the worst board he could have hoped for, so an easy one for him to get out the way. So the Sviten has made the final table, I believe.
Not yet.
Is 700 final table?
Exactly. 8 left in the Sweden. First ever ring event in that game. Started yesterday, and they came back at, I think, 17 today. That was also in the money. And now down to final 8 then. And of course, the likes of Peter Laterra,
of course,
Sweden legend, is still in the mix. And we have 4 Swedes and 4 Finns remaining. It's a really Nordic game, this one. Although we had a lot of runners from the other countries as well, of course. It was 113 entrants in this field, and that's...
By other countries, you mean Norway?
Yeah, but actually, but
you
know, all the others were eliminated yesterday.
Yeah,
this is
true.
in the money. If you look to yesterday, you have all the losers from the other regions of
the
Europe.
dusters from the UK.
That doesn't know, that just bought in, like, I'm getting 5 cards. What is this?
Wait,
Why
what's
are you
this draw?
changing? Yeah, what's this draw thing? Why do you have one open card in front of you, sir?
Yeah. The great thing about Sviten is that when you get dealt quads in the hand, it actually works out in your favor somewhat.
Exactly.
Going to win half the pot at the very least.
Yeah, definitely. We did have Frank Visser in the money, the Dutch also reporter, but now here just to play. You can see that guy from the WSOP in Vegas in all the streams in the background, just taking notes, giving us of all the updates written. And yeah, a lot of notable names in the Sweden world.
My friend and roommate this week, Max, was telling me about a hand that he witnessed in the Sviten where a guy got dealt a full house in the hand.
Oh.
And still found a way to almost lose the entire pot.
Really?
As a guy drew 3 with pocket 8s and gets quads. So he loses half. He's dead for half. And then
so he's like, at least I got the hand. Oh, I don't.
The other guy's got a straight in the hand with the full wrap on the flop, so he's sweating buckets to get half the pot there. What a sick game.
Now then, Peter makes a call on the turn and against the flush draw. Does not get there, so Peter with the check mark.
Very happy to see that river card, the offsuit 3 there, which means that now hands like ace 9, ace 8, ace 10, ace 7, ace 6 all chop with him. And Andreas waves the white flag. I think that was a wise move.
Absolutely, but I thought I actually would have another go at Peter, but at least small pot for the Swede, chipping up.
Yeah. I think on that particular river, people get very sticky because they're like, well, I only lose to ace-king and ace-queen. And
exactly.
Maybe that was something that was going through the mind of the Lithuanian there. But with 143 bigs, he's certainly done a decent amount of work to get to that stage.
Definitely.
This time, getting out of the way there.
Also still in the Sweden game, we have Anders Öhman, Sweden, a bowling legend.
Bowling?
Hall of Famer since 20 year plus, and I think he has 3 world championship titles.
Do you mean 10-pin bowling or bowls?
Real 10-pin.
You call that real, do you? Being an Englishman, we like to think our lawn bowls is actually the king of things.
Come on.
With an average age of 85.
Is that an Olympic sport?
Well, you know, I think they're a bit too old to travel for it, to be honest. Some of them get down on one knee and never get up again, you know. So it's a game of finesse.
Yeah. Definitely. All right. Gregory now. Ace deuce suited from the hijack. Popping it up to 8K. Chris throws out. Peter will fold the Doyle Brunson. What about our Finnish friend in the big blind? Kings. Wow. And as you can see, Grigory with just 82K behind, so Luca, of course, taking that into consideration.
Yeah, considering Gregory has no flag, I think you could probably guess where he's from.
Yeah. Same. We just touched on the Olympics, and it's the same thing here. Some certain flags are not being shown. And Luca now pops it up to 30K.
Yeah.
Big 3-bet from him.
He's quite large as well. He doesn't leave the door open to opening at least the idea of the 4-bet jam having some fold equity. Slightly surprised to see that sizing there. Thought he would have gone sort of more 24, 25.
So and for you tuning in on the YouTube channel, you now also have the payouts pinned in the chat. I think we'll also get you the mystery bounty envelopes in there as well shortly.
When they become available. So it looks like we've got 7 eliminations to go until that stage. So
we do.
Expecting to see some... Oh, might be a dealer error here. But anyway, expecting to see some fireworks at that stage. It might be a little bit slow as the short stacks look to try and make the money, but again, they've got to be very much well aware of the fact that the min cashes in these tournaments are less appetizing, so it really is go time for those guys to at least try and contend for half the prize pool. Andreas out of the way, didn't quite get to see what he had. Gregory with this ace-deuce off could be a late position candidate, but not going to cut the mustard from early position. And Gregory, jack-8 suited for just under 10 bigs from the hijack. Somewhat close. He is going to go for it.
Yeah.
Jack-10 and jack-9 would be clear jams, and this one, if you want to widen up just a touch, could be a fair candidate to go with.
Peter, back-to-back Doyles, goes into the muck.
And Marco with the king-8 suited there.
35 more, so a bit too much.
Yeah, you could see just a slight wince as he realized that it wasn't a million miles away. I'm sure he would have called with king-10 suited, but possibly not this one.
Although if he's seen the card, he'd rather call with this one,
Oh,
blocking
absolutely.
the
If he
king
could
and jack 8.
If he could see that his opponent had 30%, that's for sure.
Yeah. All right, so the bird view, you can see the World Series of Poker Circuit Events logo, and we are of course on the Olibet Olympic Casino in Tallinn, and powered also by GG. And over to Andreas now, our still chip leader in the tournament. Lost a few thousand to his starting stack today, but still the biggest stack in the tournament. And seems like we have a misdeal. So maybe someone got dealt 3 cards or something. I missed what happened, but the cards are back at the dealer, and we're gonna have a reshuffle and deal the hand again. Andreas now under the gun, first to act with the ace-10 suited, and he makes the min raise to 8. Grigory looks interested, I was about to say, and here's the reason why. The 2 jacks.
Yeah, interesting to see what his course of action is here. Jamming, 3-betting, non-all-in, both options. He's going to peel, interesting. Hoping to maybe induce a smaller pair to go for it behind.
And he just called yes with the jacks, so interesting.
Yeah,
Move.
wasn't expecting to see the peel there, but does go heads up with Andreas, who's going to be a little bit concerned as to the strength of this flat. It's not often you see a flat in these positions. Might even think that he's being slow played by something like aces or kings.
Yeah.
But there's also going to be some hands that find natural peels. Some ace-jack suited, king-queen suited could be good candidates.
And there's the ace.
Oh, nasty. Not
Bad
even
news for Grigory, because he knows, of course, a lot of the hands he's targeting or playing against here would contain aces. So just a queen and an ace and 3 hearts makes the jack without the heart useless, pretty much.
does. And Andreas going for the small sizing, designed at targeting hands like king-queen, maybe queen-jack suited could be in there. He's not really going to see any worse aces in his opponent's range. I'm not sure that Gregory would peel with ace-9 suited in this spot, and Gregory really has a rather trivial fold. Not too many hands he can assume that he's going to be beating there. It would become some kind of 10-9 airball. So the Lithuanian adding to that table chip lead and is in a rather spicy spot to be in. Chip leading a mystery bounty as you approach the in-the-money phase. 35 left, 4 to go until we start seeing some envelope action. It's getting exciting. Peter has done some nice work, only coming in with 50k, and finds himself with pocket sixes in the hijack and a slightly bolstered stack up to 130 now, so over 30 big blinds, opening it up. Over to Soiranen, folding the ace deuce. Marco the Italian on the button. Sporting one of those watered down moustaches.
I was just about to mention, are you happy with that?
Come on, pal, put some welly into it.
Yeah. He's about a year behind you, saving up for that mustache.
I think I've been going for about 5 years at this stage, so people keep coming up to me being like, hey man, November was last year. I was like, yeah, sure.
It's coming again soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Sit down.
I get my 1 month of the year.
Look at this then.
Wow.
The six, the only six left in the deck. But of course, only Andreas with the lone six himself, and a lot of aces and queens in the ranges of Peter here, so not likely maybe to take this one further.
Yeah,
Or
it's an
it's
interesting
coming along.
spot. His side card is quite good. It doesn't really interact with his opponent's range, so he's going to think that a 4 is an absolute gin
And
turn.
that's a nice card for Peter, of course, because now there's some aces to represent for Andreas. Less likely that Peter will have one.
Yeah. Wow, checking it back.
Yeah.
Look at this. Very, very sneaky, really, because he thought he wanting to be setting up stacks for the river. And maybe a better check back would be a hand like ace-6 or ace-queen here when you just have the board completely locked. The thing is with sixes is that the top of your opponent's range is going to be an ace, and that's not going to fold to any sizing. So I'm surprised to see the check back on the turn. I thought it would be much more natural to go for a largish sizing to set up stacks on the river, and instead going to play the bet check bet line. Going to be tough for him to find bluffs here. I think a lot of the hands he's going to have at this stage are going to be hands like kings and king-queen. So wouldn't be shocked to see Andreas actually turn his hand into a check jam bluff here. And that could be great news for Peter, having played the tricky turn check back line. I think Andreas is well aware that his 6 has almost no showdown at this stage. There's going to be a lot of hands like king 10, jack 10, king jack that just seem quite natural turn barrels trying to fold a 6 or a queen off. Let's see what the Lithuanian cooks up here. He's got a club blocker, he's got a 6. He does block some of the stronger hands in the range, such as 6s and ace-6. Doesn't look like he's thinking about going all in with this kind of mannerism.
No, does not.
Ooh.
Oh, comes for the call.
Yeah, it's very generous call there.
I must say. But Peter is happy, of course, to see the fold. Took him a while to fold as well. He's like, no, I don't want to let this one go. I have 1 6, you have 2. Is that a split pot?
Yeah, one of them was good enough for half. We should have played bigger pots as the guy with bottom pair on the turn. I'm not
Okay, why?
you
should just be happy you
just
did.
lose the hand with some class, man. You know, like you've been schooled by the old school guy. It's fine.
Exactly. So Peter keeping up now, coming from, you know, the team below 100K, almost nearing the other guys on top there now, 174K, 35 bigs.
Yeah, great work from the Swede, as I'm sure you're going to be happy about, Andreas.
Yep, absolutely. He's a good friend of mine as well, so happy to see him doing well in this one.
Excellent.
And always a nice gentleman. That's a true gentleman for you, this guy, I can tell you. So he's worth all the chips in the world.
I'm rooting for him already. So do you think we've got a bit of a typo here? The current chip leader of the main event is reported to have 34 million with next in chips 1 point. That's got to be 3.4,
yeah,
right?
3.4, yeah. But still then also that, yeah, it absolutely is 3.4.
That's more of a final table chip lead stack, isn't
Exactly, it must be. But now number of players still in the main, 42.
Wow, and Sahamis is still lurking around there.
Still holding on to that short stack by looks of it. Marco Koplim also still in.
Yeah.
So
Last seen clearing out the snack bar, you said.
I did, Hillary, yeah. So only proteins, of course, good stuff.
Of course.
Yeah, the snack bar, not the bar,
No.
we should say. So don't worry, you guys. There's only chocolates and more,
Yeah,
like,
maybe a Diet Coke.
I think water, actually.
Water, good man.
because I was behind him in line waiting to get my bag from the storage, and it took him forever to empty that snack bar. So I had to say, move away, Hillary. But yeah, so I think he went to bed early, but maybe those snacks kept him awake for a while though, sugar high.
Absolutely, keeping the nutrition on point.
Yeah.
It's still Andreas with the chip lead here in the final day of the WSOP Circuit Mystery Bounty. We're playing for a ring. We're also playing for a top prize of around about 25,500 euros. And of course, the winner will be having a couple of mystery envelopes to add to that top score as well. Getting to that very shortly now. 35 left, 31 in the money. And it's all eyes on Krista, Grigory, and Gregory as the three short stacks. Peter has managed to assail a bit of a comeback from his rather modest 12.5 big blind stack to start the day. Luca, Marco, Andreas, and Zakaria in pretty healthy situation right now.
Absolutely. And 35 left, 31 in the money. That's where we introduced the envelopes as well. So getting closer to that money and envelope bubble. As we now have a new dealer on the table, Natalia, joining us. And Marco next to act from the hijack. Nope, not playing. Was almost about to say that he's doing a Rasmus Lindström and playing the King 4 aggressively, but he did not. Rasmus, by the way, who we had in the booth yesterday for the cash game stream, is still in the main.
Yes.
Came in as 5th in chips today, but he's lost a bit and he's about an average stack right now.
He's one of those guys that plays and lives by the sword.
Yes, definitely.
So not surprised to see some fluctuations in his stack, but hopefully you can get things back on track. It would be great to maybe get a bit of insight from his day 4 tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. He gave a lot of information actually last night about how his day 3 went. So day 2 yesterday, and now all in and call. Andreas with the 7s, and Gregory risking his seat in the tournament with the ace-5 off, needing some help. Yeah, a bit of a cooler for 9 big blinds here. Unfortunate spot.
Yeah, had to choose the spot, but
yeah, gonna expect
might be trouble. Will he have? Oh, there's the flush. Sorry, the straight draw as well.
It's a great board for the ace-5 with the backdoor clubs as well as the overcard, and now the gut shot. Looking for an ace or a 4 to stay alive. Come on, Team UK, let's get it done, shall we?
Oh. No. Tapping the table and leaving us Gregory just outside the money in 35th place. So approaching even closer to that money bubble, which will happen when we are 32 players. I think they will be playing then hand by hand, just so all the tables are at the same pace. And waiting to get in the money, and then the envelope phase starts. As soon as someone is eliminated within the money, the player eliminating will receive the first envelope, which could potentially earn that man or woman 20k euros from the envelope. That's the highest paying one. And you can see that we do have a moving camera as well around the table, and that camera will then be used to capture the draws in the breaks as well, so we'll be able to show them for you. It's always a fun sweat, of course.
Certainly is.
Jack 9, nice hand for Peter, but not playing this one.
Yeah, maybe slightly concerned about that looming in the money bubble.
Exactly.
Kind of tightening up from early position. He also has a lot of big stacks on his left as well, which is quite disadvantageous for him. So fair enough. Andreas, though, with the King 5 suited, will be more than happy to open up the action and continue to apply some pressure to these shorter stacks.
You can see now back to almost 600k now after that elimination of Gregory.
Yeah, that was his starting point, I believe, wasn't it?
It was exactly 600, I think he came in with to start the day as the chip leader.
Yeah, some showcasing of slight concern there for the Finn. Just getting quite short now. 60k is 12 bigs at this stage. And depending on how long this soft bubble goes on for, might be getting through if he does with crumbs. So needs to pick something up.
Yeah, of course, because it's always nice to get in the money, but in this type of format, you also want to have some chips to be able to eliminate people once you get in the money, to be able to score that envelope of 20K.
You can see that the 31st to 21st is only getting their buy-in back, really, actually losing 50 euros. So
yeah,
not very advantageous to play too tight in this situation. Got to be considering the future game, got to be considering the chances to actually, contend for half the prize pool. It makes a big difference compared to your usual vanilla limit hold'em tournament format.
Yeah, and Marco's considering that all the ways leads to Rome, and opening with the Ace King to 12K here now. You can see the blinds just went up 2 and 5K, with a 5K big blind ante as well then. So 12 is his decision. Min raise would be 10, but takes a little bit more than that. And let's see, yes, it's over to Peter in the big blind, just has 10-6 off, so picking down the blinds and antes then, the Italian. To the next one, Lukas Sorainen in the big blind.
Marco with 7-3, not going to be getting involved. Let's see if Andreas has got something half decent. He does. Going to continue to try and work his way through the 12K in the middle that's available. And the game plan for him is just going to be to slowly accumulate more and more of these chips as we approach the money. Wow, Krista finds the jam here. I think he's going to get looked up by the ace-9 suited for
it's just
11.5. Yeah, exactly. Because it's button versus hijack, he gets to play for the overlay of the blinds as well. So the price is quite good. It's going to be 48K into 108. So he's only going to need sort of direct equity of just over 35%. Does make the call.
Yep, here we go.
Krista with the king jack.
A nice brave move. Lost one player on the outer table, so we're down to 34. And now then Krista risking the elimination.
Yeah, just
outside the money.
Absolutely pivotal pot. Ooh,
no help for him there.
Nasty flop.
Yeah, the
Jack
flush draw.
Diamonds not available.
There's the ace as well. So only the queen, the offsuit queen.
Ooh.
Not to be. And unfortunately, Krista with the Hungarian Gucci t-shirt, colored one, leaves us in the 34th place then, down to 33 as you can see in the background, which means that 2 more has to leave us before we're in the money of the tournament and into that mystery phase as well. So inching ever closer to the bubble play. Here we have the feature table chip count. You can see Grigory now, the one in trouble, 12 bigs only. Yeah, rather short-handed table as well, so the blinds are coming around quickly.
So really only Peter has been one of the short stacks coming into today that's been able to sail into some kind of reasonable position in the tournament. 32 big blinds is just under the average stack of 39 big blinds right now.
I think we're waiting for a player to the table. Balancing before we play the next hand.
And we're going to be hand for hand by the looks of things as well, so we might be slowing down.
We lost another one, so it's 32 now. So we are on the money bubble, which means that we will stop the clock. Or at least, the clock is stopped now to balance the tables, but then I think it will keep running, but you will not have any... They will play hand by hand, which means that stop the game until every table has finished the ongoing hand until you deal the next one. So a little bit of a short break for the players, just as we wait for this balancing. And then we'll be back to play the bubble. And this is the VPIP George for, and of course, our chip leader. No surprise, but Peter then, one of the short stack, is second place. Played a lot of pots.
Yeah, I've quite liked Peter's game so far. He's been playing pretty nicely. Andreas has made chips despite losing the all-in to, well, losing that sort of medium-sized pot to Peter earlier. Zakaria and Luca kind of breaking even there. Grigory, the only player that's seen a significant dent, losing about 40% of his stack. Going to have a little look at some of the mobs for these players as we are on a break.
Yeah.
Who's the first one to go in?
We're just going to break one table. We're just
Peter
waiting
there because
to
they
break
said he had
one
some
table,
big score on
and
the
then
Eureka and the
we
EPT.
are
I'm not sure
on the
about
bubble.
the biggest one, but being the most active player on the table, I'll say how he's been doing this year. If we have any, I don't think he went to Vegas this year, but he goes around a lot playing in Europe. Right now, the mob doesn't want to work with me. So
yeah, that thing does annoy me. When you're on your phone, it just pops up, and then sometimes you got to go through that Google verification thing where you need to pick out which ones are motorbikes and which is. I just want to see how much money this guy's made. Just give me a break.
God damn! Am I supposed to know how a motorbike look or how many traffic lights are in this picture?
Exactly.
Come on.
What's this got to do with poker, guys? Come on, some common sense needs to prevail.
Yeah.
So, still about 2 minutes to.
All right, so we're back in the studio, guys. We're waiting for this short break as the players will be balanced and, of course, setting up the bubble game as well. And yeah, I was touching on this hand-by-hand thing, but let's explain it once more.
Yeah, just making sure that there is fairness and equality for all tables so that every table is in theory going to be playing the same amount of time per hand. Means that there's less stalling, less tanking, and less time wasting. So it tends to work out better for everyone involved.
Yeah. And there's two ways to do it normally. You either stop the clock and play and take off a few minutes on each hand, or you let the clock run, but just keep sure that the pace is kept and no one is stalling more than just to get the blinds up or stuff like that. So keep the pace, and yeah, hopefully we'll be in that money soon.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
In this tournament, we do want to get in the money to have the envelopes.
We do, and that's going to be really exciting as we do get one more elimination. All of a sudden, half the prize pool is now magically in play. Yeah, and yeah, just modern day poker, right? You can win life-changing amount of money just by busting someone out and pulling an envelope.
Exactly.
So we're here for it. That's it's definitely a fun format.
Definitely is. And even the other day there was I think €750 buy-in, progressive bounty and mystery envelope tournament. So it's like we're just missing the bingo.
Yeah, well, exactly, and the length of the names of these tournaments are getting longer and longer. It's the super turbo hyper knockout mystery
so normally
bonanza.
you have the schedule on this little thingy, and now it's like this big because all the names and
like
all
a
the
Sunday
formats,
football accumulator, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I need Man United, Man City, Arsenal. All right, good luck.
Yeah, maybe you could do a treble or anything like that.
You should be.
Yeah. They play a few different things simultaneously, of course, as well.
Absolutely.
No, jokes aside, it's fun to have all these new formats, and we love having them on the stream as well. Of course, this envelope thingy adds a little bit of extra spice for us.
They've kind of encapsulated the modern day feel for poker, right? Everyone wants to win big, win now. So that's what we're accommodating here.
Yeah. So I saw some shirt the other day. We touched on it at the D-Gens tour.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd just like to come and play and
10 bullets in the mystery.
Yeah. Yeah. We had some players in the Sweden yesterday doing some 5-6 bullets and stuff like that.
Wow,
so
really?
Now they should be downloaded to the final table in the Sweden. So if you're on the premises, you can go watch that live as well in one of the bigger ballrooms.
Yep, other tournaments. We got the 3K 2-day tournament, which is another ring event that started in the last couple of hours. Yeah. So not really much headway there so far, but also, of course, day 3 of the main event, which is what we're going to be coming back for a little later. So stay tuned over on the website, and all the information there is at Poker Atlas. Let's get back to the tables, shall we?
Anyways,
yes, here we are now.
We are ready to continue. So, dealers, if you have all in and call, freeze the action. Players, do not show down until we get to your table and clear the all-in and call. So once again, if you have all-in and call, freeze the action, please. Keep the cards down until we get there. All right, let's go. We're going to deal one hand, please. Deal one hand, please.
So hand for hand officially announced by Teresa, our chief tournament director. Working alongside Andy Tillman, who I had the pleasure of being in the booth with earlier on in the week to pick his brain about his rise to the top of that particular arena in poker. Starting out 20 years ago or so dealing cards and making his way, saying that he's about 300 days out of the year on the road, going from event to event as one of the WSOP ambassadors and workers. So Luca limping in with the 8-7 suited here. He is covered by his opponent, and Marco having a rather beautiful ace-jack of hearts to look down at. Very likely to see the ISO, which is exactly what comes. Let's see the sizing. 22K, so 4.5 big blinds versus the limp. I think that this is a hand that we do want to be continuing with here. We'd probably fold 8-7 off, but the suited variety is going to be
once you have dealt your one hand, prepare your deck, have your deck ready for a cut and go, but then wait, please.
Ace-10 deuce, bad news for Luca. Flopping just about no interaction. Maybe some optimists could be talking about the backdoor straight draw that he's got, and this kind of situation, about as bad as it gets, and just going to be a snap fold.
Okay, 1K dealers, deal out one hand, please.
Lucas with the ace-jack in the hijack. 18 big blinds. Should be seeing an open here. It does. Goes for 12K. Marco with the ace-7 off. Couple of options really, fold or small 3-bet. I think the hand is slightly too weak to peel. Does he want to apply pressure and give a bit of a headache to the short stack? Or is he just going to respect? He's not, he's going to go for it. Let's see if it gets the job done. 33,000 versus the 11K open. So 3x to go, and Rokas under a lot of pressure here with the hand for hand in play. Wouldn't be too surprised just to see a fold as the cards do hit the muck. The Lithuanian not looking to tangle with Marco in this situation. Nice move there from the Italian.
Dealers in the 1K, next hand please. Deal out one hand.
That's still like very good. That's still like the tournaments and stuff. So I play the series. I don't go there like on a regular basis. I just sort of like Rokas with the ace deuce of clubs. Is he going to go for the back-to-back opens here? Might just let this one go, considering they're on the pure bubble and did face some resistance last time, so. Does indeed fold. Over to Luca with the 9-7 suited. Got a couple of healthy stacks to tangle with and decides not to on that reasoning. Marco, though, on the button with the ace-4 off. I think he'll be happy to come in for a raise, and does. He goes for a limp, actually. Just due to the severity of the chip leader in the big blind, potentially. Not looking to get 3-bet off of his hand. 10-6 off for Andreas, the Lithuanian, sizing up his opponent now and does go for the check back as we're joined by Krista Larsen. Hello, sir, and thanks for hopping in.
Good to be here again, George.
Good to hear.
Another great day at the tables out here, and
Absolutely.
I haven't followed this event so much this first couple of hours a day because there's so much action going on. It's day 3 in the main event. 42, 43 players still in and chasing this final table, and also right now the final table of the Sweden ring event started with 7 players remaining, so lots of action.
Plus the 3K getting kicked off as well, right?
Oh,
so
right, of course, yes, it's the high roller 3K, yeah.
There's 4 rings in play today, so it's
the
quite
ships
something.
are flying, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What a beauty and joy it is to behold. Andreas having led the flop there with his top pair, looking for some value / protection. He's not going to be too thrilled to see the 4-liner here. Although I don't think Marco's going to have too much 7x in his range. He could limp a hand like 7-8 suited maybe, but Marco now looking to turn his 3rd pair into a bluff. And this is really going to test the mettle of the Lithuanian chip leader here versus this size.
Yeah, it might work, actually. It should work.
It could work, yeah. He's going to be thinking, well, what's going to float me on the flop to then big bet the turn? He's going to have some hands like maybe Jack 8, Queen 8, 10 8, 9 8 as bluffs. And yeah, Andreas really left with no option but to fold, and what a move there from the Italian.
And we're going to deal the next hand, please. 1K dealers, 1 hand, please.
So do you know where the mystery bounties are going to be pulled? Is there going to be a pop-up stand?
Actually, I don't know fully, but I'm quite sure that just outside of the final table, they will make the draws in the breaks, and I think we will follow this with a handheld camera, so we will see the action and the fun parts.
Yeah, that's the bit that we're all looking to see, isn't it? Who's going to get the big one? We've been reported that 20,000 euros is going to be the biggest envelope. Is that correct?
Could be.
We're pretty sure. Yeah, sorry. I've not tried to put you under the bus here. Just
You were pretty successful. That's totally fine. There's so much going on all the time.
Yeah, of course.
So, we have Gytis and Rokas. Lots of Lithuanians on this table.
I know, they are the European Brazilians, as we know from them online. They tend to have a lot of strong players coming out of that nation, and a lot of strong aggressive players as well, as Rokas doesn't need to be too aggressive to open this one. Ace King, a sight for sore eyes in his situation, 16 big blinds. Wondering if he's considering an open jam. Quite like to see him in raise here. He's going to get a lot of resistance from players that are going to potentially 3-bet him.
Yeah, of course he will open in some way, but he could actually consider a check raise move here as well. 3-bet his stack instead, but
yeah, not to be on this occasion. Just puts in a fairly chunky open by the looks of it. Something like 80k. Okay, leaves 1k behind. Marco with the tens. So the chips were going to be going in anyway. And the Italian with the 5th best pair in the game. Surely.
So the question is just if he's going to repop again or just float this to see if find some action behind him as well.
Exactly. He's got the Lithuanian chip leader there. And doesn't want to tangle with him for 500k at this stage. It would be rather disadvantageous as the money goes in, of course, and it's Lithuania versus Italy on the pure bubble of the 1k mystery bounty. Are we about to see some envelopes being drawn in the near future? Will all depend on the outcome of this hand.
Okay.
Taking some time, might be some action on some of the other tables, so players are being told not to reveal their hands at this stage, as the clock winds down a little bit, but action is imminent with a classic flip here at the business end of the Mystery Bounty Tournament. Really crucial pot for Rokas.
Yeah. And the thing is that if there is all-in hands on the other tables, then they open up one hand at the time at the tables. As we're getting used to this.
Yeah.
I would assume that there might be an all-in on one other table and they're taking that table first. Possibly.
Yeah, or at the very least a big post-flop hand going down, as it's been a fair few minutes now. Teresa is in the building, so that means that we might be getting an announcement.
So we have all in and call by the TV table. This is the 1K Mystery Bounty, and we are on the bubble. Let's showdown, please. Let's see the hands. So our all-in player has the ace-king, and he's got pocket tens. Tens against him. Ace-king is all in. Ace-king all in. Let's see the flop, please.
We have seen this quite many times. Ace-king versus the pair.
And the flop is 5, 3, 4, rainbow. Tens are good so far. Let's see the turn, please.
Still holding strong with the tens for Marco.
The turn is a 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Rainbow on the table. Let's see the last card, please. The river is a queen of hearts. The tens are good. We are losing one player. Congratulations, 1K bounty players, you are in the money.
A wry smile there for Luca, as he knows that at least he's going to get a little bit less heat from the big stacks to his left. Marco being one of them, picking up that pot there, and will be
okay,
600K.
1K now in the money. We are resuming normal play. Dealers, let us know if you have all in and call. Let us know if you have all in call, but we are resuming normal play. Let's go.
You can see that the Lithuanian Andreas have the most chips at the table, 60 big blind. So it's still quite deep, even after the the bubble play. So
yeah,
plenty of space.
I think we have a slightly rare table where I think the majority of the chips are in the tournament are kind of circulating this one table. So should be seeing plenty of action. Lovely pickup for Luca here. Going for the no-look open. Hoping to get some action from some of the shorter stacks. Give himself a chance to pick up the first envelope. Andreas folding the button. Gregory, 50K, here we go. Are we going to see some fireworks, surely?
100%.
Feels like an inevitability, doesn't it?
Yeah, with 50k here, just having 10 big blinds, he will not get a better opportunity to put his chips in the middle.
No, exactly. He can be called by all sorts of worse hands. I think Luca will raise call basically any hand in his opening range, so that's a pretty nice outcome for pocket nines when you're thinking that your opponent can have worse pairs. 1 over 1 under type holdings, king 8 suited, ace 8 type hands are also going to tangle.
Here we go.
Gita's out of the way. Luca beats him in there with the ace king.
Another classic race.
Of course, and this one with the added fun of the potential envelope looming for the fin. So quite a critical pot for both players, of course. And another classic flip. Ooh, Queen Jack 7 with 2 clubs, so bits and pieces for both. King of clubs on the turn, and the straight flush draw though for the nines. Not to be on this occasion. Luca Sorainen with the first, surely the first mystery bounty envelope, and a wry smile there as his opponent hits the rail in 31st.
First envelope.
Yes, indeed. So you see the yellow chip there, and that's going to be the mystery bounty chips that Luca's already got an elimination before before he could even get around to hand these chips out. Tracking that one in his wallet for safekeeping by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Huh? I made a big folder.
Andrews now with 130 big blinds, 600,000 in chips. In really good shape with Marco. So Gytis and Peter are not short in any way or form.
They're quite unlucky, aren't they? You know, Gytis especially with 27 bigs, you'd be fancying yourself to cover at least one player on your table. Instead, he's just surrounded by hungry hippos with big stacks at this point. His stack is just under average and completely outmatched on this particular table.
It is actually quite unlucky, especially in a mystery bounty tournament where the envelopes are important part of the payouts. So
Zakaria with the ace king. Been a little bit quiet in that kind of phase. He does have the unfortunate situation of having the chip leader on his left. Yeah, Andreas
picks up a pair, so we will see some action. It's just floating, this one.
Yeah, just the old pre-flop call, keeps the options open, allows maybe some of the shorter stacks behind to tangle as well.
Peter might be interested with 7-6 suited.
You should think so, and there's definitely going to be some fireworks flops, maybe a 5 of hearts on there.
I would think that he will call this because in no way he's short, but still he wants to build stack as well to have an opportunity to pick up some envelopes. So this is definitely a call from the big blind.
Agreed. Just a great hand for a great price. Happy to come along from the big. And we do go 3 ways to the flop as Marco doing a little bit of dealer policing there, as if to say, come on then.
You play on mystery bounty, 366 next hand.
Very dry flop for all the players.
Yeah, Luca sat back in his chair there, maybe considering whether to go over and pick up that envelope or not. Probably wants to see action go to the turn so he doesn't miss a hand. Yeah, swing and a miss for everyone, really. Zakaria is going to come in firing for 16 into 43 here.
Yeah, trying to steal the pot.
Yeah.
Continuation bet, and it will work.
Yeah, it gets rid of the 5s and also clears out some equity from the 7-6 that had a couple of backdoor draws, but nicely done from the American.
Yeah, kind of out to play in this situation.
Yep.
It's always tricky when you have the chip leader on the left-hand side, you know,
Really?
like it's, and he's well aware of the stack size for Zakaria, so it's quite easy for him to actually repop.
Yes,
And so you need to be careful.
You've got to assume that he's going to be aggressive. So it can be difficult to even build the dynamic in the first place, as some of those fringe hands become a lot less valuable when you've got a player that's going to be capable of putting you in all sorts of tough spots on your direct left. Marco out of the way. He's done a nice bit of work sailing up the chip counts, and now has the benefit of hunting for some mystery bounty envelopes, of course. New player. Yep.
Okay, ace jack.
Yes.
Chips going in. Kind of decent risk. He might get called here from a worse hand actually. So it's a good move from him. So
Definitely. This is Johan Gabriel Perbe from Sweden with his 58k. All in first hand, and Luca's going to look him up with the a6, going for another envelope. Could it be 2 out of 2 for the young Finn?
This is the fun part with the mystery bounty or bounty tournaments overall, that you will actually auto shove with ace jack in this position. Actually, also think that you might be called by worse hand.
Yeah, quite often actually.
Yeah.
I think Luca was going to maybe.
Both hits. Both hits.
Looked like a 6 in the window, followed by the jack, and it's a 6 and a 6 only to spell the early elimination here not to be. And it's a nice double up for the Swede. Doesn't look too thrilled about it, but I'm sure he'll be happy on the inside.
100%. So we have 2 Swedes at the table. We can see here Peter. He's been here for some time. You know,
Yeah.
see all the wristbands.
Yeah, we said that some of them might be getting a bit crusty by this stage. Hopefully they're getting washed.
You can avoid the shower, right?
Yeah, feel bad for whoever sat next to him, but no, he's been playing a nice game so far. He only came in with 50k, so got up to 142.
Yeah, he's a good player from Sweden. He's been around here in Tallinn quite a few times, and also traveling in Europe, playing some major tournaments. So he's a seasoned pro. And also a really nice guy.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what Andreas said. One of the true gents.
Definitely.
And he doesn't say that lightly, so that's a good compliment. Zakaria with the jacks under the gun. Nice hand to pick up.
No, I guess Andreas rarely have the nice gents around him, right?
Yeah, well, stuck with us two in the booth most of the time, the worst of the worst.
Okay, let's see. Andreas sitting now in position on Zakaria, so I guess he will always.
He does just call.
Yeah, I would assume that he would actually put some pressure on Zakaria at this point. So
yeah, I guess what he's thinking is by calling, he might allow some of the shorter stacks to come along, and that could be advantageous for him.
And Peter, with his stack, he opts to fold the pair in this position, which is totally correct. You're normally tempted from the button to float with the lower pairs, but yeah. Actually, he had the opportunity, Peter, to actually repop with a low pair as well, but he opts to take the safe route and wait for a better opportunity.
Yeah.
And of course, at this time, this was the right decision. Now it might.
Yeah, we did see Zakaria being somewhat c-bet happy.
Mm-hmm.
Saw with the ace king earlier. It's a lot of a spot that a lot of people don't bet, but wisely checking with the jacks here. King Queen 8 is going to hit this +1 peel quite hard. He's going to have lots of hands like King Queen, Queen Jack, King 10 potentially in there. 5 on the turn.
And he's checking behind as well. So this is it's a tricky spot for Zakaria now, actually, and also for Andreas with the king on the table. So this, I wouldn't be too surprised to see this be checked down.
Yeah, could see Andreas with the nut queen. He's got the best kicker with his queen. Go for a small bet just to try and target some hands like Queen Jack and such. But Zakaria now feels like he's going to have the best hand often here, and is going to go for a feeler bet into the field of 17 into 48.
So the question now, if Andreas only calls, then we could see a big bet from Zakaria on the river. So he opts to call Andreas again. So see, his line is called call here. So the question is if he can. Oh, the 4, Peter now sits.
Yeah, he's going to be a bit gutted about that one.
But he wouldn't be around at this time anyway. So
Yeah.
the question now is basically if Zachary is going to make a big bet or no, he's not. Yeah,
No.
he could put some pressure on Andreas in at this time, but he actually thought that his jacks were actually quite good. So
Yeah.
so a value check and just waiting for possible raise, possible bet from Andreas, so he could
Consider calling at least.
consider calling. Yeah, it's a tricky spot for both of these
Would
players.
be. Especially when you have jacks there, it kind of eliminates some of the hands that might call the turn, like ace jack and jack 10, and he also had the jack of diamonds, so missed flush draws less likely. It was quite a tricky situation if he would have faced a bet there. Quite hard
But
to
his
think.
options was basically to check or put in a really big bet to actually eliminate the queens and put Andre in a really
Tough
poor
spot.
position. Yeah. So, but actually he thought his jacks were good, therefore he checked.
Fair enough. Peter's here in the hijack with Queen 10 offsuit. He's got a couple of bigger stack players there, not looking to tangle on this occasion. Peter, King 8 suited. Surprised he doesn't open there. Maybe feels like he's going to get a bit too much action from these thirsty bigger stack players.
But this is also the tricky situation in Mystery Bounties. You know, if it was a regular tournament, he would for sure have opened in this. But
Yes.
players now will for sure call him, and he doesn't want to sit with King 8 in this position because every ship counts at this point in the tournament. So.
Yeah, so wisely just waiting for picking up better hands because he knows he's going to get the action anyway, right? So he doesn't need to drive it, but
No, so
still.
even though he's tempted to go into that pot, I think it's the right decision to maybe
to
wait.
be conservative. Mm-hmm.
Because as you say, he will get action.
You will certainly get action, and interesting strategy from the chip leader here, actually sitting out for his big blind. He is back.
So this is the way with the bounty tournaments overall, both mystery and progressive bounty. It's like a little bit polarized that the big stacks can play any cards and the small stacks will play a little bit more conservative than normal.
Yes. Yeah, the big stacks will be hunting down those bounties at a frighteningly high rate. As you saw Luca, for example, ace-6 earlier on, snapping off a 11 big blind jam in a situation where, you know, for chips or in the normal stages of a tournament, he would be snap folding. So it just goes to show how wide the ranges do get. And, you know, I'm pretty sure even if he had a hand like King 5 suited, he would have called. So
yeah, it's kind of. I think it's snap-balling even quicker with King 5 than the poor ace.
yeah, going to get dominated a bit less maybe. So it does open it up with the ace 10, and Andreas has got one of the rare hands that he's not going to be defending the big blind against. Does cover his opponent, plenty of incentive to put the extra chips in, but not on this occasion.
And I also think that the king rag is underrated.
Underrated, yeah, they never see it coming, that's for sure. You got one high, one low, you got the top of the board and the bottom, and the suitedness, well, that just adds to the fun.
Yeah. You will always have a straight draw in the end.
Exactly, well, you're always gonna, or a blocker maybe. So 28 left, we've had 3 eliminations since we got into the money, and Gitis is one of the players that needs to do some work here. With just over 20 big blinds now, Peter didn't open the King 8 suited last time, so would be surprised to see the King 9 change that narrative. Over to Luca with the 6-5. Let's see how spicy he's going to get. Looks like he's not snap folding. Does get out of the way. I think that's wise. Maybe suited we could open. Just still got that wall of big stacks to his left, including Marco, including Sicaria, and including Andreas, I should say. limp in with the 3 deuce, certainly incentivized to play pots versus don't mess with the Johan.
So the question is, oh, Johan is actually checking this. I thought he would bet. But yeah, let's see the flop.
Ooh, hello there. So we've got a pair versus a flush draw, which in terms of a limp pot is...
Yeah, I would assume Andres will open this pot, so Johan will have a decision here what to do. So with his chip stack.
Got a cool 1 pair, haven't you, versus a min bet. Takes it to a turn. The king of clubs would be the nastiest card in the deck. Not to be on this occasion, as Andreas picks up a gut shot as well.
Yeah, but this will change nothing. No ace for the players, and they know it, so this will change nothing, really. So I would assume that Andreas continues. Yes, he does, 20k.
20 into 30.
Yeah, put pressure on the small stack. So decision for Johan is just actually to walk away from this one, even though he knows that Andreas rarely have an ace in this position. So it's just about chip stacks and pressure.
Yes, exactly. Leaning on these guys, making sure that they are aware of his presence, and just hoovering up uncontested chips basically is going to be his prerogative going forward. No mystery bounty envelopes or many chances yet for him, but with a stack like that, at this stage of the tournament, you feel like he's in a very healthy position.
Yeah. And what we can see here, no really small stacks at the table. Johan with 18 big blinds, still extremely playable at this point, and it can turn around very, very quickly in this game.
It certainly can. As we've seen Peter, he came in pretty short. Got it in with King Queen versus Ace King first hand and found a double, and since then hasn't really looked back. He's been just floating around that 150k mark, which is still plenty of play. Marco now with Ace 9 in the hijack, opening things up, probably hoping not to see any reaction from the cutoff and the button.
I've seen a little bit of a tough spot, Marco, with Zachary and just behind him, so it's hard to act, and he's just waiting for the redraw.
Yeah, now exactly, waiting for a better seat, but now he gets what he's looking for, the opportunity to play with the 2 shorter stacks in the blinds, and has both of them dominated. Queen 9 hits the muck from Johan, and Gitas is going to fold 9-6 off. Okay. Thought he might be getting involved there. Can't quite remember. It might be if he calls and loses, then he would be the table short stack, so he doesn't cover Johan on his right. That might be something to do with it.
Yeah, but Gitas is also extremely experienced. I know he's not been playing too much the last 6 to 12 months, but a seasoned veteran in the game as well from Lithuania, one of the big boys.
Big names, yeah, exactly.
And there's plenty of them.
There are. It's a very strong nation. Small population, but lots of poker powerhouses coming out of that region. Had the pleasure of talking to Paulius Vaitikunas in one of the previous events. He joined us in the booth and gave us just an incredible lesson in ICM about the hour or so that he was in. It's just complete wizardry. Clearly been working hard on the solvers, and he's very much involved with their group of upcoming players, backing, staking, coaching, the works.
Yeah, they have a really, really strong community in Lithuania, sharing experiences with each other and working hard both online and land-based.
Yeah, they're a very, very passionate group.
And it's paying off.
It is. You see them start to creep up in the rankings, and we've seen now Lithuanian winners a couple of times. I think it was Auramas. Yeah. Oh, 3s for Peter. And Gitas does not cover him. Limping in with Queen 4, trying to get a free flop, and Peter said, absolutely no chance, pal.
Yeah, we see quite a few Lithuanians also in this really high-stakes games around the world, high-stakes tournaments.
Yeah. Yeah, we certainly have. Contending in the Tritons and the super high rollers.
For sure.
Good to see. So slightly slower pace over the last orbit or two. Not really too much to report, but people jostling for position. We do have a slightly deeper than average table, so Andreas not opening the A6. Might be because he fancied having a toilet break. Gitas Jack 5 suited.
Might be tempted here.
Might be, but he is covered by both players, so he's going to get a lot of fight back, and that's why he's maybe thinking about just tightening up that opening range somewhat. Would be a standard open in most situations, but not great in the mystery bounty when you've got two players hungry for envelope chances.
Yeah. Yeah, with the stack sizes they have, you know, they will
give
likely,
yeah,
likely try it out
for sure. So 27 left. We've had 4 fall by the wayside since the in the money stage.
These table players are very patient.
Yeah, very solid. Absolutely correct, Zakaria. Just going to let that one go, and Andreas with ace deuce, a slight downgrade from the ace 6 he had last time around.
But this is actually quite a normal situation as well, with Andreas having the second and third biggest stacks on directly on his right. This will kind of block the action opportunities from these guys, and Andreas have, you know, quite good control.
Yeah, plays into his hands nicely, doesn't it? Gitas, though, is not going to be able to fold the king queen. He's been quite patient. We've seen him fold the jack 5 suited on the button there. We saw him fold the queen 10 in the hijack a little earlier. So it seems like his game plan is just to...
Luca will for sure join him in this hand.
Yeah.
I don't think he will 3-bet. I think he will just call and then check raise the flop if he hits.
Yeah,
and
he's got quite a big stack behind him as well, I think, that covers him. So let's see if he does go for...
Perfect hand for him, just call in this situation. Especially with the big blind still in, with the even bigger stack. So I would say that this is a call, some theatrics, and then move on.
Yeah, potentially. He could be thinking of trying to isolate the short stack and go for the 3-bet, which kind of makes life very difficult for the big blind to get involved.
Yeah, that's a little more risky way. So
he's going to call.
Yeah, for me this is it's just a call in this position. I would definitely call only just to kind of de-risk. You have a big stack. Why give Marco the opportunity to make a move on you?
Yes.
Because he can do that with any hand, and you know Luca doesn't have any information.
Yep.
So
yeah, it's a bit of a guessing game at that point, isn't it?
So it's better to actually get Marco joining as well, which he does. So basically, if he hits his hand, this is also even a better spot for Luca.
Certainly. And Gitas there, just something of note, the small size up, he knows he's going to get a lot of action, so as his range is going to be tighter, he doesn't mind opening for a larger size rather than the autopilot min-raise that a lot of people go with. He knows that he can charge a little bit extra because people are going to be somewhat inelastic and insensitive to
it's a
price.
Premium to call.
Exactly. Subtle difference, but certainly for a reason.
Yeah.
And he's going to get some action from Marco here with the second pair and the backdoor flush draw. Pretty strong flop for as far as it goes with queen 7 off. The queen is obviously a disaster card, but he's looking for a 7 or a heart to give himself a bit of a chance.
Yeah.
He might even just go with it now and go with the raise and a call off, but nope, just calling. Nice, solid play.
Yeah, so looks good for Gitas at the moment.
Sure does. Needs to fade that pesky 7, and the Jack of Hearts is interesting card, giving Marco now the flush draw.
Yeah, so now he's more likely to check raise actually, but
He could jam here, yeah, it would be a spicy move.
yeah, he can. Marco could do that, but Gitas would insta call because he understands that Marco would rarely do this with the flush already complete. So I think a check raise from Marco here. Of course, Gitas is still big favorite. So we will see now if Gittes puts all the chips in. I would think he's going for the
small sizing, still trying to get called by some hands that he's got in super rough shape, so
I think it works as well.
yeah, I think Marco's going to come along here, might even check jam.
Yeah, but Gittes is playing this, he's taking quite a big risk now with the smaller bet instead of just putting chips in the middle, so...
It does get uncomfortable for him, but I think he's just made his mind that he's going to bet call. Yeah, what a shove from Marco. I like the play here. I don't think it's going to work versus a hand like King-Queen, but yeah, look at this from Gittes. He's not thrilled about it. He knows he could be dead some of the time. The only consideration for him is the fact that these guys are heavily incentivized to play for the all-in, so that there is going to be a lot more counter-aggression. He's going to go for the fold, is he?
Oh, interesting. Interesting, actually. That's why I don't really like his 30k bet, because if you put the chips in the middle at that point, then you don't have any more decisions. So, but obviously he had already decided to make this, and if he gets reshoved, he will fold. So, yeah, okay. Didn't do it.
Okay, so we're going to be having a short break for a redraw now, down to 24, 3 tables of 8, and we're going to be joining you back live with the action in 8 minutes. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker circuit events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open face Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. And now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you will see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials to not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to alibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Speed and Special Ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but you know, it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players. That
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes. And we have Eitan and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies' ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But yeah, we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned. Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Karlsson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you're having such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social, taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends, and play a lot of hands as well. So
okay, that's part of your strategy.
It is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're going to play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so I'm going to play the mini main today. I first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to go through to day 2. Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always love a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring on that finger.
Yes, so hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know actually you, talking about the ladies event, you won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right? In May.
I won in Vilnius, So that's why I also going to Queens of Tallinn in August.
Yeah.
Because I won a ticket in that tournament, so yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament here in Tallinn.
I'm so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker, and we're so few compared to the guys. Yeah. So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in with warm, good arms. So please join. Yeah,
exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then in
a lot of smiles and a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. It is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Drea. We're going to send you back and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back for continued coverage of the Mystery Bounty here with Krista Larson, and I'm George Sanford. 24 remaining, and we have the envelopes upcoming at the next break. So we just had a quick table redraw and plenty of big stacks and chips flying as we get to the business end. Let's get back to the action.
Here we are.
So we can confirm it is 24, not the 27 in the top right. And ooh, we've got Una, the Finn, coming in with 4 big blinds. So that could create some fireworks. As players are going to be hunting that short stack. And Gitas, of course, we just saw with the surprising bet fold on the turn in a spot where his opponent could, have worse of value. So not too sure what was going on there from the Lithuanian, but it's still managed to preserve his 10 bigs. Tarmo, is that the famous DJ? I think it is.
Tarmo Tamel, yes.
Yes, DJ / poker player. Very well known in the Estonian poker community, and he's got the short stack as well. So 3 short stacks now, and that changes the dynamic somewhat. Gitas has managed to get a different seat. +2, King 8. Don't think he's going to be going with this one.
No, for sure not. He will wait now when he has smaller stacks at the table. I would think that the dynamics will change quite a lot at this table at this point, and because at the other table, Andrews had full control with the 2 second biggest stack directly on his right-hand side, blocking them from moving ahead. So we will for sure see some more action. And actually, Gitas is shoving all in with his stack at this point. A little bit surprising after the last hand.
Yeah, I think it might be that the short stack is in the big blind. And I think Stephen might even look him up here. If he can figure out the situation, he's going to realize that Gitas is shoving wide to try and target that short stack.
And that's exactly what he's doing. So we have an all-in situation. Let's see what the big blind has. See if it have 3-way action. Wow, that's the chance. That's what he was looking for, right?
Yeah. Okay then.
Dream situation. And everybody's laughing at the table for big blinds. So, but Gitas is at risk with Steven covering him with the ace-3. So Gitas will need to hit a king or an 8 here to salvage most of the chips anyway in the pot, but looks good for Jonah to triple up with some extra change.
It certainly does. It's just a question of whether we're going to see 3 hearts or some pesky trip 3s action, which would really be a sickener for both players. Gitas, though, has a fair chance to stay alive. Needs a king or an 8, maybe some diamonds or clubs for that rather juicy side pot. 8-4 deuce is asked for, and really a swing and a miss from everybody. Gitas looking for a jack, a king or an 8. There's the king. And so now looking to fade. Exactly, fade a jack. 6 on the river gets there, so that's going to be aces holding up.
And Gitas also taking the big part of this pot, but for sure both for Gitas and Jonah, this is good news.
Yeah, exactly, and all of the short stacks surviving there, so worst possible scenario for Stephen, going for a couple of bounties. Was going to be a struggle to win both, but had a real fighting chance to get his first envelope. And a lovely pickup there with the aces, and that's what you need when you get short stacked in these mystery bounties, because
this can totally change the game for him, and actually has got a fair chance now to actually double up again and be right back in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we have Jonah and Tarmo with 11 big blinds and Gitas with 13. So still totally different story now at this table. And Andreas is thrilled to see these opportunities now with his big 117 big blinds, 704k stack. So with the contention from Dimitri with 463. So really good position for the Lithuanian. So the question is if he will play this aggressive route, because he also understands that he will be snap called by the smaller stacks. So but with a little bit of luck, he can actually make some real progress here.
Yeah, it's incredible how the table dynamics changed so quickly. On our previous table at one point, 27 big blinds was the short stack, and here the 24 big blind stack is covering over half the table. So just how quickly things can change. Dimitri with 8-6 suited, and he's going to be raise calling and gambling versus the multiple short stacks behind him. Stephen out of the way with some trash in the cutoff. Andreas likely to follow suit. Let's see what Una can pick up here. King 9 probably just going to follow suit into the muck. And Andreas with the Queen 5 suited. Needs to be careful here because out of position, it might be a spot you see him make a tight fold because he still covers so many people on the table.
Yeah, actually, that's the dynamics with Mystery Bounty. So I would actually like to see a fold here because there's so much value to pick up from the smaller stacks, and now he might be in a position where he's getting a little bit crippled. And of course, this is also known by Dimitri, so he can see bet any cards here. And Andreas will only tag along if he has hitten it really good, which he has not at this point.
Yeah,
so
that's it. You have to really hit quite big, and also, you know, every time that you have some kind of middling equity, it's going to punish you because you're going to have to call or continue, and then you're going to be covering less of the table.
Yeah, it's always tempting to kind of call in this position with as the big blind. I would likely have done it myself.
Yeah,
but it's not really great when you have the EV with the bounties.
Exactly, yeah, and that's a big part of the prize pool, right? Half of the prize pool in play for picking up mystery envelopes. So we need to adjust our strategy accordingly. 23 left then, so we've lost one, and we're going to be hitting the break after this 4K, 8K level. 25,000 plus a bit of change up top, as well as a 20,000 euro envelope. We also have the information on that for you now. So we have one 15K, one 10K, two 12Ks, three 15Ks. Oh no, hang on a second, I'm looking at the wrong thing. So 20K, a 15K, a 10K, two 6Ks, three 5Ks.
You need my glasses now?
Yeah, I'm getting old. Four 4Ks, three 2Ks, six 1Ks, and then 10 500s.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dimitri opens up. Oh, he's calling. Who? I think actually it was Dimitri who opened up with King Jack, Steven calling from hijack, and Andrews can play quite wide ranges here, all given situations. He also knows that if he puts pressure on Dimitri, Dimitri will stay out of the way if he doesn't hit a monster. So Andrews can play kind of any hands versus Dimitri at this point and put a lot of pressure on the second biggest stack. Because Dimitri also sits in a really, really good position here with 478,000. So the question is now what Andreas is doing. He have actually the option to shove here, because he's also aware that Andreas is playing all these cards, and he's tagging along with a call.
Yes, somewhat surprised to see a call. I think I would have just gone for the jam there. I think when you start to see people implementing a limping strategy, it's usually slightly weaker holdings.
Yeah.
The limp is kind of designed to be able to play more hands, so. Okay, 5-4 deuce, low connected board.
We had a 6-7 for Andreas, right? So
that's a straight draw. Tamo with bottom pair with his 9 deuce. Andreas has a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Stephen 2 overs with a backdoor flush draw. Dimitri the 2 overs and the backdoor flush draw, and Andreas open ended. So something kind of for all. Andreas is going to lead. And this is a nice bet designed to get hands like Andreas's to fold now. He's got 3 other players behind him. He's going to struggle to do much.
Yeah, it's just fold, and the same with Dimitri as well, because you don't want to go up against the big stack here. So I think that this bet will make the job have the job done for Andreas actually. Yeah, good boy, Tarmo. No reason for you to get involved here. And well played from Andreas. The power of the big stack.
Okay, blinds up, 4, 8, 8.
Looks to be having fun with it as well. Always good to see. Lots of smiles and, well, hard not to be happy when you're chip leading the mystery bounty. It is designed to be a fun format, and look at this stack distribution he's presented himself with. 6 players between 6.6 and 15 big blinds. We shall be sure to see a couple of all-in frenzies in the upcoming hands.
Yeah. Be great fun to see this table and on this level, and also looking at the mystery bounty draws in the break, and Andreas picks up a decent hand again, and he will continue to bet because he wants to see flops. He will keep the opening bets quite low and look for opportunity. No, he actually doing the total opposite, but of course, yeah, in position, in decent position, it's of course he can actually get the light call from a king 6, but yeah.
Yeah, just deciding to go on steamrolling through.
Yeah, but I also think he's kind of trying to mix up the game a little bit from his side to kind of not be too predictable in the way. So I think it's okay.
Yep, max pressure on the shorter stacks, and whenever they don't have a response, he picks up 20k.
Yeah,
which is just less than 10% of average stack, so it's not a bad outcome for him.
We had different on Thursday.
yeah, and he might also get some folds from lower pairs or ace 10, maybe not ace jack, but ace 10, ace 9, you know.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah, pocket 3s, pocket 4s. Dimitri under the gun with 10-6. Not going to be tangling.
8+.
Stephen looks interested. I think he's going to just shove. It's a situation where you want to be a little bit less.
Yeah, we have seen this a couple of times now, shoving an early position with ace jack. That this only happens in bounty tournaments, right?
Yeah, you could go for a min raise at some stages because there's so many players behind.
Yeah. So Jonah, is he considering tagging along here? He has lesser chips than Steven, so of course he's tempted, but I think that he will walk away from this one and leave it for the button and blinds.
This would be really wide if he were to put the chips in with the king 10 here. He's not really even doing well against many hands in the range, so.
More interesting for Andreas, I think he will fold as well, but it's kind of interesting to get the chance to win the bounty.
Exactly. But do I want to gamble? It's not the worst hand to get in with, but you know you're always going to be behind, essentially.
Yeah. Same for Tarmo, so Angitis also folds instantly with
Queen Jack.
Queen Jack, which is.
I think he was covered though. He might have gambled had he been the other way round. Johan is got King 10 offsuit here for 10 bigs. Does he fancy a spin?
I don't think so. Actually, King 10 with King Queen, I would think that it's an insta call, but King 10, he knows that he's also
King Jack suited,
blocked quite many times here from King Queen, King Jack, you know, Ace 10. So he folds, and Steven got the job done. I guess this is also for Steven here with 83k. If he had 53k, he would have seen some action from King 10.
Yes, exactly. So it's Tarmo and Gitas alongside Yuna as the players really in the danger zone. Lots of work needs to be done for those guys. Andreas, Steven and Johan rather more healthy, but still going to be up against it. And Dmitry and Andreas in the excellent situations.
And here we can see that Johan's 88k actually covers 3 other players, so
Crazy,
why go in calling in a situation against the stack on the same size as yours? So good decision from Johan. Let's see if Steven continues his... No, it's not. Because you often see this. Okay, one shove and... Okay, let's try again. So...
One pass.
Jona with a king juice.
He's going to get out the way. Might have shoved on the button or the cut off potentially, but too many guys likely to hunt him to justify from that position. Nothing really going Gitas' way after that king-queen bet fold on the turn.
You might see a walk here for Dmitry.
Wow. Doesn't even limp with the 9-7. Feels like it's just going to get sent into him.
Yeah. And also it's a little bit problematic for the guys now with 6, 7, 8 big blinds, because they need to wait for a decent hand.
Yeah.
So they will be kind of crippled by the blinds and antes. So they need to take some action. They have one lap, one round.
Got to look for spots to find jams, and it's like you say, it's very much kind of out of their hands really at this stage.
Yeah.
They just need to wait for strong holdings and maybe force it a little bit, but
they are up against the clock, right?
yeah, they're up against the clock and they're up against, you know, Lady Luck. Are they going to be able to find something to go with? And you know, the more that you just get dealt this kind of 10-7 off and this type of stuff, it can get pretty frustrating. Let's see, Tarmo, one of the shortest stacks. He's got King 10. I think this is going to be...
Now it's the time.
Yeah.
Of course. It's
6 picks.
Insta shove.
Yeah, he's going to get called a lot of worse hands, especially from the blinds closing the action.
Yeah.
They will be... Chucks in the mystery bounty chip as well. Gitas just would love to gamble, but can't with Jack 3. Johan, I think, is going to rejam. Yeah.
Yeah, of course he will. He knows that Tarmo's doing this with...
Whoa!
My God. I know he knows that Tarmo could do this with any kind of hand. And of course now, looking at Dimitri's cards, so Johan made
know?
Yeah, exactly.
Spidey senses
Yeah,
from the Swede.
For sure, 100%. So... Dmitry shoving, and Steven goes out of the way in the big blind. So we have Tarmo at risk now, and Johan went away with his ace 3. So interesting to see. Actually, when Johan sees this, his ace, actually could have been quite interesting to be in this spot anyway, even though he would be up against the queens. But let's see. King on the flop, so Tarmo actually hits this, and Dmitry have the queens and the back doors.
Yeah, but the ace 3 would have flopped a flush draw, and that would have been in my book. So let's see if he's missed out on scooping a big one.
No.
Fortunate for him, but King 10 getting there for Tarmo. Kind of the hand played itself at that point. You got to shove with the King 10, and Queen's obviously delighted to call. Nice bit of luck for the Estonian.
Yeah, that's just what he needs at this point. So now he will actually cover a couple of other small stacks. So I think we will continue to see this level, that we will see quite a few all-ins. And now we can see that Gytis and Jona is 7.5 bigs, and Johan 11 bigs. So Tarmo actually covers 4 players with this double up.
Wow, how things change quickly in the mystery bounty format. Steven, Johan, Yuna and Gitas now are the targets for the Estonian. Nice to see 3 Estonian players in the mix here. It's been a week dominated by, of course, some of the other Scandies, the Finns as well.
Not the time for Jona. yet in this position. But on the other hand, he had the blinds coming up, so I actually might think that this is better than do it with the big blind. But yeah, I think it's the right way with all these players behind him. See if Gitis is interested. Not yet. Being quite patient, so I think that we will see Johan put his chips in the middle now. No, now he's playing it really tight. Dimitri played the 3-2 earlier, right? But now Steven goes in with ace-10. And Andrews actually, of course, he's tempted to call, but it's a little bit, Steven has a little bit too many chips. So, and of course now we can see that he's in a really bad spot, but with the 10-8, 10-9, I think he would have called, but 10-3, even though it's tempting, you know.
I don't like even thinking about it, to be honest. You've just got 10 high, and it's one of the worst hands you can have. It's fine to have folds here. I don't think we're supposed to call any two.
No, it's too much. Too much to ask for. The big blind is 8k, and he's in a very nice position with all these small stacks at the table. Why letting people double up easily?
Yeah, so the mystery bounty prize pool is about 100k divided by 23. Looking at around about 4.5k per envelope of value at this stage.
But also the juicy position he sits in, Andreas. He doesn't have to, you know, yet, of course. But again, with the 10-9, 10-jack in this position, snapping.
Yeah, queen deuce suited, it's a call, you know. But some of these like real bottom 10% hands, I think we just have fine folding. The only thing is, if you know his opponent's going to shove some hands like 8-6 suited and 7-6, and he's actually doing okay against that, but a small part of the range.
Yeah, but Johan got away again now in decent position with Queen 10, was up against the Ace 10, so 2 chances that he had folded now with Ace 3 and Queen 10, and both times it's been the right decision. I don't like the decisions, but they were right. We can see it.
Times he found a way.
Yeah. So time for Gitis maybe. No, it's also
getting short. Johan out of the way with Queen 7, and Dimitri follows suit. Steven out the way. Andreas is just going to jam blind. Give his opponent a spin.
Tarmo, yeah. Of course, it's an envelope, so the value is there, and it's tough for Jonah to fold here as well. Even though, you know, 8-3, it's not fun, but actually he's ahead.
I think we live to fight another day here with the 8-3, just letting that one go. Jonathan saying, are there any big bounties left? Well, all of them are left, so the draw is going to be done at the break, which I think is in around about 15 minutes or so. For the first set of eliminations. Andreas still with the dominating situation in terms of that massive chip stack.
Also, Dimitri is in a really good spot now. Yes. These guys, they just think that, oh, this is so nice. This is so nice. And fun.
And what they're doing now is just chipping away at these shorter stacks to the point of no return. You know, Juna, for example, is playing the small blind now, and he's really only got one more orbit at an absolute max before he is going to get forced in.
Yeah, the problem now when they have 5-6 big blinds only, it's even if they double up, they are still, you know, 1 or 2 orbits away from elimination. So they need a double.
Yes.
For sure, Johan now, even if it's in the middle of the pack, so actually can be called by worse hands in this situation. So he's playing really conservative, and Andrews is just shoving. Yeah, of course, if nobody wants any action, of course, just take the chips.
Take the chips. There's exactly 20k out there every time, and Yuna is going to make the call with the ace-4. It's nice to call from the small blind, but look at this. Andreas has got ace-9, and that's going to be good enough to go as well.
Yeah, I would think so. I would actually think so, especially against one stack that is shorter than yourself. So it's hard to stay away from this one.
Yeah,
so he comes along. He comes along. So bad news for Jonah, and good news for Andreas.
I mean, he's licking his lips, right? 2 live cards versus 2 aces for 44% for 2 bounties. Absolute dream spot for the Lithuanian.
So its average value is 10k now for the bounties for Andreas. So if he hits this is going to be
a big payday.
Big payday for him.
All he needs to do is hit a queen or a 7 first and foremost, and avoid an ace, a 9, or a couple of 4s. So let's see if he can find a spade in the window and another one.
And the gut shot draw and the flush draw.
Oh my word. Oh, there it is. They've locked it up almost. It's just the 9 or the 5 to fade now.
Oh, the 9 hits! Oh my god!
That is a sickener.
Switzerland makes it.
Yeah, Una is out, and it's indeed the sickest run out there.
Wow, Andreas must be kind of... Oh my god!
Oh, yeah, that's so close yet so far.
This is poker.
Poker at its best. No limit hold'em. Mystery bounties. Chips flying in with pretty speculative holdings and getting rivered.
No, but I think it was out to play for all 3 players, basically. So let Lady Luck decide.
Yeah, compared to the normal format, though, you wouldn't see Queen 7 suited jamming there. But yeah, exactly. Dmitry is going to be somewhat happy with that. It gets him a little bit closer to the table chip lead. Andreas, of course, almost tripling up there. And Tarmo, Steven, Johan and Gitas once again. Work to do.
Yeah. What a river for Andreas finding the 9.
It was indeed. And now Gitas, I believe, is going to be under the gun.
So
And big blind next. So he's the person with we're going to keep keeping an eye on for the next 30 seconds at least, as his tournament could be coming to a close unless he can find something to tango with.
well, I would think that he has 2 hands now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Under the gun, can he find a king? Is the king good enough? Any king?
I don't think I would shove king deuce off.
No. Yeah.
But any suited king I would shove. Yeah, not sure where you draw the line with the offsuit. Maybe 5, 6. I'm not sure. It's because it's just so important to have fold equity, but you don't really have any in a mystery bounty. So maybe he actually just tightens up a little bit. It's a matter of personal taste.
Yeah.
I've seen people shoving, not looking and shoving with that kind of stack, and I think that's a bit of a blunder. I don't think we really want to be jamming 7 deuce off there, for example. And he does just quickly fold the jack 6, so he agrees that it's not a spot that you just want to be getting too out of line. So he's still going to have 5 bigs or so. He's got a couple of orbits, really.
Yeah. But again, if you're getting too short, you need to double. So it's kind of...
yeah, the shorter you get, the more likely it's going to be multi-way, and then your equity goes down somewhat. So, yeah, exactly. It's getting dicey, that's for sure. Andreas in the cutoff with the 9-5 suited. Looks like he's going to be playing. I like this.
Yeah, he's in position and the second biggest stack, so he knows that he can actually steal the pot many times here.
Yeah, exactly. And then if something like this happens where Tarmo would jam, then should Dmitry get out the way, he could call and...
And Tarmo will for sure jam here from the big blind.
Yeah.
Cannot see any other outcome, and
Dmitry will be licking his lips.
Yeah. So... Yeah. Unfortunate for Tarmo if he doesn't find a queen, but I think this will be hard to get away from.
Oh yeah, not even a question. I think it's just a bit of posturing. Is going to go for the shove, 106k.
You think Andrew's thinking about isolating at this point? He could actually do that, but because we will put Dimitri in an extremely strange situation with ace king up against the biggest stack.
Yeah.
So
that would be wild. I think the standard play is just to rejam yourself with ace king. It's a hand that wants to get all the money in and fold out some lower pairs and such like. So
oh yeah, Dimitri was before.
Yeah.
So sorry about that. But
all good. Ace king versus ace queen is the most important thing to focus on. So we've got another classic tournament situation.
Tarmo needs to find a queen.
Yeah, maybe a backdoor straight draw. That's not going to help on the 9 of clubs. Can we see a queen on the river? Not this time. So Tarmo got a bit lucky with the king 10 versus the queens. Can't find a second stroke of luck with the ace queen, and that will be a mystery bounty envelope for Dimitri.
Well played by Tarmo. He couldn't ask for better chances, and so
gave himself
bowing
a
out.
bit of hope.
Yeah.
Get some in cash, and not going to be the most profitable tournament for him. Not sure how many bullets he had, but don't think we're going to be seeing him at the envelopes, as he was quite short. 6 minutes to go until we see some mystery bounty pulls. Looking forward to that one. And Gytis, Johan and Steven now with work to do, as some of the other shorter stacks have now started to rise in the form of Andreas.
I don't know 100% if they will line up the bounties directly after in the beginning of the break or in the end of the break. I don't have that information. I don't know, George, if you have it. So Johan is now all in with ace 4, and let's see if we can see some action. Question if Steven is interested to do this with jack 10 just to get an envelope. I don't think so. More interesting for Andrews with the jack 9 with his big stack, but I guess he's still a little bit sick after the last hand.
Yeah, he's got his tail between his legs after that one. That was a nasty run out.
Yeah, it was
getting there.
Such a good chance to win 2 envelopes.
Yeah.
And Andreas is with the king 8. He's for sure also interested. He knows that he can actually be ahead of Johan at this time, or facing a low pair. It can be kind of any two. But on the other hand, Johan has been extremely conservative in his play. So not been involved at all in any hand, so basically that might protect Johan a little bit from this kind of king 8s and the other cards. I think it's a fold in this position right now, and for Gytis same. Johan picks it up without contention.
So no gamble there, but looks like he wasn't a million miles away.
No, it's tricky. But on the other hand, now Johan gets kind of paid off a little bit because he's not been in any pots whatsoever. So
yeah, we saw him miss the ace 3, maybe just on the
queen 10.
Yeah,
a couple of chances.
On the more conservative side, not properly adjusting to the format, which is well, good news for everyone else, but. Andreas is certainly a player that seems to know what he's up to, and is going to continue to open. That's the beauty of this tournament format. You would never even dream of seeing him opening this hand in the usual comp, but mystery bounty, plenty of value to be had.
Yeah,
and it's going to open into Johan's big blind, and 9-7 as well, just folding. So
no, I think Anders will open up with any two versus those 2 stacks basically,
and
maybe
gamble.
Not, maybe not any two, but for sure with 10-6 suited.
Yes, but maybe folding some deuce 3, deuce 4, that kind of low end rubbish. But yeah, that's nice to see. And despite his unfortunate run, losing that significant 3-way all in, he's still gained chips from the start of the day, coming in with 600k, so just goes to show how much pressure he's been putting on, despite losing a couple of fairly significant all-ins now. Steven getting out of the way, and Andreas once again deciding whether to drive up the action here with the ace blocker. He does.
He will just continue.
Actually limping this time. Gytis has ace queen. He's been very patient. Haven't seen really anything from him since he folded to king queen on the turn on the flush completer. Wasn't a play that was particularly thrilled about, but he's still in there.
Yeah, and I think Andreas have to call here with ace deuce. Dimitri might also be interested here actually, but I think with the call from Andreas, I think Dimitri will actually stay out of the way anyway. Of course, tempting, very tempting, but it's a good chance that if he calls this Dimitri, it's a good chance that Andreas repops again. So I think actually he doesn't want to, but I think he has to stay out of the way.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just not closing the action versus a chip leader that could...
Good boy, Dimitri, doing the right thing. And Andreas is, of course, calling here. So good chance for Gytis now.
Gytis indeed, looking to double up. Andreas looking for a quacky. Doesn't find a quacky.
Oh,
Does turn the gut shot though. 5 or a deuce. No, not to be.
Gytis is doubling up. Patience pays off.
Sometimes it does. So he's going to have 12.5 picks and not out of it.
But I think leaving the jumbo position when it comes to blind now is with the chips. Now Johan is low with the 10 big blinds. Gytis and Steven with 13 big blinds. And Dimitri is crawling slowly towards the chip lead position. Andrews still in. So announcing a 20-minute break, and we will see if we will see the mystery bounty draws directly. What was the top?
20,000 euros. Just catching up with you guys in the chat. No, we didn't say that the average value was 10k. It was for just...
No,
it was for 2. Just under 10k would be about right. Go Gytis, says Bunny Punts. Thanks for joining. So basically, to give you the lie of the land, we're not going to be seeing the mystery bounty pulls straight away. We're going to go to a break, and then we're going to come back for that action after the break. Exactly. So these guys have pulled it in real time, but in terms of the fluency of the show, we're going to make sure that we give you continued coverage, and that can be during the redraw break. So, Stephen, taking one down there. Hit the Queen 7.
I think that's it.
And that's going to be it. So keep tuned, and we will be back after this break with the Mystery Bounty envelope pulls. Stay tuned. See you later.
Mystery Bounty players, if you wish to draw your bounty, you can find me on the stage.
Okay.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong. You have the feature table. And on TV table, you know, for the show, they like to be slow. So when you have a all-in call,
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker circuit events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open face Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. And now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you will see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials to not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to alibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Sweden Special Ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but you know, it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players.
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes, and we have 810 and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But yeah, we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned. Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Karlsson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you're having such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social, taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends, and play a lot of hands as well. So
okay, that's part of your strategy.
It is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're gonna play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so I'm gonna play the mini main today. I first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to go through to day 2. Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always love a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring on that finger.
Yes, so hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know, actually, you talking about the ladies event, you won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right?
I won in Vilnius, So that's why I'm also going to Queens of Tallinn in August. Yeah. Because I won a ticket in that tournament, so yeah. So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament here in Tallinn. I'm so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker, and we're so few compared to the guys. So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in with warm, good arms. So please join.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then
a lot of smiles and a lot of fun. Yeah.
It is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Drea. We're going to send you back and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So it's time to step into the action as well. Talk a bit with one of the players, Scott Kenyon, and you're not playing Texas Hold'em today.
No, I mean I'm actually the leader of the Boo Hold'em movement, the fastest growing movement. We don't like Hold'em, so I come to festivals like this to basically avoid Hold'em at all costs. If there's nothing else to play, then okay, we play it. But for the most part, not playing Hold'em. Yeah. So today we're playing Open Face Chinese. Had a very good start. First few levels were nice. The last couple of levels not so great, so my stack has dwindled a little bit. Still workable, still playable, but always fun. But it's a really deep stack structure, so the nice thing is, should I bust, I will happily re-enter because you still come in with a lot of points. It's 50k starting stack as opposed to like 20 or 30 that you normally get, so allows for a lot of playability, a lot of rebuy potential.
And I know there's a lot of people back home watching, like Open Face, Chinese Pineapple, that's a lot of words. But if they want to try it themselves, what's the easiest way to get into all these mixed games?
So it sounds like a really complicated game, but it's actually really simple. The hand rankings are the same as you have in Hold'em, but it's just you're making 3 different poker hands. You're going to have 3 poker hands just for yourself, and the strongest hand has to be at the back. You have 5 cards, 3 cards, and it goes strongest hand, next strongest hand, weakest hand. But the hand rankings are exactly the same as Hold'em, so you're making literal normal boards that you would make just with personal cards. Yeah. And also, now we have a cameraman in front of us, but you have your own camera on the side here. You're live streaming the table. Yeah, streaming at the moment. I'm trying to convince the lovely Teresa to maybe let me stream more days. I get that it's one of those very touchy issues these days with electronics, game integrity and such. For Chinese, that's why it's so great as well, because like all the information is open face anyway, so there is no game integrity issue. But yeah, it's tricky. There've been things happening, obviously, in the poker world, non-good things. Yeah. So it makes it more tricky for people like me trying to just spread the game and spread the word of the mixed games. Yeah. But if they want to jump into your live streams, you know, you always do this from back home as well. You stream poker, so where do you find you? So I stream full-time on twitch.tv/pokerbras. If you're looking for the spelling of pokerbras, it is on my cap right there. Now, this guy's a professional, right? Yeah. All right. I mean, that's my full-time job. People ask me, am I a pro player? I'm honest, absolutely not. That is not my full-time living. My living is from streaming. Yeah. I get sponsored by a site, so I get like some steady money from them as well. Yeah. But yeah, that's my full-time job. I play poker online and stream it on Twitch. And you enjoy life? Yeah, basically. I mean, yeah, I live in Gibraltar. The weather's beautiful there all the way through the year. Yeah. Play some five-a-side football there as well. Have some fun. Mm-hmm. There you go. Could be this could be you as well, maybe. Yeah. Just start. But the Open Face, is that your favorite mixed game, or? It's one of my favorite for sure. It's fast becoming more my favorite because I had a couple of festivals recently where I won a high roller, 1K buy-in, won some nice money there. Yeah. So it's fast becoming and a fan favorite, to be honest. People love to come watch it. I've had people who've come into the chat at the start and they have no idea what the game is. I give them a little command which shows sort of the rules and everything, and everyone's like, oh wow, this game's so much fun. It looks, really good. Yeah. And then you ask them to come play heads up and yeah, why not? Yeah. All right, Scott, thanks for talking to us, and I'll let you get back to the Open Face tournament then. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOP Circuit here in Tallinn, and it's 2025, and I'm joined by Andy Tillman. You've just been announced as the Chief International WSOP Circuit International Manager, is that correct?
International Tournament Director.
International Tournament Director. So you're going to be looking after every event upcoming on the roster, starting with Tallinn. You're going to be going to...
I go to Bratislava in a few days here to have the second event for us on the new season for WSOP Circuits. We'll also be rolling out for the first time outside of Vegas in the Bahamas, WSOP Plus in Bratislava. So have our tournament system with the app that everyone's been loving. And
yeah, and that's going to be rolling out there. And in terms of your international travel, how many passports do you go through a year? So you're on the road for how many days?
I'm on the road this year probably close to 300 days this year.
And how do you balance that with home time, family?
Very poorly. That's how we balance it. It's impossible. It's an impossibility being this busy with everything we're doing and building and trying to grow poker. It's, you sacrifice a little bit, but at the end of the game, it'll be better for everyone.
Absolutely. So would you say that that's where your passion lies? Because I read that you were dealing about 20 years ago and sort of made your way up. So what was it that really gave you the kind of breakthrough moment to start working more on the international stage as opposed to card rooms in the US?
It was probably when I first started doing the WSP circuit in the U.S. and ran in the tournament director at the time and got invited to tournament in Bratislava, Slovakia in 2009, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And that just really kind of relit the fire to want to travel more, want to work more. And I've always enjoyed being in poker. I mean, this is my university job.
Yeah.
That I just kind of stumbled into and just enjoyed the environment and the people. And it's great. And I mean, just the travel and now working my way up, like you said, from dealer to like floor assistant to floor to manager, now to tournament director. It's been a long and fun road, but we're still enjoying it. I mean, now the new position's busier, doing more things, but it's really kind of even pushed the fire more.
So to those people out there that are kind of looking to follow in your footsteps, what would you say is the greatest strength you need to climb that ladder?
Probably the greatest strength is enjoying what you do, like really enjoying the environment and focusing on always learning, always trying to get better and understanding, never thinking that I know everything. I'm willing to learn every day and trying to find something new, a different perspective, different thoughts. And I'm consistently talking with other TDs, players, floors, just to have other perspectives and outsides and not just having my own vision by myself.
Yeah, so working on that kind of emotional intelligence as you go as well, looking at other people's perspectives and just being open-minded towards that. Yeah, sounds good. Which is the favorite stop for you at the moment? You don't have to say Tallinn because I know we're here, but...
I mean, Tallinn has been nice. I mean, the venue is great. I mean, it's definitely something I was excited to see. This is my first time here, and it hasn't disappointed. But, I mean, it's really hard to beat Australia.
Yeah.
I mean...
Gold Coast?
Gold Coast this year.
Mm.
And I was just there in May for a site visit and meeting everyone. And between just the relaxed Australian culture and the casino being, I don't know, 5-6 minute walk from the beach right there.
How
next
sensational is that beach, by the way? It's wow factor, right?
Beach is amazing. The casino is beautiful. Everyone's so friendly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the entire environment makes everything so relaxed but so much more fun.
Yeah.
So it's just an overall enjoyable experience for everything.
And
so
to add the prestigiousness of the WSOP brand, you get the international players coming in as well. It just there's always that kind of, I don't know if you feel this as well, but there's a buzz around these events. You know, it's just kind of that step up from, you know, a random tournament series to, hey, we're at the WSOP now. It just kind of adds that wow factor.
It adds the wow factor for sure. Because, I mean, WSOP is the biggest brand for poker on the planet. And, I mean, everyone gets their chance to come and play on the circuit and do things like that. So it gives the experience and the opportunity for everyone that cannot go to Vegas or just doesn't have the bankroll to go to Vegas. So now you get your own chance at playing with that buzz, with that environment. And that actually really is the fun part of it.
I think so.
Because everyone shows up and everyone seems to be genuinely excited to play.
Yeah, or whether it's a mini main or a high roller, it doesn't really matter. There's the same energy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. And so we have to ask you, just to close things out, with the controversy of the big characters at the WSOP this year, what's your take? Are you Team Cabrel or Team Kasuf, or can you be both?
I don't think you can be both. I mean, you and I both know Kasuf fairly well. And
yeah.
Will went far even for Will.
Yeah.
And just that thing just got way out of hand and both sides were just pushing, and I just can't be on Team Kasuf with everything there because he was just abusive and things like that. Cabral, he's intense. He tends to really be on that razor's edge, but he's very rarely crossing it.
I don't think he ever does anything too wrong. And, you know, I met you years ago in Rozvadov as a player, right? And when we were dealing with guys like Cabral there, it was kind of a novelty, you know, in that local scene that hadn't really reached the bigger stage at that point. And then all of a sudden he started to play in the super high rollers and stuff like that. And I always just thought, you know what, this guy's kind of a master of the vocal side of the game, whereas a lot of people would say Kasuf was. But then, you know, when Kasuf busted out of the tournament, you saw this kind of tirade and you were thinking, well, hang on a second, maybe it's not maybe it's not for his own benefit. It's just coming from a rather uncomfortable place, let's say.
Yeah,
and that's what it felt like. But thanks for coming on. Thanks for giving us your opinions on a couple of things.
Of course,
and looking forward to seeing you go about your business this week.
Yeah, I mean, we should have some fun here. I mean, it's going to be a great event. I mean, we're just getting ready to start up. The main event should have just put cards in the air and had shuffle up and deal, and should be a great main event.
Absolutely.
Still have a ton of events to go, and I mean, on to Bratislava next, and then
on to Bratislava. But it's always on to the next thing with you, isn't it?
I mean, go to
But you got to love it for that reason, huh?
I mean, between now and the end of the Bahamas, I have 10 events.
Yeah.
In, 4 months?
Wow. Yeah.
So there'll be a lot of WSOP action coming to pretty much anyone everywhere right now. It's 10 events on 4 continents for me, and we still have others that, I just physically can't make to.
Yeah. So WSOP.com for all of that, guys. Check out the tournaments that could be local to you, and if not, Gold Coast is going to be the big one. Get yourself booked in for that one. Thanks very much for joining, Andy, once again.
Thank
Cheers.
you, guys. See you guys. Enjoy.
Hi guys, welcome back to the WSOP Poker Circuit events here in Tallinn. Me and George back in the studio, and we're right in the mix of the Bounty tournament,
yes,
Mystery
it's
Bounty.
Getting exciting, lots of envelopes in play, so the minimum is going to be €500 and the maximum is 20k with a couple of 5 and 10s in there as well, just to juice things up. And I think we're going to be having a little look at some of these pulls shortly.
Yeah, I think we are. Let's see if we're ready to see them right away. Okay, we're going to have some more minutes of the play first, and then we're going to give you the draws in the break as well. So let's head over back to the table then. Here we are. So they're actually, what they do is they're playing a couple extra
a couple of extra hands
to get to the break, right?
We're going to redraw at 16, right? So I think that there might be a few more eliminations before, and then we can catch up with some of the mystery bounties that, you know, in actual time were a little bit a while ago, but just to make things a little bit smoother, that's going to be coming up in the next 4 or 5 minutes. So stay tuned for that one.
Yep. So I was out of the boot for an hour or so, and a lot of action, a lot of eliminations has happened, right?
Yeah, certainly. And it's been all systems go for the Lithuanians. So Dmitry over on the button. Saw him. He's going to be pulling one of the mystery bounties. He had Ace King versus Tarmo Tamal's Ace Queen. Got a hold there. So thanks to those of you that were patient enough to make it through the break. I know it's difficult these days with 4 different social media channels.
So much
a load of
happening, right?
dopamine farms going on, but thanks for tuning in.
Absolutely.
Of course, if you are just joining us and you've come in from somewhere else, we are playing the 1K Mystery Bounty here, day 2. And we're right at the business end. We're going to see some envelopes very shortly. As for now, it's been all systems go for Andreas, and looks like he's going to take this pot down versus Dmitry. He's got 3rd pair and a flush draw on the 4-liner. Clearing out a little bit of equity there. Dmitry did have a gut shot and an overcard, so nice result for the Lithuanian.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we have the current chip count then for the feature table. As we can see, only 8 bigs now for Johan from Sweden. Needs to find something, get something going. And we're now on the 10K blind level. 10K big blind ante as well, so each round is costing. And nice stacks for Andrius and Dimitri up top on this table. And I think they are at least top 5, right, in the overall chip counts, both of them.
Yes, they are. Those are absolutely massive stacks in the grand scheme of things. Gita's here with the jacks under the gun. He knows he's going to be quite likely to get some action, so wouldn't be surprised to just see him shove for the 10 bigs. Doesn't really make much sense to build a min-raising range here because you're not really incentivized to steal because you're going to get so much action anyway. So I think the modus operandi is just to go all in, and that's what he's done.
Yep. Oh, trouble.
Johan is covered by Gitas as well, so Gitas could be...
yeah, despite the short stack, he might be getting a bounty here now.
Yeah, very much possible.
Because as we said, Johan, the blinds are coming around. I mean, you cannot just fold this one. You need to...
I think it's the bottom,
some chips.
Ace
Here
10
we go.
Ace 10 offsuit might be one of those ones that we could get away, but Ace Jack just feels a little bit too strong. Gitas is going to be shoving hands we dominate, such as King Queen. Yeah, sorry, King Jack, Jack 10 suited. Andreas
and
here.
This, of course, some bounty hunting.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether... So the bounties are worth around about, last time I checked, around 5k. And it's just a question of how much the big blind has. So Andreas has 250k. Maybe if he had 600, Andreas wouldn't have gone for it. But for 25 bigs, 2 bounties now, looking for a king. 23% equity plus the overlay of the bounty value. Certainly seems to be a half-decent spot as far as things go with King 7. His king is live.
Yes.
Let's see if he can find it, or whether Gitas can fade a king and an ace.
Yep, so 2 players all in, as you can see. Risking the seat in the tournament. Oh, there. Oh! Wow.
No, 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 not like this.
Not like that. Bad news for the 2 short stacks. Gitas and Johan is unfortunately leaving the tournament. Both of them, and 2 more bounties for Andreas, who will get to make his picks. He gets to choose whether he wants to do it in the next break or keep them. So now that means they're down to 16, which is the redraw figure. So we'll have a little break here now. We're going to soon be showing you the draws as well that happen in the break, but currently the redraw break then to have 2 new fresh tables.
Yeah, well, we promised some blockbuster action with this mystery bounty dynamic. It is kind of inevitable, and that's what you saw there. The King 7 would, of course, in a normal format been quite the punt, but in this one, fancied his chances to take out the 2 short stacks.
Yeah, of course. Normally you never call that in that spot, but with King 7 this time it was the correct choice, both as it played out, but also, of course, if you count the bounties. Exactly. So time for the first bounty draws of today, is it?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see some envelope pulls. And here we have it. Lucas Saroinen was the winner of the first bounty.
Pick the best one.
I think he has 2.
Okay.
Coming up.
Right, let's get a nice sweat. Come on.
So from 500 all the way up to 20,000 is the amounts in
He's got his mum on his phone in the earpod.
Oh, hey! Big one right away. 4,000.
Not too bad. 4 buy-ins. 1k buy-in, of course.
Yeah,
plus
and
the rate.
one more.
What's it to be? It's a shame that I think it's better to do it from the side, right? And then pull it out 0 by 0. He's going to go for it this way. 1k.
1k.
Second lowest, but still not a bad haul. 5k for 2 bounties there. A little bit under the average of what they're worth, but of course a lot of that is taken up by the top weighted bounties, the 20k, the 15k, and the 10k, one of each.
So I think we have some more. But yes, here we have the next player up.
That's Dimitri from the feature table. And he's got 2 chips to cash in. So let's see, he's going to the bottom.
Yeah.
And this one Also
looking
under the rock there. Thinks that the value is at the bottom, and of course it is a game of chance. So you know, everyone's
Here we
got their
go.
own little
Next one.
superstitions.
I would love to change that.
Ooh, 2K.
2,000 euros for this gentleman.
Good job.
One more black envelope.
Is he going to find a big one here? Ooh.
This is 6,000
Oh, wow.
euros. Congratulations.
That's a nice haul.
That's a nice pull.
Yeah. There's
8K.
still 10 500 euros in there. So that's
exactly.
a nice fade. I mean, he's picked up pretty decent as far as things go. 8K, and this is Fabian Bartschuk. You could see, follow his journey on Instagram. He's one of these guys that's updating all the time and posting his poker lifestyle over there.
My whole life.
Oh, he has many.
Wow, how many
Is
is
it
that?
5?
4, 5?
4 or 5. He just keep going.
Yeah, he's just
gonna get them all.
He's blitzing it, so good chance to pick up some big ones here.
5 envelopes.
5 envelopes coming up. for
Holy
Fabian.
moly.
And inside 500 euros. 500
The first
euros.
500 pull.
That's bad luck.
Just a reminder. When you open call, you put the card, so you have to show. Don't put the button or
Second
something,
envelope.
you know, on the.
Next one then.
Don't hide that.
And this is another 500 euros.
Another 500 so far, not going well for Fabian, but still 3 to go.
I remember when I played once, basically you're sweating people going up and getting them. We were chanting 250, which was the minimum, you know, 250. And a big Sorry for your ears there, guys. That was unexpected after the poll start. 15K, so he's in for 16,000 for 3 pulls. He won't
Looking
care
pretty
too much.
chill. He didn't jump through the roof. But yeah, so far 16K total and another 500.
500.
500 euros.
Imagine if he pulls the 20 as well now.
mean,
Everyone would
that would
just
be-
be at him.
The last envelope.
You're heading up to the hotel room and going to bed at that point.
Yeah.
The tournament's over.
Let's see.
And this is
4,000.
euros.
Another
4,000 euros
4,000.
for this
So I believe that's
Congratulations to you.
3 500s, a 15K, and a 4,000. So 20,500. That's that's a good portion of the prize pool.
Yeah, as you can see, he's jumping around the stage. Really happy.
Yep.
Just trying to steal more envelopes.
In very classic German style, you know, they don't tend to let the emotions spill over too often.
Yeah. Or maybe 17, 18K, or even more. He won. It's like for you and me,
20.5. It's just another day in the office.
€2 for an ice cream.
Yeah,
for us.
exactly.
So,
No chance.
anyone else coming up? Yep, here we have more envelopes. So as we said, all the players that has won a bounty, they can draw in this break, or they can hold on to their chips and wait to the next break, or even later in the stages. So it's up to the player to decide.
5K.
5,000 euros.
Gotta be happy with that.
Congratulations to you.
Yeah,
Good draw. Good draw.
definitely. And he had one more.
I
Oh,
think
that's it for him.
Yeah,
All right.
Nice pull.
We have
Yep.
one more. Yes, we have one more. One
Yes,
more
we
draw.
have one more.
Big one. Pick the best one.
Digging deep. Oh, he's shuffling.
Oh, whoa, okay.
Trying
I
to
think
get a
he's-
feel.
I'm feeling a
Which is the
500
heaviest
here.
one.
Yeah.
He jinxed himself,
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Or
We have
Oh,
1,000.
1,000.
Second lowest, not bad.
Congratulations to you.
He knew that money was guaranteed, as we don't give you the zero pulls. I think
Yeah.
those ones are a bit harsh, aren't they? Especially as
It
most
is,
of the
yeah.
time you had to take a pretty significant gamble to get one in the first place. So
Yeah.
coming up empty-handed is a bit harsh. But Fabian Bartschuk continuing his great live run. And 20,500 from 5, not too bad.
not too bad, yeah. But the way we're going now with all the extra things being added, I mean, soon we will have like that. Half of them are
Yeah.
empty, or just you have to
Don't even
bungee
play
jump.
poker anymore.
Yeah,
It's just a mystery bounty. Just
just
pick what you want.
fall through a hole in the scene, like, oh, you're gone, mate.
See you later.
Yeah. All right. So we still have then 16 players remaining in the mystery bounty, €1,100 buy-in, and it's a ring up top as well, of course. For the winner, will go to Bahamas as well.
5K package, US dollar value, 2,500 mystery bounties, so they're not going to be able to escape that one again. And that's going to be followed up by the accommodation prize as well. So, yeah, some time for the Bahamas for one of these 16 contestants. And let's get back to the action and see what we've missed out on.
Let's go. Oh, we're actually down to 14 with the double elimination we just had, and also on the outer table. So the redraw was made on 14 then. Wow. So we had several eliminations at the same time, almost. So this is the 7 players coming to the feature table now. Recognize a few of them since before.
We do have the German Fabian there, Bartschuk. Just
the composed bounty
puller extraordinaire. And Luca as well, Sorinen, as well as Andreas, who'd had the chip lead for most of the day and has even picked up a few extra chips, but just can't hack the heat compared to Fabian and Luca, who have been doing a lot of great work on the outer tables.
Yeah, so here he is, or was, Fabian. As we're still waiting for the graphics, here we go with the Risto. 6s is the choice to race with, and still the 10k level, so it makes it a min race to 20. Luca getting out of there. What about Andreas? This time not a short stack he's up against, so maybe not worth getting in the mix with the ace. Deuce only. It's a lot to get another bounty. Fabian, our most winner of bounties so far then, both in numbers and in payday. What about Marco? Also has the ace deuce, as we saw, blocked when folded, the same hand just moments ago, but he comes along. See if he can find any of the 2 aces remaining then. Does not, but a deuce is there, and some scare cards of course for Risto, the 8 and the 10 over his pair. Likely to continue of course, as your opponent so many times misses. I think you see in the top right corner there's only 1 ace and 1 deuce left to help Marco if he comes along to this bet from Risto. $80k, big bet.
Yeah, surprised to see. 18. There we go. And
surprised me.
Surprised when Marco was instantly reaching for chips as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you double pot bet?
No problem.
I'll come.
I've got bottom pair. Could have gone for a check raise here as Marco, just to clear out some equity. It's going to be a board that you're going to see a decent amount of bets, and our deuce is looking for some protection.
Yeah.
Can even get hands like this to fold as well, so there's multiple good things that can happen on the check raise. 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s potentially out of the way, as well as clearing out a bit of equity. So check down to the river. 6s are good. And would seem odd to turn 6s into a bluff here. I guess we're just happy to try and check and take it to showdown. Do still beat a deuce, which is exactly what Marco has.
And looking at a few of the other tournaments running, of course you have all the live updates on allybetevents.com. But we have the big main event, of course. We'll
Jenny Westerland and David Vinaya. Wow.
Yeah, still in. Xiaofei Wang also. I saw him win a really huge pot just recently. He's in 3rd place. He was the 4th place finisher in the 5K we streamed the other day.
He certainly was.
And he won a really big pot again of Roy van der Reinst, who was the chip leader, but he's still in with 1.7 million.
Igor Beheliosin is in there. Gunnar Verde, Andrew King from
Rasmus
Ireland.
Lundström hanging on.
Oh, hello. Good job, Rasmus.
26 remaining. Rasmus currently in 18th place in the chip count.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah. Although we'll see how much of day 3 we actually get to see tonight, because this one seems to be going rather long, and they will only play down to the final table in the main event. And it might be that that is done before we're done with this event, actually. So if you want to follow all the action, we recommend the blog on olivetevents.com for the main event updates.
What's the average stack? We might get an indicator as to
1.7.
Yeah, so it's over 40 big blinds, 43 big blinds. So I think we've got a decent fighting chance of seeing some main event action. But yeah, as Andreas says, it's not a guarantee at this point.
Yeah, we'll see. Depends on if someone can run over this final table when it comes.
Well, it could be Fabian, right, with all the
bounty.
chips.
Yeah.
And just had a look at his Instagram. He max late reg. So some people are just blessed, aren't they?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you know, a couple of hours later, he's got the full chip lead here.
Yeah. He does.
And 20,500 in bounties. It's a good day to be Fabian over there, the Poker Code ambassador.
Absolutely. Now then, 10 high board, 2 hearts, middle pair for Risto with the backdoor flush as well. And for Fabian, who's betting though, just nothing to the board.
Quite a large bet.
And this time more understandable. That is a quick call from Risto. There's the queen.
Interesting turns. So both players turning top pair. Risto, of course, has a second pair sneakily alongside.
Yeah.
I think we want to be checking back this queen 4 here.
I don't think he will though.
No, it doesn't look like it, does it? Flushes complete, you're behind some hands like Queen Jack, Queen 8, Queen 6 suited would call the flop as well potentially. Queen 9.
So half pot bet from Fabian.
And only the 10 would save him in the form of a chop by the looks of it. Risto doesn't really have any reason to raise here with his Queen 8. Quite happy to see a river card. Maybe somewhat, or should I say ever so slightly concerned about some better holdings in the range. Fabian will have some flushes, some straights, some better 2 pairs and some sets potentially, but bit of a weird size down on the turn from Bartchuk.
Now it goes check, right? And Fabian throws the hand.
Yep. No good. Versus the Queen 8 on the 4-liner as well. The German player has to be worried about some straights completing as well, so would be way too thin to seek the value. So
continue looking at the other events ongoing. We have the final table of the first ever Sweden ring event. We have 4 players remaining. The ever so talked about in terms of Sweden, Peter Laterra is unfortunately out in 6th place.
He wrote the book.
Yeah, almost. And Anders Öhman, that we touched on earlier as well, the bowling Hall of Famer, he's out in 5th. So now we have 2 Swedes and 2 Finns fighting for the glory and the money and the package to Bahamas. We have Niklas Rullekung Nordblom, we have Sami Säminen, Jarkko Sokas, and Torgil Hellman. Those are the 4.
Has he ever had a perfect game, the 300?
Many, yeah.
Many, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's an insane level. It's one of those sports where the thing is, once you get that good, it's so repetitive, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's no kind of changes in conditions. It's just how much can you keep that arm in play?
Yeah. I watched him play numerous times, and it's just another level.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the pins are going flying, and
yeah, you know the way they screw it. And so you think it's going to the rail, right?
And then it just pulls in at the
right
end.
In the end.
Yeah, that's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely
quite fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Queen 9 deuce that. Should have muted the mic, didn't want to potentially wake a couple of you up that are waiting for the next mystery bounty envelopes.
Yeah, exactly. Just snoozing until the next pulls. Yeah, we'll see how many envelopes we have for the next break coming up. It seems like almost everyone choose to draw in the first break, right? That had one.
Yes.
I think so. But you are allowed, as we said, to save them for later.
Yeah, you
Because
can.
if you want to be watch the others, hoping for all the 500s to go and then jump in, or if you want to go in the beginning, so you're sure that the 20k is still in there.
Exactly. Yeah, I think you need to play at least a couple from the beginning. You know, because once the big ones go, the average value just completely drops. And then on the flip side,
playing this deal or no deal.
Exactly.
thing.
Do I take the box? Do I not? So. On the flip side of that, if you wait and you are correct, then the average value shoots up.
Yeah.
Oh, is that going to be
Omaha?
No. Is that going to be a misdeal, or did he just take that card back? They're figuring out which one it was.
Seems like they did.
So they did take it back.
I mean, it's a mystery tournament. You can just take one.
Yep, exactly. What have you got over there?
Doesn't matter.
Aha.
Still, this event is still just pure luck.
Exactly. I raise you with just the Jack of Spades.
He's 3 suited now in the hijack for Fabian.
Should
Of course,
be.
with the million in chips we're raising here.
Absolutely. Happy to get involved.
Makes it min 20. And
Dimitri in the
has
small
maybe a taker.
blind. Yeah, is he going to fight back with the ace-10 here? Calling or 3-betting, I think, are the only 2 options. I think folding would be really weak at this stage. And also, calling allows the short stack Steven to potentially come along in the big blind, so that's why he's gone with that option. Jack 9-5 rainbow. Swing and a miss. For both, I believe. A bet from Fabi. I'm not sure if Dimitri is going to plan to stick around here with the ace-10. Looks like a small c-bet gets the job done, unless Dimitri's led the flop. Looks to be stacking chips. We really don't have any information on that one. Yeah, Dimitri did indeed lead the flop on the Jack 9-4. Interesting.
Yeah.
Saying is that his small blind peeling range is going to be quite sort of middle to high dense, so he's going to have lots of hands like Queen 10 and Queen Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9. King Jack, Queen Jack, so the fancies himself as hitting that board quite a lot and feels compelled to raise, and it was a nice bluff.
Andreas now, King 8 goes to the muck.
Back to Fabi with the 9s. Brings it 20 to go. Marco is going to peel ace-jack off. Bestow Dimitri out of the way. Alongside Steven. And Lucas Oironen in the big blind with the 7-4 suited.
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out how much Fabi's working with over there, just to see if
Do
he
I
covers
cover
him.
you or not? Yeah,
exactly.
Of course, that's the thing, and he doesn't.
He doesn't
Fabian
indeed.
has slightly more. So he gets the bad news, but still calls, of course. Just asked to know. Yeah, of course, he wants to know. He already was calling, but he wants to know for the remainder of the hand. And it's better to ask now than do it in the middle of the pot, of course.
Yep, and just for
So-
fun, asking about whether we can show the 3K or not. No, not in the plans.
It's not. But we will be streaming this one till the end, and then if there's still game in the main event, it will be done as well. But this one's going to take a while, so we'll be having plenty of mystery bounty action. And here's some action as the 9 falls on the turn.
Drilling is, I think, the German for a set, and drilling indeed. As he drills the 9 on the turn. And he has Marco stone dead now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to play a lot of poker in Austria, and they were just, shouting random phrases, so I quickly picked it up.
Because they did it against you.
Yeah, exactly.
They were jumping around the tables.
Ikabakula, yeah. Okay, nice one, pal.
Nice way to learn a new language.
Yeah.
Getting...
Yeah, shouting damn when they wanted the queen. I was
yeah.
It sounds kind of rude, doesn't it, in English? But
yeah. No Damen on this board, though.
No.
And Marco, of course, calling with the ace-jack.
And really innocuous looking 3, and I'm expecting a large bet to be incoming here from Fabi.
Yeah, he looks as happy as when he pulled the 15k envelope, actually.
He's kind of one of those guys, he's got a really steely table presence, you know. He's not really talking much. He's doing a lot of his interacting on social media, where he's got a decent community of people watching his live poker journey. Don't think he plays much online, mostly focusing on traveling around. And one of those guys chasing the Hendon Mob glory, you know, with all of the flags and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So don't be surprised if you see him at your local tournament series, because he's just about everywhere, this guy. Yeah. Must be a booking.com VIP.
Yeah. Has a gold card on everything.
Oh, yeah.
Or diamond level, maybe. Yeah, only person beating him then will be Koen Roos.
Is that the guy we saw the other day with the Iceland flags and stuff like that, was it?
Yeah, he's now traveling around trying to beat the record for, was it last year that Dominic French is the name, all right?
What?
He had 51 flags, I think. And I think Koen now has 31 so far this year. So I saw he updates on Facebook, and he wrote, all the flags he put in also in the post. So he cashed in, I think, 4 different countries in 1 week last week. So, but now Fabian has put the pressure on Marco for sure, trying to get another bounty.
Yeah, this is nasty for Marco, checking back the flop, I believe, and now facing the... did he stab the flop in position? I can't quite remember. We were chatting about something.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
That too, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it went check on the turn. On the flop.
Yeah, on the flop.
And he's going to call it off and get shown.
And then he shows one at a time as well.
Yeah, as soon as he sees the first one and how quickly and confidently they're getting turned over, he knows the bad news.
Yeah.
Ace-Jack. What are you really going to do in that spot? You do block some hands like Jack 10, Jack 8 that could potentially be in there, but so hard to find the fold when you play the check back on the flop. It's really only 9s, potentially 7s, and top set which you block that beat you in that spot. So unfortunate.
Really, yes. And here we see only one short stack now on the table. Steven with just 9 bigs. A little bit less even, and looking to get something going really quick. And of course all of the others are targeting Steven now, wanting that bounty, wanting to be the one eliminating him. And Fabian now with that elimination got another yellow ship, which are the bounty ones. So in the next break we can expect him at least to be on the stage for another envelope, or maybe more if he get some more elimination done before that, because it's an hour and a half, I think, approximately, till the next break when we have the next bounty pool. Now there are some cards almost mixed up. I think we're good.
And it just gets better and better for Fabi.
It does.
8-7 suited again. Don't see why he wouldn't be getting involved here. He's got the Estonian short stack.
Is he in the blinds now?
Yeah, I think he's in the small blind or the big blind now. Can't quite remember which, but Risto is also looking over his left, trying to figure out whether he wants to go.
I can drill this.
I can find the drilling, yes.
And eliminate maybe the short stack Steven, but it seems like he's folding. Yeah. It's not in the blinds. Luca, King Jack off in the small.
Yeah, kind of an interesting scenario now, because you know that both players are going to be a little bit wider than usual, trying to hunt that short stack. So could be quite a nice spot for a squeeze here, going sort of 110k, something around that region. Very capable player from Finland, and that's exactly what he's trying to figure out now. What's going to be my best chance of... Oh, a little foldy there. Interesting.
Andreas, Jack 10.
Andreas, though, likely to complete.
Yeah, does. 3 ways to the flop. Let's see if we can find that 4 then. We do not.
Would have been a nice board for Luca, but he did get out the way with his King Jack, so... Fabi
was the one opening the action and actually hits the board, so expect him to make a little 25, 30k.
Yeah.
24 is it?
.24 indeed. Risto out the way, and Andreas has absolutely squadoosh. So no continue from him either. 13 left now.
Yeah.
Playing for, of course, a decent amount of bounties in play. I believe last time I checked that the big one, the 20k, is still in there.
Should be, yeah.
You'd feel like Fabi is one of the favorites to find it. He's got all the momentum in his side. He's having a real run. Just for those of you tuning in now, he did max late reg this tournament. So would have only brought in with about 16 big blinds and has been on quite the spin. 5 bounties for him and 20.5k in bounty earnings alongside the guaranteed prize at this moment of, I think it's about, was it just under 2k right now for these guys?
Yeah, should be right. We have, let's see, a little bit less, but where is it?
Xiaofei Wang, the chip leader of the main event now. Yeah, so the current payout is 1250.
Yes.
And all of the final tablists will get 1750 up to 22,550 for the winner.
Yes. Plus a lot of bounties, most likely, of course. All right. With that, I'm leaving you for a little while, George.
No problemo, sir.
We go on.
So Luca did just fold the King Jack offsuit. Now having a little look at his Queen 6, a bit of a downgrade, so not sure what he's thinking about, to be honest. Fabi with the Queen 4, chip leader. He's up against second or third in chips with the healthy 80 big blinds out of position, and is going to choose to defend the Queen 4. Unfortunately dominated on this occasion. Ace 9 7, 2 spades. Swing and a miss for both, but you feel like Risto is going to be the overwhelming favorite to win this hand. Any kind of bet should do it. Quick fold there from Fabian. And Risto, the Estonian, looking mean and pulling in another pot with a decent stack now. Looking to challenge the chip lead of Fabian Bartschuk here on the feature table. We've got 2 other tables, or 1 other I should say, in progress at the moment. Playing down to the final and beyond. So cards back in the air. Not seen too many fireworks over the last orbit or so. And it's one of those tables where these guys in sort of second, third, fourth in chips on this table are pretty much also second, third and fourth in the tournament. We've got the majority of the chips in play over at this table here. Average is about 450, and we've got Luca on almost 900, Andreas on over 800, Fabi with 1.5 million. So it's a little bit of lopsided sort of chip distribution in this one. Andreas peeling with the 9-8 suited. That might get rid of Fabi from the small. No need to be continuing with these types of hands out of position. And of course, Risto as well has almost 850k to his name. So just to show you how many chips are in play at this table, which you'd think, oh well, bigger stacks, more action, but kind of the other way around, as they're just kind of tiptoeing around, looking to make that final, not looking to dent themselves too much in the build-up. King high board, great one for Risto, the Estonian, completing the big blind. Luka has not a lot. Ace high with some backdoor stuff going on, and Andreas, I feel like he might take a stab here with the gutter. 3 ways, check to him. He can put a lot of pressure on this big blind, who's going to be in the sandwich. You know, even a hand like a hand as strong as second pair could just consider folding in the sandwich a decent amount of the time. And Andreas with a nut draw, any 7 of non-club variety would be the nuts. So by betting here, going to at least buy himself a free turn card, and has the beauty of being able to reassess on the turn. Anyway, Luka with the ace-9 off. Yeah, I thought he was thinking about getting frisky there with the check raise, which would have been very aggressive, and doesn't. King on the turn, and that one's going to almost seal the deal for Risto now, improving to trips. Andreas has to think about hands that he can get to fold now on this turn card, right? So it's going to be obviously never getting a fold from a king. And the only hands that he could really target now is going to be flush draws or worse straight draws, just to clear out a bit of equity. Let's see what sizing he's gone for. 85. That is going to get another continue from Risto. Taking a little bit of time trying to pretend like he's weak. Oh! The offsuit 7 on the river. And the nut straight for Andreas. And that's why you, when you barrel, have some equity, because you could always get there. That's an option. And that get there he has, with this 9-8 and a really disguised hand. Now, does he go for it all? Would be around 235% pop. I think it might be a little too greedy, but I think an overbet is coming with this type of hand. We unblock the King X. We know that his continue on the turn, having called in the sandwich on the flop, is going to be strong. Expecting a big bet here with the disguise straight. He's gone for 2/3. Which I think is leaving a bit of money on the table. I think the king is going to be inelastic here and is going to call, you know, up to 150% pot quite easily. So, are we? I mean, if Risto's considering folding this versus 200, that would be quite something as well. But where are the bluffs coming from? Would a hand like 7-8 suited now bet the river in this manner? No, probably taking the showdown, right? Versus some of the 6x or the flush draws, missed flush draws. So, would have to be a rather counterintuitive play. And if he thinks that his opponent hasn't really got many bluffs, what value does he beat? Potentially King 9, King 8 suited. I mean, the spidey senses are in full force right now if he's considering getting away from this one for 2/3 pot. Really examining his opponent here with intent. What a fold! How did he figure that one out? Wow, he's going to be delighted with himself. I thought he was going to be snapping that off, and he just figured it out. He just realized, you know, what bluffs are there? Would have to be just some kind of missed clubs. Only a couple of combinations of those compared to all of the King X. All of the hands like the flop sets that turned to full house as well, so nice job. Guess bluffs could come from hands like pocket deuces, pocket threes, pocket fours. So Stephen's been pretty patient, but that patience is unfortunately not paid off for him. Andres opening it up, 10-4 suited for Fabi. Don't expect to see much here from the young German. Risto out of the way, and Dimitri in the big blind with the 6-5 suited, surely getting involved. Those of you just tuning in, we are on Saturday here at the World Series of Poker Circuit event in Tallinn. One of the biggest events of the year in Northern Europe. And we have coverage of the Mystery Bounty Day 2 being shown until a winner. And following that, if we have time for the Day 3 of the main event, then we're going to go with the closing stages of the action in that tournament. A couple of familiar faces deep in that one. Those of you that are up for the marathon session of the 5K will remember the name David Vanaya, the ring winner of the 5K. Taking home 94,000 plus the 5K package earlier in the week, and back in the mix in the 1500 main event. Looking forward to potentially seeing some of him. Also in there is Rasmus Lundström, who's been on some commentating duties this week. Very insightful player and doing well in live poker over the course of his start to his career. Making another run in a big field main event. Anyway, back to the action here between Dimitri and Andreas has got a nice hand to continue barreling. Would like to see quite a large sizing here, I think would work quite well. We can get a lot of hands to fold, 7Xs, 6Xs, 5-3, 5-4. And we're not going to be betting like all of our overpairs and stuff like that, so I think the polarization is a good strategy here. Just to say, look, I've got 2 pair plus or a set or a straight. Let's go for 80 into a 118. Thinking about something maybe a little bit more geometric, really applying the pressure. Now, for this sizing, this hand is just under so much less pressure than the big polarizing turn bomb, which, you know, we're not going to find that often because it's just not really a board where we have loads of great hands. So he may be deciding in his smaller size that he was still going to bet all of his overpairs for that size, and that kind of, you know, balances up that. But left with Jack high on the river now. Can certainly have 8x in range, having bet the flop and the turn. And does check back, waving the white flag there. So, Dimitri will be very happy to see that. I thought that we were going to see a little bit more grit from the Lithuanian, but not to be. Surrendering with the Jack 10. So 13 left, and it's Fabian Barczuk, the current chip leader, with 121 big blinds. Not too bad of a spot at all for him. Andreas and Luca in that chasing pack. And then Risto, Dimitri, slightly behind with Steven right at the back of the race right now. Soirenin with the 7-6. Not getting involved. Abby, not sure what he's thinking about here with the 7-5. Just running down the clock a little bit. Risto out of the way with 3 deuce, you'd hope. Okay, so we do have Steven in the big blind, so Fabi was thinking about potentially getting involved. And Steven folding queen 6 suited in the big blind there versus the raise. That is, yeah, not ideal at this stage. You just got to defend and when you're getting a good price and try and go with it. Instead is really crippled now and just waiting for a monster premium to give himself any hope, but the likelihood is, as we are down to 12, that we're going to be losing Steven before the final table. Ace 5 for Fabian. Nice. And to start driving the action with, looking to target Steven in the small blind there. Aristo with ace queen offsuit. Think we're going to see a peel. Again, heavily incentivized to keep the short stack in. Or given the opportunity to squeeze jam where he can stay under-repped with this ace queen. 9-3 for Steven. It's getting desperate. Only sub 5 big blinds now, and Luca Soirenin likely to just close out the action with the queen jack. Don't really see much of a reason to 3-bet this one. Let's see if he's got any other ideas. Don't think we're going to be so linear, and the issue is that Risto's flatting range can be a little bit stronger than usual with the short stack behind. He might even just play a pure flat in that spot, which means all of a sudden that there's lots of hands like aces, queens, kings lurking in there from time to time. Does go for the squeeze. Does Luca. Makes it 130 to go. And the first thing that most people think about when summarizing what a 4-bet bluff could be in a certain spot would be ace 5 suited. So are we going to see that put into play once again? Yeah, I would love to know what the 3-betting range is supposed to be in theory here with all of these considerations. Very difficult to figure it out, of course, as it's a unique event, the mystery bounty format. Just having a look at the chat. Yeah, Risto is the real deal. I mean, that was an incredible fold, and now going for the back jam with the ace queen and getting rid of Luca here, who, once he got through Fabi's tanking shenanigans, would have fancied that he's picking up the pot a decent amount at the time, but knows now how strong that peel can be. Some information saying Luca is coached by Joel Lismaki. Not particularly familiar with that name. Not sure as to what's going on here with the tank. Getting back jammed here. Don't think we're really in the spot to just windmill it in and hope to see the sort of 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s region. So 12 left in the mystery, and it's looking like another live final table for Fabian Bartschuk, the German traveling pro, with a dominating scenario in his favor right now. 119 big blinds, 1.4 million in play. Andreas was 74, Risto 73, Luca 60. Just took a bit of a hit there with the squeeze. Thought it might be a spot where we were going to be a bit more polar.
Ace king off, right?
And it says ace king off right. Was almost correct.
Folding a shove. There could only be one. Or like couple. King jack suited, ace five suited. Thanks for giving me so much credit.
A bit of banter between the two young bucks. Stephen with the ducks. Is he going to put his trust in the mighty hand? Does have the benefit of playing for the side pot as well. And what I mean by that is the blinds and antes, and he's going to get re-ISO'd a half decent amount of the time too. Luca here, 9-4 suited. You know, the chip leader's opening under the gun. Don't see what decision we have here apart from maybe wasting a bit of time, because he's got the chip leader on his left and he's just hoping that to wind the clock down, because he feels as though his spot is not the best one with two big stacks to his direct left. Of course, Risto as well, is the Estonian, has a lot of chips. So that might be the subtle reason for the slight tank fold there with a hand that was never going to be V-pipping. Andres with ace-8 offsuit in the big blind. Could go for a click here. I think all three options really. I mean, folding seems a little weak considering how wide Fabi's going to be. I think I like this option, this kind of click. Going something like 125. Looks like he's got a bit of added meat on the bone. Trying to ISO here, and wow, it's gone quite big there, 160. As the open was, as the action was reopened. It's like the dealer likes the look of Fabi there, just licking her lips, eyeing him up and down. Could be getting lucky tonight, son. Another fringy spot for Fabi. Could potentially be thinking about a 5-bet bluff. Didn't take it with the ace-5 suited in the last hand. Versus the 3-bet squeeze of Soroinen. I think it definitely would have worked. As ace queen would have folded behind. Does just let it go. It's pretty weak hand. He's going to be annoyed to see the ace-8 though. And it's going to be another classic race as Stephen gets exactly what he was looking for. Action behind. And now, all of a sudden, he's playing for well over a triple up. Ace in the window, killing the hopes and dreams of the shorter stack. And now, looking for a magic duck on the river. Is it going to be a quack quack? It's not. 7 comes, and that will spell the elimination of Stephen. Just didn't really get much going towards the end, and is unfortunately hitting the rail in 11th. So 10 left. We've got a table of 5, and that should mean that there is another table of 5 downstairs, or down the stairs, I should say. Not sure what Luke is up to there. Looks like he's hopefully not puffing on a vape or something like that, but pretty sure that's not allowed. Little phone break for some of the players. I'll be checking their football accumulator or something like that. Okay, so we're going to be going to a redraw break very shortly. It's going to be 26 minutes. Yeah, we're just getting confirmation on whether there's been an elimination on the other table. And then it would be the full final 9 redraw. Cards are not in the air. So let's wait for the official confirmation before we decide how to go. That is decided now. 9 hits the number on the main information screen, and we will be seeing you in 26 minutes. So stay tuned for the final table of the Mystery Bounty coming up next.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker circuit events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open face Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the All A Bit food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. Now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you will see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials to not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to alibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Sweden Special Ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but you know, it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players.
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes, and we have 810 and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But yeah, we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned. Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Karlsson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you're having such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social, taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends, and play a lot of hands as well. So
okay, that's part of your strategy.
It is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're going to play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so I'm going to play the mini main today. I first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to go through to day 2. Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always love a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring on that finger.
Yes, so hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know, actually, you talking about the ladies event, you won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right?
Yeah, I won in Vilnius, So that's why I also going to Queens of Tallinn in August.
Yeah.
Because I won a ticket in that tournament, so yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament here in Tallinn.
I'm so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker, and we're so few compared to the guys.
Yeah.
So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in, with warm, good arms. So please join.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then
Yeah,
in
a lot of
August.
smiles and a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Rhea. We're going to send you back and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOPC Tallinn 2025, and I'm joined by familiar face Scott Pokerbras Kenyon. How are you, sir?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. I'm looking forward to this week. It's now the third WSOPC circuit, I believe, in a row here that we've done, as well as many other events in Tallinn. What keeps bringing you back?
I mean, you know me, mixed games. Always the mixed games. It's a spicy array this time because obviously the buy-ins are a little bit juicier with it being a World Series event. Obviously the prestige of the ring plus the potential of the 5K added package to Bahamas.
Yeah.
Yeah, love the mixed games. And to
that
see like a 1K 8-game tournament, 555 Sweden as ring events. It's
and that gives that extra level of intensity and prestige to the smaller sort of field events, which means that all of a sudden your onus completely shifts from the larger fields to now, you know, let's get in there, let's get hunting. What's the strategy?
I mean, for me, I always play a sort of somewhat solid-ish game along the way, sort of build the stack as and when it can come. Yeah, it's... I made a bit of a mistake, actually, in one of the events. I feel a bit too late, I think. Particularly for the mixed games events here. There's action from the start. It's not like the old days where you would start with like 200 big bets deep and you're passing basically nothing. The first levels are meaningful levels. So I made a bit of an error coming a bit late. I want to make sure that like I'm here for the start of the tournaments.
Yeah.
Because there is blood from the start in these.
Yeah. So you want to be in there straight away. You want to maybe, without sounding a little bit too like a vulture, you want to seize some of the value that could be in there from people that maybe aren't so experienced in those formats, and they tend to bust out quite quicker as well.
For sure.
Especially when they're used to, let's say, pot limit or no limit formats, and they're just kind of in every hand, just, you know, spraying it about.
And equally, it's just helpful to get a sort of profile on the table. If you come late, you come in cold, you miss some of that information that a lot of the other people are going to have. So I think it's a benefit that you want to be there from the start. You want to be able to profile your players accordingly as to how you think they're playing and spot, like you say, not to be too much of a vulture, but to spot the value on the table. So I think that would be my top tip. You want to be there from the start.
Mm-hmm. And what are you looking forward to most? In which event?
8-game tomorrow. 1K 8 game. It's cool that they've upped the buy-in for that, because last time it was a 350. We know, of course, Franco won the ring in the 350 last time, defending champion. I know he will be coming back to defend his title. But yeah, big difference between 350 and 1K. Few people unhappy about that. I think a few people think it's a little bit too much, but yeah, it's WSOP.
Yeah, exactly. Under the brand of the big name. Also, you're still going to get over 100 runners.
For sure.
For sure, right?
Yeah,
so
I would think so. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nice. And have you been brushing up your 8-game skills? And how do you do that for people watching at home?
Not much, actually. So I play mostly Hold'em online. That's unfortunately the sort of what we have these days, barring
you can't
a
make
series.
a living playing 8-game, $5.50 tournaments, can you?
Barring a series, barring a big series. I mean, I did play Scoop. Got one final table there, got third in a deuce of 7 triple draw. So that keeps the 8-game skills kind of fresh, the mixed game skills fresh. But yeah, on a week-to-week basis, there's very little in terms of, like you say, $5 tournaments, $10 tournaments, and just very small prize pools. It's not like the glory days we had in the past with full tilt and such.
Yeah, it's not worth getting your teeth stuck into, really, because no one's really making any money there.
Yeah, and it's a shame because I love the mixed games. But you even see, like Omaha tournaments, for example, a lot of the sites that used to have big guarantees, they've had to pull out of some markets, and so they're
getting smaller. That was what I was grinding for a while, Omaha tournaments. It started quite fresh, quite exciting, and then all of a sudden it's just the same faces all over.
But I do see on GG and Olibet they're pretty good at the moment. They actually have an Omaholic series, I believe, this week. So good to see that a bit of a spotlight has been put onto the Omaha and bigger prize pools, bigger possibilities.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for that. But in terms of mixed games, you wouldn't really classify Omaha as a mixed game, I guess, anymore, right? It's
I kind of do, actually.
Do you?
I kind of do. So I've had this discussion with many mixed game savants, and a lot of them disagree with me. They think, no, it's not a mixed game. For me, I feel like the the table chatability, it's kind of likening to the mixed games where you get a lot of friendliness, a lot of chatting with the Omaha. But equally, you see Omaha mixes these days. You see Omaha 4-5, Omaha 4-5-6. Surely that is a mix when you're having these different formats, these different variants of Omaha in a tournament.
That's why I'd call something like Sveton, something like Triple Board, something like Big O. I would call them mixed games, but I would just call Pot Limit Omaha. It's kind of such a standardized game now.
But what about 5-card PLO? What about 6-card PLO? Do you class those as...
that's just Pot Limit Omaha with different amount of cards.
Just more cards.
Yeah. So I think once you're bringing in the high-low and you're bringing in multiple boards and you're bringing in kind of extra sort of facets of the game, that's when it becomes a mixed game. But I think that having played Omaha for years, it doesn't feel like mixed really, because in mixed games I think that, you know, as a recreational, as a player, just as a human being around the table, sometimes you feel inclined to help people out that clearly don't have a clue what's going on. Whereas in Omaha, that's kind of, you know, the line is a bit more blurry in that sense because the rules are so much easily defined. The games are running 10 times more. So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of, you know, in Hold'em and Omaha, it's like if you join to the cash game downstairs and you're clueless, that's kind of takes some accountability for that. But if you join an 8-game cash game table, right, and it's just 2-2 and people are having fun, then, you know, I've never really seen the people on those tables as the true vultures. You know, they're not there to just kind of, you know, rinse everybody.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. By the way, someone had... So, do you ever play Raz? Have you ever played Raz before?
Very badly.
Someone gave me a very sick idea on how to make Raz a better game.
Yeah, because it's so dry. And
it's quite dry in the sense that, obviously, just a lot of the information is there, and good hand is good hand, bad is...
It's kind of like, oh, I've got a bad board, so...
Yeah. So someone gave me this sick idea that you play Raz the same way you would normally play it, but you have a pitcher qualifier, which means your hand has to contain a jack or a queen or a king, or your hand is dead.
So then it incorporates a bit more skill, right? Because then you're like, well, what's he actually working with?
And there's some bluffing elements, because if you're showing a low only board, do you have the pitcher underneath? Your Raz hand can look fantastic, but do you have that pitcher that makes your hand live? Equally makes the bring in more attractive.
Yeah.
Because that way you have the pitcher. So if you have pitcher with 2 cards already, you've got a great start in hand.
You need the qualifier.
It allows a lot more playability of extra hands because you need this pitcher. I think it's a very interesting idea.
That does add a little bit of spice to it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. In terms of streaming, how's things going?
So I streamed at the Chinese event. Got very tilted because for the first time ever I let my battery run out during the stream. So I had to wait 10-15 minutes for my phone to charge up enough to actually restart the stream. And then proceeded to make a plethora of mistakes, like huge mistakes on the hands that I would never normally make.
How much of that was from the stress and the kind of...
I think it was. I think it just,
I can resonate with that.
So I was in for 3 bullets. Miracle still managed to get 5th place and actually made a bit of money on that. But yeah, played appallingly. For what my standard normally is in the Chinese, I was pretty appalled with how bad I played.
Yeah,
like huge mistakes. I had one hand where I had full house at the back, and I made a bigger full house in the middle and busted myself.
Oh, yeah.
I had another one where I had a big full house at the back, could have made a full house valid in the middle, but left trips there.
Brain fogged it.
Just like I say, it was
not your proudest moment,
but it happens.
You know,
we're all humans. We all make mistakes. It happens.
You know, I'm listening to a lot of podcasts about sort of sportsmen in general, and you know, people miss the 3-pointers at the end of the game. People miss the putts to win the major championships. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah,
so I wouldn't be too hard on yourself.
No, I'm not. Just I reflect on it, look back on it, and just it's one of those things. It happens, but yeah. And then sadly for the rest of the events, not able to stream them, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and I get it.
That's WSOP rulings, to be fair, because it's kind of in the new age of the influencer and the Instagram.
Unfortunately,
it kind of gets a little bit out of line if everyone's on the phone. I think it's also because
there are a lot of people who abuse the electronics. We've had so many situations lately. GTO Wizards. There was one with someone with a phone on the table and an earpiece and was getting information of what all the cards were.
Yeah, there was an infrared guy in Edinburgh that was beating the local 1-2 game for like insane amounts of money. So yeah, I mean, fair enough, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of one rule for everything. We had that situation on the final table of the main event that kind of brought a huge controversy and a Twitter kind of debate. And I think, unfortunately, in terms of a subsector that kind of loses out, it's going to be streamers. It's going to be do-good poker influencers. But for every one of you, there's going to be 10 people that are going to be using that device for nefarious activities.
Yeah.
So,
no, I fully understand it. Game integrity obviously has to be number one from the organizer's point of view. I fully respect and appreciate that as well. It's frustrating for me because all I want to do is spread the word of the mixed games.
But we have to preserve the longevity of the game.
Of course, yeah. And very important to do.
And in terms of commentating, we always love to have you in here. Which one would be your pick for the week that you'd want to join in on? Is it going to be main event? Is it going to be 1K PLO 4-5?
So I'm actually playing the 1K PLO 4-5.
Okay, so hopefully we're not going to see you in the commentary booth.
Hopefully you'll just see me on the table.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. But in terms of what to jump in on, it really depends like what I'm playing. If I'm out of things and I have some free time, I will hop in the booth.
Yep.
Obviously, I hope that's not the case, and I hope I'm just busy playing things. But yeah, I'm sure at some point you'll get me in.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much for joining us in the media room once again, Scott, and hopefully see you around this week.
Good to see you.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOP Circuit here in Tallinn, and it's 2025 and I'm joined by Andy Tillman. You've just been announced as the Chief International WSOP Circuit International Manager, is that correct?
International Tournament Director.
International Tournament Director. So you're going to be looking after every event upcoming on the roster, starting with Tallinn. You're going to be going to...
I go to Bratislava in a few days here to have the second event for us on the new season for WSOP Circuits. We'll also be rolling out for the first time outside of Vegas in the Bahamas, WSOP Plus in Bratislava. So have our tournament system with the app that everyone's been loving. And
yeah, and that's going to be rolling out there. And in terms of your international travel, how many passports do you go through a year? So you're on the road for how many days?
I'm on the road this year probably close to 300 days this year.
And how do you balance that with home time, family?
Very poorly. That's how we balance it. It's impossible. It's an impossibility being this busy with everything we're doing and building and trying to grow poker. It's, you sacrifice a little bit, but at the end of the game, it'll be better for everyone.
Absolutely. So would you say that that's where your passion lies? Because I read that you were dealing about 20 years ago and sort of made your way up. So what was it that really gave you the kind of breakthrough moment to start working more on the international stage as opposed to card rooms in the US?
It was probably when I first started doing the WSOP circuit in the U.S. and ran in the tournament director at the time and got invited to a tournament in Bratislava, Slovakia in 2009, I believe. Mm-hmm. And that just really kind of relit the fire to want to travel more, want to work more. And I've always enjoyed being in poker. I mean, this is my university job.
Yeah.
That I just kind of stumbled into and just enjoyed the environment and the people. And it's great. And I mean, just the travel and now working my way up, like you said, from dealer to like floor assistant to floor to manager, now to tournament director. It's been a long and fun road, but we're still enjoying it. I mean, now the new position's busier, doing more things, but it's really kind of even pushed the fire more.
So to those people out there that are kind of looking to follow in your footsteps, what would you say is the greatest strength you need to climb that ladder?
Probably the greatest strength is enjoying what you do, like really enjoying the environment and focusing on always learning, always trying to get better and understanding, never thinking that I know everything. I'm willing to learn every day and trying to find something new, a different perspective, different thoughts. And I'm consistently talking with other TDs, players, floors, just have other perspectives and outsides and not just having my own vision by myself.
Yeah, so working on that kind of emotional intelligence as you go as well, looking at other people's perspectives and just being open-minded towards that. Yeah, sounds good. Which is the favorite stop for you at the moment? You don't have to say Tallinn because I know we're here, but...
I mean, Tallinn has been nice. I mean, the venue is great. I mean, it's definitely something I was excited to see. This is my first time here, and it hasn't disappointed. But, I mean, it's really hard to beat Australia.
Yeah.
I mean...
Gold Coast
Gold Coast this year. And I was just there in May for a site visit and meeting everyone, and between just the relaxed Australian culture and the casino being, I don't know, 5-6 minute walk from the beach right there.
How
next to
sensational
Surfers
is that beach, by the way? It's
right
wow
down Broad
factor, right?
Beach is amazing. The casino is beautiful. Everyone's so friendly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the entire environment makes everything so relaxed but so much more fun.
Yeah.
So it's just an overall enjoyable experience for everything.
And
So
to add the prestigiousness of the WSOP brand, you get the international players coming in as well. It just there's always that kind of, I don't know if you feel this as well, but there's a buzz around these events. You know, it's just kind of that step up from, you know, a random tournament series to, hey, we're at the WSOP now. It just kind of adds that wow factor.
It adds a wow factor for sure, because I mean, WSOP is the biggest brand for poker on the planet, and I mean, everyone gets their chance to come and play on the circuit and do things like that. So it gives the experience and the opportunity for everyone that cannot go to Vegas or just doesn't have the bankroll to go to Vegas. So now you get your own chance at playing with that buzz, with that environment, and that actually really is the fun part of it.
I think so.
Because
Yeah.
everyone shows up and everyone seems to be genuinely excited to play.
Yeah, or whether it's a mini main or a high roller, it doesn't really matter. There's the same energy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so we have to ask you, just to close things out, with the controversy of the big characters at the WSOP this year, what's your take? Are you Team Cabrel or Team Kasuf, or can you be both?
I don't think you can be both. I mean, you and I both know Kasuf fairly well, and
yeah,
Will went far even for Will,
yeah,
and just that thing just got way out of hand, and both sides were just pushing, and I just can't be on Team Kasuf with everything there, because he was just abusive and things like that. Cabral, he's intense. He tends to really be on that razor's edge, but he's very rarely crossing it.
I don't think he ever does anything too wrong. And, you know, I met you years ago in Rozvadov as a player, right? And when we were dealing with guys like Cabral there, it was kind of a novelty, you know, in that local scene that hadn't really reached the bigger stage at that point. And then all of a sudden he started to play in the super high rollers and stuff like that. And I always just thought, you know what, this guy's kind of a master of the vocal side of the game, whereas a lot of people would say Kasuf was. But then, you know, when Kasuf busted out of the tournament, you saw this kind of tirade, and you were thinking, well, hang on a second, maybe it's not maybe it's not for his own benefit. It's just coming from a rather uncomfortable place, let's say.
Yeah,
and that's what it felt like. But thanks for coming on. Thanks for giving us your opinions on a couple of things.
Of course,
and
anytime,
looking forward to seeing you go about your business this week.
Yeah, I mean, we should have some fun here. I mean, it's going to be a great event. I mean, we're just getting ready to start up. The main event should have just put cards in the air and had shuffle up and deal, and should be a great main event.
Absolutely.
Still have a ton of events to go, and I mean, on to Bratislava next, and then
on to Bratislava. But it's always on to the next thing with you, isn't it?
I mean, go to
But you got to love it for that reason, huh?
I mean, between now and the end of the Bahamas, I have 10 events.
Yeah.
In 4 months?
Wow. Yeah.
So there'll be a lot of WSOP action coming to pretty much anyone everywhere right now. It's 10 events on 4 continents for me, and we still have others that, well, I just physically can't make to.
Yeah. So WSOP.com for all of that, guys. Check out the tournaments that could be local to you, and if not, Gold Coast is going to be the big one. Get yourself booked in for that one. Thanks very much for joining, Andy, once again.
Thank you, guys. See you guys. Enjoy.
Welcome back to Tallinn, Estonia. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Event 2025, and we just did some exercising to get us going.
Yeah, that was getting us pumped up and ready to go, feeling nice and loose and feeling ready for the final table of the Mystery Bounty. 8 players remaining, headlined by Fabian Bartschuk, the German, who's taken down 20.5k in bounties so far and has well over 1 million chips coming into the final table. So with no further ado, let's get to the action.
Here we are, and there's no one here.
Ladies
Teresa
and
will announce them for
gentlemen,
you.
This is the final table of the 1,100 euro No Limit Hold'em Mystery Bounty. We are down to our final 8 players, and this is ring event number 10. Let me introduce you to the final table. Taking seat number 1, he is the current chip leader with 1,031,000 in chips. From Lithuania, let's give a hand to Tadas Genserauskas. Seat 2 with 711,000 in chips. He is from Finland, Luka Sorainen. C3 with 714,000 in chips, also from Finland. Let's welcome Pasi Laihinen. From Estonia with 881,000 in chips, welcome Risto Pärnat. From Finland with 315,000 in chips, welcome Niilo-Pekka Niinikoski. Next up, he is second in chips with 1,003,000. He is from Germany. Welcome Fabian Bartuszk. And back to local players from Estonia with 668,000 in chips, Dmitry Dudakov. And finally, taking seat number 8 from Lithuania with 980,000 in chips, welcome Andrius Mazurkevičius. We have 8 minutes left on this level, and we're going to draw for the button.
Thank you, Teresa, once again doing a good job of the announcements. And here you have the final 8 of the Mystery Bounty. Everyone has locked up 3,150.
And this is a ring event, so it means that one of these players will also receive the added $5,000 package to World Series of Poker Bahamas in December. So that's an added $5,000 prize.
For the commentators? She said that, right?
She didn't
And the
quite
button
mention what we're
is on
getting.
seat number 8, which means that Andrius from Lithuania is starting off on the button. 8 minutes on the clock. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. Enjoy, have fun, and shuffle up and deal.
There we go. That's the final table for you. Final 8 in the Mystery Bounty Tournament. And no new pulls has been made in this break. They will be coming up later on. This was a redraw break or a final table setup break. So the full bounties, most of them are still to be pulled.
Yeah, and there's one player we haven't seen anything from, actually. That's Pasi from Finland. Another shrewd Finn, no doubt.
Yeah.
As there are many this week. Niilo, another player we've not seen too much of in this event. But Fabian, we've had our eyes on, 1 million. So chipped down slightly just before the final table. Did have about 1.5 at one stage. So facing a little bit of adversity, but still with the chip lead, I believe.
Yeah, and I see some questions in the YouTube Olibit Poker chat about how many bounties still in. I think we had about 9 or 10 pulled last break, did we? Maybe a few more, but should be about 20 left, I think.
Yeah, that's the 20K is still in, yeah. And we are still waiting for the next couple of pulls, which we will have for you when we get that coverage. But we are focusing on the other half of the prize pool for now. 22,250, if my memory serves me correct, is going to be the winning share, plus the 5K Bahamas, and of course the bounties that come with that. Info on that when it comes. Luka facing an open from Tadas, the Lithuanian, also with a million in chips. And a nice spot here for the young Finn to come in for what I imagine will be a raise.
Yeah, this young Finn has been around for years, but still looks 15, right?
Yeah, it's still fresh-faced.
Yeah. One of the lucky ones.
Exactly,
Let's see if he's lucky in the spot as well. Probably Tadas will not stay in this one as this goes heavy with the 3-bet, and that's the fold. And small pot for Luka.
Yeah, nice sizing as well, 4x there. We do want to go quite large in ICM heavy final table scenarios.
Yep.
We're not really looking to incentivize post-flop action. We're just happy to pick it up and also force our opponent into maybe more of a 4-bet or fold strategy, which works for us when we've got the top of our range, which is certainly what he had there.
Yeah, and here's the living proof for that we are not viewing this table, because now Teresa announced that there's a free bar on the final table.
Wow.
It's on the house, and we're sitting here screaming, hey, hey, what about us?
What
But
about
no one
us?
sees us. No
yeah,
one
I
sees
know.
us.
In the dark media room, you know.
Darn.
Darn it.
Would have loved a apple juice by now.
I'm sure. And here are the payouts.
Here they are.
14,800 for second. We have touched upon that winning prize, as you can see at the top. Third place is going to guarantee the next 5-figure payout, and then some smaller jumps from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. 2,150. Unfortunately, my eyesight did deceive me. I thought it was 3,000, but never mind. Still a decent payout.
Yes, sure is. And 8 remaining out of the 210 entrants in this one. Blinds are 6-12 for a while more. And Risto with a nice starting hand under the gun.
Yeah, really like the game from the Estonians so far.
Right,
We've seen some really, really nice poker from him. Folding the King 10 was probably the highlight on something like King 6-7 King X board. And his opponent was Androdis, who did river a gut shot. So really smart laydown from Risto in that one, and saving the chips. I think it was a 200k bet. Puts him in a great spot with 850 plus at this stage. So plenty of blinds in his arsenal. Tadas is going to go for a 3-bet here with the 10s. I was wondering what his decision would be. And it's a kind of interesting one. He does cover his opponent, but this is a hand that is going to do really poorly versus a 4-betting range.
Yeah.
Then we're kind of, you know, a little bit up the creek without a paddle, without using any profanities. You can guess the rest of that phrase. But Risto now deciding whether he wants to indeed pounce on this 3-bet or whether he's going to peel. I think folding seems a little too weak with a hand as strong as Ace Queen. Ace Jack could certainly be having designs on getting out of the way, but Ace Queen a little too strong. So just going to call.
Off to the race.
Yeah, 3-bet pot with 8 left. Everyone else is going to be interested to see the outcome of this one, and it's a bit of an action flop. 2 overs and a gut shot for Risto, and Tadas has the overpair, of course.
Unfortunately, no ace of hearts for Risto, but still, of course, decent flop for the ace queen.
Yeah, and Tadas knows that he's going to get a lot of hands. Like, even ace king could be peeling here. So, you know, not wanting to bloat the pot too much with the ICM and tangle with a player that's got him out chipped. So, going for 50 into 190. Does get the call, looking to fade a 4 or an ace. Ooh, there is an ace. So 4-liner now, but not really going to see much 4x in either player's range.
Yeah, and Tadas not the turn card he wanted to see. That's not the river he wanted either, so...
Snap check back there from him. And Risto is going to be aware of the fact that potentially hands like ace-5 and ace-4 suited may have considered betting the turn. So... should have almost the nuts here at this stage with his ace-queen.
So 2.9 in the pot. Seems like a small value-seeking bet of 70 maybe? Was it that only?
I think we can go fairly big here. 220. Oh, he's got 70. Okay,
Yeah.
so he's just going to try and target these tens, these jacks, these queens, these kings that could potentially be in there, maybe feeling that that's the bigger part of the range, and does get exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah. So, even though Taras is already halfway to Bahamas with that LA cap, he has to give away some chips in this pot, but still with a healthy stack, of course. You can see him here in the middle of the pack, 800k. Risto, our chip leader, currently just ahead of Fabian and down in the bottom, but still with 26 bigs.
Yeah,
for Nilo.
Surprised to see him kind of almost full for that one, you know. You'd think that if, let's say, Risto had a hand like King Queen or Queen Jack, something like that, he might have gone a little bit larger, looking for some fold equity. But not to be on this occasion. Had the Ace Queen turning the top pair and gets the value bet paid off.
Looking at the main event, we are now down to 22 players, and we just had a discussion in the break here whether we will be able to stream it tonight or not, because there is a risk that they will be done before we are done with this event, so it might be until tomorrow that we get to see action from the main event, yet to be seen. But in the main event, 22 players remaining, among them still Rasmus Lundström. He's on 1.1 million now. I think the average is about 2 millions, and on the top of the leaderboard, a big chip lead, Swedish Jenny Westerlund.
Yep,
6 million in chips.
Swedish female sensation, a very strong player, Jenny Westerlund. No surprise to see her with the chip lead. Chao Fei Wang, who had a deep run in the 5K. I believe he got 4th in that one.
Yep.
2nd in chips. Stephen Groom flying the flag of England. Let's go, Stephen. Happy to see him.
Flying the home country flag in 3rd in chip count, Michael Homin.
Yeah,
we have a lot of different flags.
We certainly
Huge
do.
spread.
David Vinaya, the winner of the 5K, also lurking. 13 left, still in the hunt.
Igor Pihila Sr. still in the middle of the remaining 22. And on the shorter stacks are Vidar Assersen and Erik Lindqvist, among others. And also then among the smaller stacks, Rasmus Lundström, but still in.
Yeah.
22 remaining out of the 888 starters in the 1,500 euro main event. And now we go to the flop here on the final table of the mystery bounty, and there's an 8.
Rare multi-way action as an 8 in the window, followed by the Jack and the 3. Risto completing with the Jack 4 suited and coming up top with top pair. Fabi here, 2 overs, some backdoor straight draws. Looks like he wants to bet to try and get some hands like pocket 4s, 5, 6s, 7s. And ace highs to consider folding. So some nice potential outcomes for him, and he does follow up with a c-bet here. Passy out of the way, not completing the action with the ace-9. May have peeled one off in a heads-up confrontation, but shrewdly deciding to elect a fold.
Yeah, Risto calling with the top pair, Jack 4. Clubs, no more clubs when the 10 of hearts falls.
Yeah, that is a spicy
Open
turn
ender.
card. Now, Gin for Fabi, as bad as good as it gets apart from a king or a queen. Turning an open ender, some straight completers. 9-7, queen 9 now get there, both somewhat likely from the big blind. Fabian in the +1 seat, having opened from early position, electing to mull over his decision, wanting to think, what am I going to do with my range here? Which hands are going to want to bet? Still think that we are more than comfortable enough to bet the strong Jack X's and the overpairs in this situation. He can definitely sometimes have pocket 10s. Although he may check that 3 ways. Was in position though, so definitely a possibility, and he is going to fire a second barrel, sizing up a little bit to almost the full size of the pot, and now testing the mettle of the Estonian. We haven't seen him put a foot wrong so far, and he is going to find the second call here. I'm really interested to see what happens if the river comes something like a 4. Because on this type of board, where straights are possible in the big blind's range. The 9-7 suited would definitely overcall pre. Maybe queen 9 off could be in there as well. So is Fabi going to be able to find the third barrel, and would he do that with hands like ace jack and hands like pocket kings, for example? So that remains to be seen. Can he find it? He cannot. We do get a brick on the river. The 6 not offering any additional help to Risto, and of course not Fabi either. Now left with king high and wondering whether he's going to go for all 3 streets.
So tempting, of course, with 421k in the middle.
It is, but
betting all streets so far, but
yeah, only hands like Jack X.
And he got a really quick call on the turn as well on the big bet. So
yeah,
he knew Risto is either having a made hand or a great draw that he couldn't fold. But
yeah, would a hand like ace 9 call the flop? Potentially, maybe not. So where are the folds coming from on the river here?
Yeah.
Are we going to have to really try and go balls to the wall on the Jack 9, Jack 7, Jack 5 type
give
hands?
it up.
And he does. I think a wise decision there. Risto right at the bottom of his range there with just the Jack, but a lot of the time he's going to have 2 pairs straights and stronger hands that would likely not find a river fold. So Fabi giving up there a little bit. Maybe annoyed to see the Jack 4, you know, he's kind of having a little smirk to himself as if to say, come on, pal, I'm betting big on the turn.
Yeah.
Give me some credit, lad.
So Risto now, 1.3, racing up the charts. And the 3 fins, somewhat short, but still a lot of maneuver for them with 21 to 49 bigs. Fabian, not too happy about the last pot, but now new cards, new chances. Jack 10 under the gun, probably will not be playing this one. Or he's going to try to take it all back right away. He's not.
Andreas in the +2 seat with the king 5 suited. Does he have any designs on opening? It is a candidate, maybe a little bit on the wider side. He's kind of locked at the top in that loggerhead of big stacks. All with very healthy 60 big blind sort of plus stacks at this stage. Yep. And that's the tempo we like to see from the Lithuanian. He's certainly been one of those players that's not afraid to get in the mix and does open with the king 5 suited. Tadas, what's going on here? Peels with ace 4 off. Wow.
It's bored.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
He just went to get coffee, maybe pumped into a plain tuna.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the caffeine coursing through his veins and getting a bit fruity here with the pre-flop float. Not sure what's going on there, but Luca might be thinking of a squeeze here with the ace 9.
Looking at the blinds.
Yeah, I think we are more incentivized to take this one upstairs than kind of an overcall in a final table. Does he have information on Tadas? If he knew that he was peeling this wide, he would be salivating at the thought of a 3-bet squeeze, but
yes.
Always hard to figure out. Let's see what the young Finn is going for here. Just with the over... Oh, no.
Yep.
There we go. That's what we like to see, and that's why
120,
this is such a tough player, because he does find these moves. And, yep, 120 to go. Another 4x 3-bet. Nilo is really left with no options with the queen 8, but to let that one go would be a bit of a suicide jam from him.
Yeah.
And that leaves the door open for Luca to be scooping this pot unless Andreas has any devilish intentions with a potential 4-bet. Nope, doesn't look like it. And Tadas kind of...
Why did I play this hand?
Yeah, exactly.
To himself. So looking at the other events ongoing, while we wait for the next hand, we have the Sweden, first ever ring event in that game, Sweden special. Heads up still between Jarkko Suokas and Niklas Nordblom, Finland versus Sweden. So they're still heads up. Third place finisher Sami Salminen, fourth place Torgil Hellman. So 113 runners in the 555 Sweden, biggest prize pool ever in the Sweden tournament, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a hell of a top prize for a Sweden event, 14,000 euros plus the 5K package as well.
Definitely, yes.
So hopefully those guys have been studying up on their mystery bounty formats, as one of those two are going to be firing in the 2.5K mystery bounty event in the Bahamas later on in the year.
Make sure you bring your sunscreen.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as it's Finland versus Sweden, right?
Exactly.
Not exactly known for their sun over there.
Had some chance to practice here though with all the sun we had last week, but I guess these guys stayed in the casino, so they don't bother.
Well,
they don't know if it's raining or sun.
Yes, casino dwellers. I was actually playing golf with a couple of Finns, and they said that they can only play for 4 months of the year due to the weather conditions there. So that's pretty tough, huh?
Yeah, but then they are pretty, you know, they could probably play for more. Since I'm from Sweden, I know, you know,
if you're really hardcore, yeah.
That guy, not to hang anyone, but this guy who sets up in the Sweden, he could probably play golf 3 days a year, because that's how often he goes out in the sunlight or daylight.
So, well, there you have it.
If you know who I'm talking about. But yeah, so I mean, you could play golf with a red ball in the winter as well, right?
Exactly.
If you really want to.
Or if you're really hardcore, get in the sim maybe.
Yeah. Exactly.
Keep that swing nice and loose.
Yeah.
Nilo there had an opportunity to potentially consider the squeeze jam with the Jack 10 suited. Does not take it. Instead manages to find a gut shot on the flop for a little bit of equity. 8 would give him the nuts, and it's a swing and a miss from both the other players. Interested to see if Andreas decides to take a stab at this one with the 3s. He can get a lot of better pocket pairs to fold. He can also apply pressure to some underpairs to the ace, but instead Dimitri looks to be going for the c-bet himself.
So now then,
Nilo in a rather uncomfortable scenario. Out of position with the gut shot, knows he's going to be up against a pretty strong range here. Is actually quite fortunate to his opponent only has Queen Jack, so looks like he's going to go for the peel, and could get fruity on the river if it does go check on the turn. Let's see if Dimitri can pick up some equity with his Queen Jack, as he's firing into the abyss with none of it at the moment.
Nilo carefully counting the chips he has left. Not too many on that 10-15k blind level that we are right now. But still, I mean, no immediate danger, and also, of course, hard to scare Dimitri off a hand, although it would work this time if he would to be shoving here, but not likely.
I don't think we're going to see a shove. He might go for a small check raise from time to time, but yeah, looks like he's just going to call. He does have backdoor hearts as well to give him a little bit of juice on certain turn cards. 7 of diamonds comes up dry for both players. And Dimitri is going to be somewhat concerned, I think, as to this continue. Let's see if he can find a second barrel. He does pick up the Queen of Diamonds blocker, which could be somewhat useful if he were to find a diamond on the turn. Could represent a flush in if he does go for all 3 streets. But 200k in the middle, 215 behind, does go for the check, which opens the door for Nilo, potentially, to find a river bluff. As we do have pretty much the worst hand we can get here with. He checks it over. A little worried about that king. And Dimitri with Queen High. Is he going to think that, well, I've got Queen High, how can I possibly win? My opponent's going to have some hands like Ace Jack, Ace 10. Maybe a hand like King 9 suited that now would improve to a dominated 2-pair. So, is it going to be an all-in from Dimitri? He does have the best hand. He's almost impossible to know that at this stage. Surely chips are going to be heading over the line here from the Estonian. Goes for the small sizing. 55k. Does Nilo have any creative ideas? Of course, we're not going to be able to continue with the form of a call. A check jam would be rather spicy. What exactly we're representing, hard to say. Maybe a hand like 10-9 of diamonds, Jack-9 of diamonds. Dimitri with the Queen of diamonds. Holding another blocker to the flush, and Nilo gets out the way. Nicely played pot there for the Estonian. Dimitri getting one through with a small post-oak bluff, as they used to call it. Not sure if you still hear that terminology used much these days.
No.
A small bet designed to look like a milky value bet,
Exactly,
but
yeah.
get a good price on a bluff, and actually had the best hand.
He did.
So look at that.
14 bigs now left for Nilo.
And that it's just so tightly packed between Pasi and Luca there. 44 to 56 big blinds, so only 12 big blinds separating the middle six, as Aristo has the big chip lead, and Nilo work to do for the Finn.
Ace Jack for Tadas. Those are going +1. Come with the open minimum raise to 30. Ace 8 suited for Pasi.
Yeah, we're going to see a fight back from the Finn here. No, just folding. Electing to fight another day. And Nilo on the button with about 14 big blinds. With the Queen-9 of clubs out of the way. Over to Fabi, who's on a little bit of a decline, but still in a healthy position, and of course still has the juicy 20.5k in bounties to fall back on, which is a great score, regardless of how the final table goes for him. So pressure's off when you do hit big in the bounty pulls. We're not going to be able to go into that one just fun. Unfortunately, nothing to do with us, so that's out of our hands.
Now then, on to the next hand. Still 8 remaining. Final table, if you just joined us, the mystery bounty. The last 8 of the 210 entrants. This is day 2. They came back on 41 players today. 31 was paid, and we are in the money. And also, of course, we have the mystery bounty pulls happening in the break. I think I saw there was like a 40-minute level time left till the next break. So expect to see some pulls in that break, even though the players are free to do the pulls when they want to during the breaks, so they could choose to do it now in the next one or wait until the second next one or until the tournament is over. That is the last chance you'll get to pull your bounty envelopes. And a lot of envelopes still in. I think we have awarded around 10 or 12, so it should be 18, 20 something out of the 31 envelopes still to be pulled.
Yeah, with that 20k looming in there as well. I believe there's also a 10k and some 6ks, 5ks, 4ks.
Yeah,
Plenty
should be
available. So a limp from Dimitri, and does come up ahead of the ace-5, but some playability for Andreas, as he's got a backdoor flush draw and a gut shot with an overcard, so should be seeing a turn in some way, shape or form. Dimitri with the Queen-9 going to stab. Goes for a little bit of extra juice on the conventional one big blind stab. 25 into 55. 45. Andreas, of course, sticking around for the turn. 8 of spades. So Queen-9 Adding a flush draw now with that 9 of spades. Could be looking to go for a second barrel, trying to target some of the 3x, some of the 4x. Potential floats that have picked up an 8. And 75 into 95. Awkward spot for the Lithuanian now. Does he think about getting creative with the ace-5 here? The 5-high flush draw, the gut shot, the overcard. Still a fair chunk of equity. He's going to call. And a big river as the pot is brewing. 7 of diamonds. No help to either player. 5-6 though does get there, especially with the spade as a hand that could definitely arrive at the river in this fashion. So Dmitry more than likely needs to be somewhat careful here. Hands like maybe 7-4 could improve, 5-6 can definitely improve, but there's also going to be a lot of hands like this, and Andreas realizes that it's a board where you do see people get quite sticky when the flush draw misses. So just going to check back and hopefully have some showdown with his ace high, not to be on this occasion. As Dmitry wins with a nice 2-street move.
Yeah.
And Dmitry now up to second in chips. Andreas with the little hit there, down to 6 out of 8. But, you know, in terms of actual big blinds, still just under average. So really deep stack final table here. An excellent structure once again on show for these prestigious ring events here in Tallinn. We saw even the ladies event, which Krista Larsen was in the booth earlier on in the week saying, you know what, we don't want to rule out any new players to the game, and by offering, you know, good structures and the opportunity to have deep stack play in every buy-in tournament, that is something that certainly encourages the grassroots players in the smaller buy-ins to at least get a fair bang for their buck.
Definitely, absolutely. It's been packed all week, and still a couple of days to go, then included today and tomorrow.
So much action today on the penultimate day of the series, right?
Yeah.
We've got the 3K running. Shout out to my boy Max Sanders, who's got a decent stack last time I checked in that one.
Right.
We have the 1500 main event, of course, that we are looking unlikely to see any action from, especially considering we've had no eliminations so far on this final table.
Yeah, it seems like Jenny is just running them over in the main.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Not many left to go before the other final table. I think it was 19 left last time I checked.
And the loud and ever-present Munir Taju, with his big personality, has also got a decent stack and a nice start.
3K, yeah.
Alexander Shilko and Jerry Odin, two very well-known players for their online craft.
Yeah, a lot of crushers in this 3K.
Juha Helpi in the middle of the action as well. Igor Bahelio Jr. also in there. And we've got one guy who's so good he's got 2 stacks, apparently. Martinez, I'm not sure what's going on there, but probably just a bit of a typo.
Yeah.
And who are the early eliminations? We've had Rano Sutler hit the rail, Matthias Siljander. Also, Dorbeck we've seen on the feature table quite some times.
Yeah, Ritvar Sekalins that we had second, right, in the 5K.
Eric Krumins as well, Irmo Velvet, some of the big names out in fourth. Juho Sutari with the most Finnish name ever. He's he came out in 69th.
Yep. And unfortunately, we have lost in 74th place, Seppo Parkkinen. He's the godfather of Finnish poker. And today he's celebrating his 75th birthday. So tournament director Teresa Nusiainen handed over a little bottle, something good to drink to him, and there were some celebrations. And that made him re-enter, I can see, because he's still in the tournament on his second bullet.
Going for another bottle.
Yeah. Bullet or bottle? Or both.
Maybe he had it after the first bullet, given himself a bit of Dutch courage and
some
swag
courage.
it over.
I'll go at it again. He only turned 75 once.
Yeah. He's the guy who's got the sort of self-branded hat, right?
He might be. Yeah, he didn't wear a hat when I saw him today.
Oh, okay. Usually he's got his initials on the hat.
Oh, really?
You know, it's sort of some kind of running joke as being the table captain.
Yeah, because actually the reporters, Christopher is doing the English and Juhani doing the Finnish for Poker.pro. Christopher asked Juhani yesterday, who is the Doyle Brunson of Finnish poker?
Yep.
And then Juhani said, it's actually him, and pointed to Seppo Parkkinen.
Perfect.
He was playing yesterday as well, so he's been playing the game for 50 odd years.
Wow.
And still going strong.
The Finnish godfather of poker. Just Luca considering his options here. Not going to see any cold calls in this kind of dynamic on a final table, so the option is 4-bet or fold. Both have their own merits. Let's see which one he arrives at. It would be a strong move that we can see would work on this occasion, unless there's going to be any tomfoolery from Fabi or Dimitri. Are we seeing a winner crowned off the Sveton? Not yet.
Not yet.
But it's Jaakko.
Still heads up.
And how about the 1.5k main? Do we have a little refresh on that one? Yeah, so we
19 left.
Did just lose a player in 20th. Who was that, Mr. Wise Guy?
Justinas Audomauskas.
Nice, I'm glad you took that one.
And unfortunately also Rasmus Lundström is out in 21st.
Yeah.
Our fellow guest commentator for a couple of occasions this series. And we'll see if he has the strength to come in and talk about his day, maybe giving a few minutes or so before we chase him, at least to
let him have a nice warm shower at the very least.
Yeah, even though he's not the person that gets stressed for nothing. But busting a main event in 21st, even though taking 7,500, of course it hurts, because I knew he wanted this ring and he wanted to go to Bahamas. But still a great effort, of course, for yet another time for Rasmus Lundström. Still chip leader in the main event, Jenny Westerlund, Sweden, as Fabian flops the bottom set here and has trap checked, leaving it over to the 3-better pre-flop, Dimitri, and surely he's gonna take a stab. 200 in the pot, 210, and he goes for 75.
Yeah, life's looking pretty good for Fabian right now. 93% on the flop. If he can fade some kind of
10 of hearts.
Yeah, 10 of hearts would be the gutting one. I think we do like to just check call here. Keep that check calling range nice and balanced. Let's see what he goes for. He might feel like his opponent is just going to have too many overpairs. Yeah, I like to call. And Dimitri putting those chips in there, looking a little bit flustered. Let's see if he can find a high equity turn card here. He does turn a flush draw.
Decent one at least.
Could this be?
He would have loved it to be an 8 or a 10 of hearts at least, also, but at least it's the flush draw.
Yeah, kind of awkward now as we turn that kind of equity that we don't really want to bet fold. 18% could be continuing if we had a straight draw and feeling okay about the bet fold, but yeah, bet folding 20% on the turn here is going to be an issue if Fabi does have, and he does check back. I like the option to do that. A player of Fabi's ilk will certainly still have some strong hands in that check calling range.
No help on the river, so now expecting Fabian to come for some value. Did they check it?
Gonna go for the check. Look at this, setting up the potential for his opponent.
Yeah.
To find.
It's like he can see the cards, right?
Yeah, it is. It's like maybe he knows that he's not going to have any hands like overpairs an ace jack or king jack or queen jack. And the give up from Dimitri, and the bad news, as he knows that queen high is not going to be winning that one anyway. So just giving up.
Yeah. So, George, I'm going to be leaving you for a little bit because I'm going to go do an interview with the current chip leader in the main event, I think.
Good man.
It's going to be on our socials, so stay tuned for that one. And at least tomorrow we'll be streaming all day of main event action as well.
They're in the 1 hour dinner break now, are they?
Yes, they should be.
Okie dokie. Well, thank you very much, Andreas. Risto with the 91 big blind chip lead right now. Fabian, after a nice little pickup there, up to second. And Dimitri facing resistance from his opponent, flopping bottom set. Now, not exactly out of it, but 49 big blinds for him in 5th spot. King Queen for Dmitry, looking to gain back some of those chips that he just lost. Andreas in the cutoff. 3-betting and taking it down. A little bit of downward slide there for Dmitry, losing back-to-back pots. As the Lithuanian comes in with the 3-bet with the ace-jack. Not much he can do about it with the king-queen offsuit, potentially. Sometimes considering a 4-bet, but on this occasion, just getting out the way. He's got his tail between his legs after that confrontation with Fabian in the 3-bet pot. Lost a couple of chips there, but damage limitation. Taras folding with the 3 deuce over to Luca on the button. Also with rags. Pasi 6 deuce suited, covered by his opponent. Usually wanting to VPIP suited hands, blind versus blind, with the wide ranges in play. But Risto has picked up a decent holding here, pocket 8s, and likely to be ISOing and trying to drive that stack to pot ratio down somewhat. You see a limp call from Pasi here. Surprising. Pretty sticky. And he's got 2 undercards to the overpair of his opponent. And coming up dry, ace, ace 9, rainbow. It's going to be a fairly decent board for the ISOer. Going to have a lot more ace-x in their range, you feel. Some of the stronger ones might have taken other routes as Pasi. So Risto is going to come in with what would probably purport to be a range c-bet here, and does get out of the way with the 6 deuce. So new blind level. And it looks like we're up to the 20k level with a lot of chips flying around the table, and just that kind of lull in the flow of the eliminations means that the structure is somewhat catching up. Average stack is still well over 30 big blinds. Passy on the button. King 8. Is he going to open? Not deterred by that huge stack to his direct left. And we know that Risto is a more than capable player, but I'm not sure where Queen Deuce off fits into that equation. Likely to just fold, which is what he does. Nilo, the short stack in the big blind. 7-3 off. It's getting a bit dicey for the Finn, as the only player that's really in the danger zone at this stage doesn't find anything to work with. Dmitry under the gun with the 8s. This time his turn to pick up the snowman. Goes for the min raise. And that's going to get rid of at least one of the Lithuanians. Tadas here in the +2 seat. Not conventionally a spot where we're going to have many peels. And if we are, don't think 5s gets in there. He does call though. Maybe because of the prominence of that short stack and small blind. Risto as well, in a position where you find it much more natural to have peels on the button, at least with the guarantee of position post-flop. Overcalls, and all eyes now on the short stack. Nilo in the small blind with the 9-7 suited. Does he want to complete... I don't think we want to be jamming here with the 9-7, but the benefit is that we are first into the pot post-flop. So I could see some suited hands, and hands of this kind of category getting in there. Fabi with the Jack-3, no choice but to muck that one. It's going to be heavily dominated multi-way a lot of the time. Swing and a miss for just about everybody here. Does Risto take a stab at this one on the button? No, he does not. And a deuce on the turn changes nothing, so still pocket 8s in the lead. For Dmitry, not going to be the sort of hand that I think wants to be betting the turn here. Tadas, for example, could still be somewhat uncapped, and definitely still have some hands like Ace Queen and pocket 10s, for example, flatting +2. And honest poker in play as everyone checks down to the river and the Queen arrives. So the 4-liner, which should even add more fear to these guys considering their options, as Ace-X does river the nuts. $35 from Dmitry, turning his hand into a bluff now. And it works. So he had the best of it anyway. takes that one down with the little small sizing on the river. New deck in play, so going to take a couple of moments to put that one into action.
Once again, so you want to use the box on second, right?
17.
All right, yes.
Next break only 20 minutes. Awesome. Next break
Right,
is only 20 minutes.
Yeah, so could you please put your cards direct in stand, because sometimes you cannot see it and it's distracting. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so just try to use your box more to the right.
I don't know. We can discuss it when we are there. It's just like, you know, like there's no need of break.
So a little bit of negotiations between hands. Couldn't quite get or ascertain exactly what was going on there, but a couple of players being told to put their cards in the box.
Okay, thank you so much. So 8 raise for 2000. Okay, the second call.
Once again, Taras getting fruity with his low pairs that are looking to hunt the short stack. Also peeling earlier with ace-4 off, hijack versus earlier position. So certainly not scared to get involved, which is a brave strategy. Welcome to Dennis Eckner saying, go Fabi. Not been the cleanest of runs for the last hour or so, but considering he did max late register, he's in a very healthy position and, of course, has picked up 20.5k in bounty prizes. Still yet to see the second round of bounty pulls. I believe that that's going to be coming up shortly. I'll get information on that when that does occur. So those of you tuning in for the main event, we are going to be finishing the coverage of the 1K Mystery Bounty. Everything set up on the main feature table. And look at this. As I'll get back to that in a second, it's cooler alert between the two Lithuanians. A big overpair versus a set. And Taras is coming up. Trumps with middle set on 6-5-3. And Andreas might get into a bit of trouble here as he feels like his opponent might not be having those sets in the range. You know, I think conventionally we are supposed to fold these lower pairs from early position, but he does have it. Are we going to see a king? No. So the 10 of diamonds, another good looking card for Andreas, now potentially concerned of the prominence of pocket 10s, which is a hand that could be in there. Peeling, trying with the short stack behind, trying to induce a squeeze jam from the short stack, which would have opened the action, so he could have gone for the back jam with the 10s or got Andreas to put it in with the worse hand. So still hands like pocket 7s, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, maybe jacks, maybe queens in there. Never 100% sure on how to range your opponent, but you can make educated guesses. And he looks like he does want to play for it all here. 200 into 280. Could this spell disaster for Andreas, who had the chip lead for so long? Oh, and he jams over the turn bet, and this is absolutely sickening for Andreas with the overpair. And he's thinking, what on earth am I up against here? The bluffs, where are they coming from? Does he peel ace-4 of diamonds on the pre-flop action? I mean, we've seen him peeling ace-4 off, so hard to say. And this could be the only way in which Andreas gets out of the way, but he doesn't. He's going to stack off with the kings, and he's up against a set of 5s. Can't quite believe that he's run into it here, and he's going to be in the big blind next hand, forced all in if he can't find a king on the river. 7 arrives. And at least Lithuanian fans at home will be happy, as Tadas now up to a huge stack of 1.5 million, and I believe that that does take the table chip lead for now, with 75 big blinds. Looking cool and calm, of course. And he's got a lot of mystery bounty pulls there waiting to go. We are shortly approaching a 20-minute break. And a huge pop between the overpair and the set. A horrible caller there. But Team Lithuania, someone's got to come out on top, and this time the set holds up. Let us know who you're cheering on if you are tuning in for the main event. Once again, we will be getting to that coverage potentially later, but no guarantees, especially seeing as we're still left with 8 players in the Mystery Bounty final table. And no eliminations yet on the final table. Might be a slightly miscalculated stack there. Looked as though there was 29k left in play, but that would be in by now, and he's still got chips behind, so yep, he's got 109, so 5.5 big blinds. Nilo also with 8.3, so could be some fireworks in this hand, as some of the larger stacks are looking to play for those 2 short stack bounties, or the potential of some juicy numbers from the mystery bounty pool. Still the 20k. Top prize remains. I am being told that the main has only 19 players left. Unfortunately, as he walks into the booth, we know that Rasmus Lundström is not one of those final 19. Rasmus, sorry to see you here in a way, but also I'm glad to. So mixed emotions here. How are you?
Well, just like you seeing me, I have mixed emotions.
Bittersweet.
Yes, bittersweet. It was a great ride, and the cards really played themselves, so it didn't feel like that much of... I get much more bummed out when I myself make decisions I'm not happy with later.
Yes. That's a good way of looking at it. Wow, the 10's just coming in for the very sneaky overcall here, trying to get Andreas to put the rest of the chips in and then be lurking there with the powerhouse hand.
I guess the real question is, what does Andreas have?
Yes, he did just get a little bit of a telling off for not showing his cards on the reader, or potentially that they're not being picked up by the reader.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Andreas was a very big stack around the bubble, wasn't he?
Yes, so just before you got into the booth, he lost with kings versus 5s on...
wow!
Yeah, 6-5-3 flop. 6-5-3 or 6-5-4, I can't quite remember. Anyway, the important fact was that he did get cooled by his fellow countryman, who peeled pocket 5s in +2 versus an under the gun open. So it was a little bit of a wide play, but he got rewarded. Look at this. We've got a flush draw for Passy. We've got top pair for Luca. We've got Dimitri with those under rep 10s, sort of quietly coming in from the small blind. Andreas has a pair.
He has opted to check here, even with the pair.
Yeah, and the 5 of spades as well. It could have been one where you just kind of go for the jam, although versus 5 opponents.
I understand that it's not gonna get through a lot of the time, but what I do find interesting is that what does he do when there's any sort of betting, because this multi-way bets are fairly likely to include things such as flush draws.
Yeah.
Aces aren't as comfortable 5 ways as flush draws. It's very easy to know where you're at with the flush draw, but not with an ace.
Certainly is. And now, with a bet and a call ahead of him, is he going to go with it here? 69k remaining. There's 220 in there. He's getting a good price to farm some kind of 8 or 5. There is a potential that he could be ahead from time to time. He's going to go all in, and it doesn't open the action. I was surprised to see.
Which is very relevant, yes.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Luca actually bet this sizing. I thought he might go for sort of 30k instead, just to allow the potential, or at least the illusion, that he would be reopening.
Yes, but it could also be purposeful, so that he
gets a bit more. Bit more in versus worse holdings and stuff like that.
Well, it's also he gets more information because nobody's going to want to play back at him from behind on the flop yet. And then he can make a decision on a later street when he sees the run out. Something like a flush draw is very much going to decentivize him putting more money in.
Look at this for a turn. So Andreas picks up a straight draw. Passy's got himself an open-ender and a flush draw. And Luca now with that ace-9, employing some pot control out of position. Definitely in these wider range spots where the limping action can be a wide range of hands. His opponent even could be in there with 8-7 off. You really don't know for sure.
And I don't really think Passy is going to bet this very often, because if he bets and Luca would fold, it doesn't serve much purpose. He's still most likely behind in the multi-way pot, but Passy does get there.
Yeah, deuce of spades, not what Luca was looking for, facing the check back on the turn. His opponent is going to be quite flush draw heavy, having called the flop. He could still have some hands like 6-7 and 6-8, potentially, that he does beat, but really no value in betting now with the ace-9, just hoping to navigate to showdown. Also loses to some 3x holdings, not too sure which ones, maybe ace-3 could be in there.
Yeah. The only question is what size does Passy go, and he elects to go on the larger side, considering that he is in fact repping showdown very, very heavily, and in that sense...
Where are the bluffs?
Yeah, exactly. Where are the bluffs to make this kind of bet?
Yeah.
It's almost like what he's doing is like he's betting a size that is
I've got a good hand, I'll bet big.
Yeah, he's betting big, I guess in the hopes of that he's thinking that he won't get called unless his opponent has a very good hand.
Yeah.
You know, something like
a straight or...
Yeah, exactly, a straight. So.
But makes life quite easy for the ace-x, which is a big part of the range, right? Yeah. And yeah, so maybe he could have gone a bit smaller there just because of how difficult it is for him to be bluffing. Maybe it's a little bit more efficient to choose that smaller size. But anyway, we do see the first elimination of the final table. They've been a little bit stubborn in terms of the bust-outs.
Yeah. I'd like to take a look at the pay structure if possible, because I haven't seen it yet, but I know it's very similar to the amount of runners we had last year.
Yes.
And I remember last year I think there was 21 up top, so
yeah, 22.5 this time.
Well, there we go.
With a 20k mystery bounty, and I believe it's 14 and then 10 as the next jump. So 8 buy-ins, 4 buy-ins, and then it kind of goes down from 3, 2 to 1 between the rest of the jumps. Luca.
Wow.
Getting away from his top pair there. You know, it wasn't exactly a tough fold on the river. He kind of knew exactly what his opponent had. So many flush draws there.
Yeah. I did find it interesting that the players had the foresight to all limp, aside from perhaps the 10s, which in small blind is an interesting one.
Yeah, could go sort of 8 big blinds there, really.
I certainly understand it, but...
yeah. But just how often is the big blind actually going to jam rather than take a flop versus so many limps? And a lot of those limps actually being balanced limps as well. So yeah, exactly. I agree. It's it might be one where you just have to take the initiative yourself, and if the big blind goes with it, then they just stack off anyway. So.
And furthermore, it's not the best situation where it goes something like jam, re-jam, and whatnot. So like, you're not exactly thrilled to call it off with tens once you see a big re-jam.
No.
And folding is terrible. So if I'm not saying it's incorrect, I'm simply saying that it's just awful.
Very interested to see what Luca is going to do here with the jacks versus the +2 3-bet. Do we want to just play for it all and go with the hand now? Over 30 big blinds effective.
It is over 30 big blinds. Risto has smartly picked this small sizing, knowing that it puts about the exact same amount of pressure on.
Yep.
And Risto, of course, as the clear covering stack, is able to do this. Luca, very aware of that, decides to go with the equity he has.
Yeah.
And
by no means a super comfortable situation, but you just kind of, I think you had this same hand yourself, right? And you ran into aces earlier in the week where you saw, was it you? I think it was, no?
Yeah, kings, but
kings,
yes, you're right. It was an early open and slightly later 3-bet I had.
Yeah.
I had just
and you were
just
about
over 30, yes.
Yeah, similar kind of stack size. So you elected to also go with it and got snapped. And when you get snapped, it's bad news in that spot. But
that's correct.
You're kind of hoping for a bemused fold, or just every now and then they maybe somewhat overvalue the tens there. But
I'm impressed you remember that. I didn't remember that until you brought it up, actually. Yeah. But I guess my mind's my mind's been
shifting to main event.
Yeah, exactly.
You're in a different battlefield, and you got to adjust accordingly. And there's a lot of. I mean, how do you find these long main event days? Because you've had so many deep runs now in these big fields, and it's becoming a bit of a speciality of yours. So, what is it that you could give to the viewers back home as kind of being what you see as your cutting edge in that field and that format?
Well, I think it's a combination of a few things. Obviously, I'm very willing to
put the chips over the line. Yeah.
Yeah, be unafraid. That's one. But what combines with it is that I've said this many times, and that I play in a way that I expect my opponents not to be happy with, regardless of what is they're holding.
Yep.
And the capability to also play with this with value is, of course, essential, because just bluffing in a way that makes your opponent uncomfortable is good, but people can pick up on it, and you wouldn't know that if they seem to make the agonizing call every time. It's gonna take a lot of losing to pick up on that. But another thing I think is everybody likes to think about hands a lot, and it's important to, but I try my best to avoid decision fatigue through focusing the right amount of time and energy on the more important decisions. Meanwhile, for the very small ones, I try to keep it more simple, more straightforward. And in that way, you don't get worn out.
Yeah, this is very important, especially in live poker. Not getting, too into the nitty-gritty, into the weeds of all of the potential branches of the game tree that could occur. Sometimes, it's a hand that you've played hundreds of times, and it's fine to just play it in the same way, shape or form every time. And that's something that I think is a big differentiator between the top pros and maybe some of the recreationals that tend to lose a bit of their tempo late into the tournaments. It can get a little bit too passive, and that's when it's time to strike, really.
Yes, and ultimately, you need to understand that the negative of what I'm about to say is, of course, that you will often feel disappointed at the end result, but you need to be constantly shifting your targets, which means that you can never reg a tournament with the target of winning, but simultaneously your target cannot be too short-sighted, because if your target is to just make the final table when you have
just
30,
make the money and
with just like 30 left, and your target is still to make the final table and just to make the final table, you might take the more conservative route too often, because you're thinking that you have this like very realistic chance of hitting your target, and your target could be dead now.
Yes.
With allowing for no additional play.
So it becomes kind of a negative self-fulfilling prophecy where you've got, let's say, 5th in chips out of 30, and you're like, well, if I can just make the final 9, and you end up taking, 15 bigs instead of potentially 35 or 45 into the final table, just because you had kind of shot yourself in the foot a little bit and maybe not taken a couple of spots just to lock up that situation. That's it, right? We are playing in top-heavy tournament poker payouts, and that means that definitely want to be going for it, definitely want to be giving yourself a chance of the glory and the top prize. So folding round to the blinds, Pasi with the king 3. He's got a bit of a headache himself with a very strong player in the big blind,
and more importantly, that player covers him, even though Pasi has a lot of chips, which he recently acquired quite a good chunk of. Yeah,
with the Jack 7 of spades, rivering a flush to get his mystery bounty chip, which has been taken off the table.
He also won a small one here, blind versus blind, while we were talking, but I think that was a single c-bet pot, and
he turned a top pair, right?
Luca gave up on the turn.
So how often are you going to be actually raising with the king 3 here first in?
Are you asking me personally?
Yeah. What's your strategy? Because there's a lot of these types of hands, right? You've got these hands like queen deuce, king 3, maybe something like a jack 7 or a 10-7 as well, which play okay as a limp, but they are quite nice to clear out some equity as well. Anyway, let's get back to that after, because we've got the mystery bounty envelopes right now, and we're going to see some more pulls. Yep. So stay tuned for the mystery bounty envelopes. That's going to be coming soon. A couple of those hungry pros are circling the lobby now. And we're going to have a look and see if we can find that coveted 20k. What's your biggest mystery bounty pull? Do you remember?
7.5 in a 300.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's 25 buy-ins or so.
Thank you, Glenn Brown.
Nice. Did he pick it up for you?
Yes, he did.
Wow, what a character. He's just omnipresent, isn't he?
Yes, and it was the second biggest one in the pool.
Perfect.
We are ready.
Was that here in Tallinn as well?
No, that was in Malta.
Okay. So here we're going to have it.
We'll draw three bounties.
We've got a slight. Oh no, we're back to the mystery bounty camera.
There we go.
And he's got 3 pulls.
I have to ask, what are the biggest ones still in?
20k, 10k.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so 20 is
20 was one of the 3 first pulled last year. So.
Right, yeah, no, that's still in as far as I know. We haven't seen it anyway.
The first one, 1,000
1k, second shortest, but not exactly a kick in the teeth. It's still money.
Yes.
So that's a buy-in at the very least. Can't be too disappointed with that. Still 2 chances, and every time he pulls a 1k and a 500, it becomes more likely that he's gonna pick one of the big ones anyway.
That's true.
Oh! There it is. Sorry for deafening you at home, but that was the big goal. And he's found it out of thin air after a slightly disappointing first pull. Now he doesn't really give a hoot what he picks up here, because that is the lion's share of the mystery bounty prize pool, around about 95,000 or so in that prize.
I think,
wow,
even draws a nice one at the end.
Yeah, exactly. That's a juicy one as well. So 25 buy-ins from mystery bounty pulls for him, and that's actually going to be the most bounties out of anyone, as I believe Fabi has 20.5 to his name.
Yes, and I can tell you, I drew 5 of those, and including the winner's money, which was 19, I won a total of 25 last year for the win. So
nice.
25 in mystery bounties is really, really nice.
Absolutely is. What a pull, and look at the
The real question is what is left for the rest of the guys.
Yeah, I think there's a 10K. I think there's a 5.
I do believe so, yes.
First one.
Yeah, I can have a quick look actually.
The first one is 4,000
Another
euros.
4.
Congratulations to you. 4,000 euros.
I think he's going to be very happy with that. I do think it's far over the median. The thing is, in most mystery bounties, the median is the second lowest one. So, so ultimately, if you don't draw the lowest ones, you should be some level of satisfied.
Absolutely.
That is not how it works out in practice, but nevertheless.
And this is 2,000 euros.
2K,
2,000 euros.
not bad, not bad.
Congratulations.
So with the 20K gone and the 15K gone, there is, I believe, a 6K, a couple of 5Ks, a 4K, and a 10K. Looking, that's what we're looking for right now.
This gentleman says heavy.
Oh, well, if it's heavy, that's good news.
Yeah. Something must be weighing it down.
And this is
500. Hey, caramba, he says, but still, you know, money's money. So I think the majority of the ones left are going to be 1Ks and 500s. That's old news, that one, Rasmus. But I'm just going on now what we've seen so far.
Did you see the 15 drawn? Because I...
Yes, Fabi got it.
Oh, okay.
This gentleman here.
Because I swore I just heard someone on the rail say, come on, 15,
yeah,
when he drew one out.
I don't know, he can't read the board, unfortunately.
That's all right. Yeah, of course, he saw that when he get drawn a moment ago and didn't check the board, so...
And this is...
Another 500. He's had 4 500s
euros.
now, and I believe a 4K and a 15K.
Wow, he's been eliminating everyone.
Yeah, he's been on a quite some run representing Poker Code, the young German pro, traveling around, sharing his progress on Instagram, and another 500. Not to be, but he's had a pretty good haul regardless. And is second in the most pulls, and that's always a rather enviable spot to be in.
Certainly.
Do we have any more pulls right now? Okay, we're going to go to a 25-minute break. That's the end of the Mystery Bounty Frenzy for now. And join us back in 25 minutes. See you then.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker circuit events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open face Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the All A Bet food wagon outside. And now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you will see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials to not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to alibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Sweden Special Ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but you know, it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players.
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes. And we have 810 and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But yeah, we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned. Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Karlsson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you're having such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social, taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends, play a lot of hands as well. So
okay, that's part of your strategy.
It is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're going to play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so I'm going to play the mini main today and first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to go through to day 2. Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes. Yeah. So that's my 2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always loves a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring on that finger.
Yes, so hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know, actually, you talking about the ladies event, you won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right?
Yeah, I won in Vilnius, So that's why I also going to Queens of Tallinn in August. Yeah. Because I won a ticket in that tournament, so yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament here in Tallinn. I'm so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker, and we're so few compared to the guys. Yeah. So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in with warm, good arms. So please join.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then
a lot of smiles and a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. it is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Rhea. We're going to send you back and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi guys, welcome. We're in the middle of the action on the World Series of Poker circuit events here in Tallinn, and now joined by one of the real legends already in Estonian poker, Ranno Sootla. Remind me, where are you on the money list right now? Do you keep track of that yourself?
I look sometimes what's going on, but like not so consistently. But I guess I'm somewhere in between the 7 or 5, 6 or something. I don't know.
No. But you
somewhere
do,
there.
You do care a little bit about that.
I mean, little bit. Yeah. You know, it's always the thing with this money list is always these are just winnings. You know, they don't show.
Sure.
So it's the one who's played more, the one who's played higher, bigger buy-ins. You know, the one who's been longer in the game will always be up there. You know, so. It's a fun thing to like be in tune with, but I'm not like obsessing about it.
No, okay.
Yeah.
But now you're just coming back from, was it a full month in Vegas?
Yeah, I was 1 month in Vegas. Next time I will do max 2 weeks.
Okay.
It's a little bit too long to be in Vegas for me. I just don't like the weather and the place too much, but the games are good, you know. Yeah.
Did you most do tournaments or cash games?
I mostly, mainly play cash. Because the taxes, but I did play the main and some other small events, but yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No good in tournaments, but decent in cash.
Yeah, all right. And now back home, you don't have to worry about the taxes. You're going for the rings here now then?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's I always enjoy playing here. You know, we have so many familiar faces, so many friends, and just always a good atmosphere in these Olibet events here. You just really enjoy yourself. You know, I have my Longero here, and I'm just chilling today playing this 350 mini main. So yeah, taking it easy and enjoying.
Do you have a plan for the series already? I mean, do you look at the schedule, decide, or do you just play it by ear during?
You know, I will see. Like if cash games are good, I will try to play more cash games. But I will definitely play like the main and the 3K, and I will see then. Yeah. The main tournaments, all them tournaments, I will play. Might jump into a few PLO and here and there, and I will see. You know, go with the flow and just
So the extra little package added to the ring events, does Bahamas ring a bell?
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I didn't know about that. That's cool. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, Olibet always does these things. You know, to give value to people and make it more exciting to play. So it's nice. Happy to hear that's the case. You know.
Yeah. So you've been in the business already. You're not that old for many years. I mean, you're not that old, but you see yourself continuing with this for many years?
With poker?
Yeah.
You know, I can see myself a few more years, you know, but like, it's definitely like getting thoughts of like doing something else, you know, but it's hard to make the transition, you know, for me at least, it's hard to get into something else, like so, with such passion that I've done poker with, you know. So it's we'll see, you know. We'll see what life brings, you know.
But you have many poker players doing things within the business, start doing their own startups that has to do with poker. Do you have anything in mind that part as well?
I played with many ideas of starting to create maybe content, maybe doing Twitch, you know.
Yeah.
And I still haven't gotten into doing it because it's, you know, poker itself takes so much time and mental capacity. And I have a lot of I have hobbies. I have amazing girlfriend I want to spend time with. I have a dog, you know, and just like to manage content creation. I've seen people do it, and it takes so much time. But it's something that I might get into in the future. Let's see. I might, you know, I just might.
Let us know and we will promote your channels, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so best of luck in the mini main now and the further events coming up. Is there a special ring though, special event that you would like to win to say that I'm the champion of this one? Your favorite game? Do you have that?
You know, I always come very close with these 3K high rollers.
Yeah.
You know, I really like the format. I like that there are like all the good players playing it. The fact that it's a 6-max format. And I just been second, I've been third. I've been 9th and 8th.
Yeah.
So
there is this Ropetami guy, right?
Rope, yeah. I have to ask him what's his secret.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, it's. I will at least get a swap with him there, so at least I'm guaranteed some money. You know?
Exactly. Sounds like a good plan. All right, thank you, Rano, for always being a good sport.
Sure.
We love talking to you, and best of luck during the series.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
So it's time to step into the action as well. Talk a bit with one of the players, Scott Kenyon, and you're not playing Texas Hold'em today.
No, I mean I'm actually the leader of the Boo Hold'em movement, the fastest growing movement. We don't like Hold'em, so I come to festivals like this to basically avoid Hold'em at all costs. If there's nothing else to play, then okay, we play it. But for the most part, not playing Hold'em. Yeah. So today we're playing Open Face Chinese. Had a very good start. First few levels were nice. The last couple of levels not so great, so my stack has dwindled a little bit. Still workable, still playable, but always fun. But it's a really deep stack structure, so the nice thing is, should I bust, I will happily re-enter because you still come in with a lot of points. It's 50k starting stack as opposed to like 20 or 30 that you normally get, so allows for a lot of playability, a lot of rebuy potential.
And I know there's a lot of people back home watching, like Open Face, Chinese Pineapple, that's a lot of words. But if they want to try it themselves, what's the easiest way to get into all these mixed games?
So it sounds like a really complicated game, but it's actually really simple. The hand rankings are the same as you have in Hold'em, but it's just you're making 3 different poker hands. You're going to have 3 poker hands just for yourself, and the strongest hand has to be at the back. You have 5 cards, 3 cards, and it goes strongest hand, next strongest hand, weakest hand. But the hand rankings are exactly the same as Hold'em, so you're making literal normal boards that you would make just with personal cards. Yeah.
And also, now we have a cameraman in front of us, but you have your own camera on the side here. You're live streaming the table.
Streaming at the moment. I'm trying to convince the lovely Teresa to maybe let me stream more days. I get that it's one of those very touchy issues these days with electronics, game integrity and such. For Chinese, that's why it's so great as well, because like all the information is open face anyway, so there is no game integrity issue. But yeah, it's tricky. There've been things happening obviously in the poker world, non-good things.
Yeah.
So it makes it more tricky for people like me trying to just spread the game and spread the word of the mixed games.
Yeah. But if they want to jump into your live streams, you know, you always do this from back home as well. You stream poker, so where do they find you?
So I stream full-time on twitch.tv/pokerbras. If you're looking for the spelling of pokerbras, it is on my cap right there.
Now this guy's a professional, right? All right.
I mean, that's my full-time job. People ask me, am I a pro player? I'm honest, absolutely not. That is not my full-time living. My living is from streaming. I get sponsored by a site, so I get like some steady money from them as well. But yeah, that's my full-time job. I play poker online and stream it on Twitch.
And you enjoy life?
Yeah, basically. I mean, I live in Gibraltar. The weather's beautiful there all the way through the year. Play some five-a-side football there as well. Have some fun.
There you go. Could be this could be you as well, maybe.
Yeah.
Just start. But the Open Face, is that your favorite mixed game, or?
It's one of my favorite for sure. It's fast becoming more my favorite because I had a couple of festivals recently where I won a high roller, 1K buy-in, won some nice money there. So it's fast becoming and a fan favorite, to be honest. People love to come watch it. I've had people who've come into the chat at the start and they have no idea what the game is. I give them a little command which shows sort of the rules and everything, and everyone's like, oh wow, this game's so much fun. It looks, really good.
Yeah. And then you ask them to come play heads up and
yeah, why not? Yeah.
All right, Scott, thanks for talking to us, and I'll let you get back to the Open Face tournament then.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOP Circuit here in Tallinn, and it's 2025, and I'm joined by Andy Tillman. You've just been announced as the Chief International WSOP Circuit International Manager, is that correct?
International Tournament Director.
International Tournament Director. So you're going to be looking after every event upcoming on the roster, starting with Tallinn. You're going to be going to...
I go to Bratislava in a few days here to have the second event for us on the new season for WSOP Circuits. We'll also be rolling out for the first time outside of Vegas in the Bahamas, WSOP Plus in Bratislava. So have our tournament system with the app that everyone's been loving. And
yeah, and that's going to be rolling out there. And in terms of your international travel, how many passports do you go through a year? So you're on the road for how many days?
I'm on the road this year probably close to 300 days this year.
And how do you balance that with home time, family?
Very poorly. That's how we balance it. It's impossible. It's an impossibility being this busy with everything we're doing and building and trying to grow poker. It's, you sacrifice a little bit, but at the end of the game, it'll be better for everyone.
Absolutely. So would you say that that's where your passion lies? Because I read that you were dealing about 20 years ago and sort of made your way up. So what was it that really gave you the kind of breakthrough moment to start working more on the international stage as opposed to card rooms in the US?
Yeah, it was probably when I first started doing the WSOP circuit in the US and ran in the tournament director at the time and got invited to a tournament in Bratislava, Slovakia in 2009, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And that just really kind of relit the fire to want to travel more, want to work more. And I've always enjoyed being in poker. I mean, this is my university job.
Yeah.
That I just kind of stumbled into and just enjoyed the environment and the people. And it's great. And I mean, just the travel and now working my way up, like you said, from dealer to like floor assistant to floor to manager, now to tournament director. It's been a long and fun road, but we're still enjoying it. I mean, now the new position's busier, doing more things, but it's really kind of even pushed the fire more.
So to those people out there that are kind of looking to follow in your footsteps, what would you say is the greatest strength you need to climb that ladder?
Probably the greatest strength is enjoying what you do, like really enjoying the environment and focusing on always learning, always trying to get better and understanding, never thinking that I know everything. I'm willing to learn every day and trying to find something new, a different perspective, different thoughts. And I'm consistently talking with other TDs, players, floors, just to have other perspectives and outsides and not just having my own vision by myself.
Yeah, so working on that kind of emotional intelligence as you go as well, looking at other people's perspectives and just being open-minded towards that. Yeah, sounds good. Which is the favorite stop for you at the moment? You don't have to say Tallinn because I know we're here, but...
I mean, Tallinn has been nice. I mean, the venue is great. I mean, it's definitely something I was excited to see. This is my first time here, and it hasn't disappointed. But, I mean, it's really hard to beat Australia.
Yeah.
I mean...
Gold Coast?
Gold Coast this year.
Mm.
And I was just there in May for a site visit and meeting everyone. And between just the relaxed Australian culture and the casino being... I don't know, 5-6 minute walk from the beach right there.
How
next
sensational
to
is that beach, by the way? It's
right
wow
down
factor,
Broad
right?
Beach is amazing. The casino is beautiful. Everyone's so friendly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the entire environment makes everything so relaxed, but so much more fun.
Yeah.
So it's just an overall enjoyable experience for everything.
And to add the prestigiousness of the WSOP brand, you get the international players coming in as well. It just, there's always that kind of, I don't know if you feel this as well, but there's a buzz around these events. You know, it's just kind of that step up from, you know, a random tournament series to, hey, we're at the WSOP now. It just kind of adds that wow factor.
It adds the wow factor for sure. Because, I mean, WSOP is the biggest brand for poker on the planet. And, I mean, everyone gets their chance to come and play on the circuit and do things like that. So it gives the experience and the opportunity for everyone that cannot go to Vegas or just doesn't have the bankroll to go to Vegas. So now you get your own chance at playing with that buzz, with that environment, and that actually really is the fun part of it.
I think so.
Because everyone shows up and everyone seems to be genuinely excited to play.
Yeah, or whether it's a mini main or a high roller, it doesn't really matter. There's the same energy.
Yeah,
absolutely. And so we have to ask you, just to close things out, with the controversy of the big characters at the WSOP this year, what's your take? Are you Team Cabral or Team Kasuf, or can you be both?
I don't think you can be both. I mean, you and I both know Kasuf fairly well, and
yeah,
Will went far even for Will, and just that thing just got way out of hand, and both sides were just pushing, and I just can't be on Team Kasuf with everything there because he was just abusive and things like that. Cabral, he's intense. He tends to really be on that razor's edge, but he's very rarely crossing it.
I don't think he ever does anything too wrong. And, you know, I met you years ago in Rozvadov as a player, right? And when we were dealing with guys like Cabral there, it was kind of a novelty, you know, in that local scene that hadn't really reached the bigger stage at that point. And then all of a sudden he started to play in the super high rollers and stuff like that. And I always just thought, you know what, this guy's kind of a master of the vocal side of the game, whereas a lot of people would say Kasuf was. But then, you know, when Kasuf busted out of the tournament, you saw this kind of tirade and you were thinking, well, hang on a second, maybe it's not maybe it's not for his own benefit, it's just coming from a rather uncomfortable place, let's say.
Yeah,
and that's what it felt like. But thanks for coming on. Thanks for giving us your opinions on a couple of things.
Of course,
and
anytime,
looking forward to seeing you go about your business this week.
Yeah, I mean, we should have some fun here. I mean, it's going to be a great event. I mean, we're just getting ready to start up. The main event should have just put cards in the air and had shuffle up and deal, and should be a great main event.
Absolutely.
Still have a ton of events to go, and I mean, on to Bratislava next, and then
on to Bratislava. But it's always on to the next thing with you, isn't it?
I mean, you go to
But you got to love it for that reason, huh?
I mean, between now and the end of the Bahamas, I have 10 events.
Yeah.
In 4 months?
Wow. Yeah.
So there'll be a lot of WSOP action coming to pretty much anyone everywhere right now. It's 10 events on 4 continents for me, and we still have others that, well, I just physically can't make to.
Yeah. So WSOP.com for all of that, guys. Check out the tournaments that could be local to you, and if not, Gold Coast is going to be the big one. Get yourself booked in for that one. Thanks very much for joining, Andy, once again.
Thank
Cheers.
you, guys. See you guys. Enjoy.
So welcome back for continued coverage of the Mystery Bounty final table. We've had only a couple of eliminations so far, but the blinds structure is kind of catching up a little bit, so could be seeing some fireworks over the next few hours. Who's your hot person or hot pick for the rest?
Well, I do think Lucas Oranen's game always impresses me. I think he's going to be my pick almost every time when he makes the final table, regardless of the stacks, and even though he does have 2 bigger stacks to his direct left, he's going to be my pick.
Can't argue with that. The wonder kid from Finland. Let's get back to the action, shall we, and see how he's going to battle, as we do have now 7 players remaining.
Of course, we saw that one big mystery bounty being pulled.
Yes, the 20k is out, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of a bit deflating for the rest of the guys at this stage.
It does mean also that we will see much more play focused on the pay jumps, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of.
There are decent bounties left, but
I think a 10k, maybe 1 or 2 6ks, a 5k, a 4k, that kind of range. So we're probably looking at obviously the 7 remaining. And total mystery bounty prize pool is going to be something around 25k, so still a value.
Is it really that high still?
Yeah, it's going to be a 10, a 6, a 5, a 4. So that's 23, isn't it?
That would indicate that almost all of the small ones have been pulled.
Yeah, a lot of 500s
wow.
are out. The double misdeal to get things kicked off. Wakey, wakey.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been a long week. No, instantly canned as well.
Yeah.
Oh, you hate to see it. And there goes the Queen of Hearts as well. It's just a disaster.
That's going to be tough on morale, I think.
Yeah.
I do think he just got a bit of a
bit of adrenaline.
Yeah, a bit of a pep talk from the...
Yeah. Come on, buddy.
From the floor or whoever.
There we go. And that's let's have a nice clean one. Yeah, a little bit slower now. Oh, yeah. Okay, we got there in the end.
Yeah,
but
safe short toss on the final one and sliding it over is a good way to get the ball rolling again.
It certainly is.
Even Fabian giving a
yeah,
bit of
Germans
a smile.
always like to pick up on dealer mistakes. I noticed that when I play in Rosendorf. They're just first in there. They absolutely salivate at the opportunity to call the shots.
I do think in general they just comment and point a lot of stuff out, positive or negative. So
yeah, true.
When dealer mistakes is a very obvious, like observable thing, it makes something that they like to point out. Luca looks interested with a hand that we presume he is not interested in, perhaps looking at some of the stack dynamics, but having two big stacks behind, I do doubt that. Pazzi, on the other hand, has a combo that he could flat, being the covering stack. I doubt he will. He does fold. And great timing on that as well, of course. Although, again, I do think he should fold, even as the covering stack. Seems to be a trend here, which happens on a lot of these tables where most people take a lot of time just to make sure. But hello! There's a flat call.
Yeah, because of Nilo's short stack in the big blind or something?
Yes, and this is what I asked about stack dynamics, because both Luca and Pazzi looked interested. Luca more so being notable because he had just queen 3 in the cutoff suited.
Yeah.
And decided not to, and this is something we are absolutely gonna set Nilo stick in. The question is, when you have a hand as strong as aces, how do you play it against the small blind flat? Because you still want the small blind in.
Yeah, I think everything apart from obviously jamming or folding are good options here. I like to maybe call sometimes and click other times. It depends on how capable you think your opponent is of going for the back jam. You know, maybe they look down a hand like 6s or 7s that could get here in this fashion and go for the shove versus your call. So it depends on what he thinks of Risto, how aggressive he thinks his opponent is. If he doesn't think his opponent's going to have many moves like that, then it's good to just click it.
And he does go for the click just over min click, which would have been 230. And over to Risto now.
Yeah, Risto unfortunately is not going to be able to continue here unless he's cooking up something extremely wild. And there goes the 69 into the muck. 10s versus aces. Bad luck for Nilo, who hasn't really had much go his way, of course, to get into this situation. And now feels like he's in the dream spot with 10s, but getting shown the rockets. Rather unfortunate. Are we going to get another elimination here at the final table and a mystery bounty envelope going over to Dimitri? Oh! 10 of clubs on the turn. Saving the fin.
Yes.
And easy money with the little rub down as well.
Yeah.
Dimitri, I think, won't lose too much sleep tonight. He did pull the 20k envelope. That was him, right?
I thought you said it was...
No, Fabian was the 15k.
Oh, Fabian was the 15.
Yeah. Pretty sure it was Dimitri. It was 25 minutes ago.
If it was the one we saw, I do think you are right. So
yeah.
Perhaps he's going to be okay with that one.
Yeah, so stacks are evening out a little bit, and no one with over 60 big blinds, which is, I think, the first time I've said that. It's been such a deep stack tournament. You can see in the background that the average stack is 36 big blinds, so that's Fabian right in the middle of the pack and on average. For maths lovers out there, he is both the median and the mean. Ooh, that is rather spicy, isn't it?
Certainly. Very rarely you get something so neatly aligned.
Exactly, yeah, it's a joy to behold.
Dimitri with a slightly worse holding than last time.
Tadas not really got a clear read on his gameplay. He's been quite wide.
Does continue that theme with this a7 off. It's not unreasonable as you are the big stack. But
yep, Mini Cooler saying Rasmus here. That means bad news in the main. Unfortunately, it does. The main is yep, getting going. I think there's 19 left now.
It was 17. Yeah, just recently. I was talking to one of the guys who was at my table for multiple table draws today, and he had a decent stack. Lost some of it, but he was still just over average. So.
Righto.
So he was pretty happy. Local guy.
Local guy making a run. That's what we like to see in Tallinn. Lots of Estonians come out.
Certainly. Lots of Finns made day 3, but most of us have busted. I think there's 2 left I might be wrong.
So the information is chip leader still Jenny Westmoreland. We've got Chow Fei up there, Stephen Groom, known player from the Cash Game Festival. Igor Pahelia Sr. and David Vanaya, the winner of the 5K, still going strong.
I was very happy to not have him or Xiao Fei on a single one of my table draws.
Yeah, he's pretty solid, isn't he, David?
While Stephen Groom is a very capable player based on my play with him yesterday, I was a bit unhappy not to have him because he was a great pleasure to just sit and chat with.
Yeah, he's a friendly guy, isn't he?
Yeah, we had good conversations yesterday around the bubble when play slowed down a little bit and we needed some distractions.
Yeah, a bit of air to fill.
Yeah, he did stack another guy with aces against ace queen in a 4-bet pot on an ace high board and ended up being, I think, second in chips going into today.
Catapulting up that, and he's been holding that position. He's been right up there as every time I've seen the chip counts. So we may get some coverage of the main, we may not. We cannot tell you for sure, as we still do have 7 left here in the Mystery Bounty, which is going to be the primary focus. And until I get any more information, this is what we're going to be working with.
And at least so far it seems to be quite a gritty table.
Yeah.
So while people will be unafraid to make plays when necessary, it also means that we will not see these outrageous out-of-line plays very often. Something that you do see in live quite a bit in less esteemed tables. Overall, I would say this is a pretty strong final table lineup with a few wild cards in there, just for some entertainment value.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice mix.
So
it's kind of what you expect in a Mystery Bounty, right? It's a great tournament for, to put it bluntly, fearless recreationals, because it just works in their favor. Guys that are not afraid to put the chips over the line. Maybe in the heavier ICM dynamics of the vanilla format, they kind of go missing and make some big blunders. But here it can never be too bad because of the Mystery Bounty element.
Precisely, and I was having a conversation with someone that I believe Mystery Bounties long term, they have obviously been hugely popular online. Mystery Bounties long term, I think, will be great for the health of the game because it will attract people who just like to gamble and like to spin a lot. The format generally allows that kind of play, and it makes you believe that even if you are not confident enough to believe you could win a tournament, you are certainly confident enough to believe that you can make the money and pull a mystery.
Exactly. So it adds that element of enjoyment. There's a different kind of energy around the room during these things. It's usually a little bit more laid back and kind of fun because there's less to kind of cover up in terms of the live reads, right? You're just kind of hunting bounties and having fun.
Yes.
So it's one of those things that maybe the poker purists out there are going to say, it's ruining the game and the ROIs are so low and it's just gambling, blah blah blah. But lo and behold, it's here to stay. And we have seen a couple of fads come into poker that just sort of fell by the wayside. Thinking short deck, it's not really made the test of time, but Mystery Bounties definitely seems to be something that people like, and it's kind of another theme of trying to create a game with more action, but this one's here to stay. Nice move there from Fabi.
Yes, finding one of these creative combos.
Yep.
At this level, this will happen quite often, but regardless, Luca having exactly the kind of hand that Fabi wants to put pressure on, and it works out perfectly for him.
The slightly better ace-x, the suited ones, he knows it's going to be opening all kinds of holdings. Ace-jack off, it's going to hit the mark. King-queen has a lot of equity versus our ace-4, also going to be likely to fold.
Yes, and of course, not to mention the countless folds you get from the big blind folded King-7 suited, which of course is a fold, but if you flat, I'm sure he would have loved to come along with that kind of hand.
Yeah, and our pot share just goes down.
Yes.
So a nice move there from the German grinder.
I have to mention that a good demonstration of what the Mystery Bounties can do. I was in Rosvado just about a month ago. I met a couple of German guys. One of them was running late in the main, so his 3 friends were railing him. One of them, however, happened to also be playing a $15 Mystery Bounty on
his phone,
on a very popular online site on his phone. Yes, it was day 2, and then suddenly he just started yelling because while he was in the toilet, he drew the biggest mystery bounty available, which was 18,000 in a $15 mystery bounty.
That's insane. What a spin.
Yes, and he even ran extremely deep in that one, but I don't think he made the final table.
Hopefully he had time to pull his pants up when he was in the toilet, right?
God, I hope so. Although I cannot confirm nor deny this.
Comes back with the trousers around the ankles, showing his phone to everyone. Yeah, that's not a nice mental image, is it? Sorry for you guys at home getting carried away. But yeah, regardless, that is quite a pull, and that's the allure of the mystery bounty.
Yes.
Right there in a nutshell.
My opinion on mystery bounties is that, particularly in live, I quite like the format because live is less likely to get these tournaments with 10,000 or 5,000 players. But having a mystery bounty with 200-300 players, though it does add a lot of variance, it's the kind of variance that is still welcome, because ultimately if you do run to those top 3, top 2 places that you should be targeting for anyway, long term, you will probably have more than one of them, and over time, though you can run up or down, so can you with normal variance, and when you combine the two, it's not that bad.
For sure, because the field sizes don't get out of control, whereas, you know, in other areas of the game it can be a little bit of a shot into the dark.
Yeah.
So Luca here with the King 8.
And Taras, as you said, liking his wide approach.
Yeah, exactly. He's made a couple of these rather loose peels. Seems to be a player that likes to get involved, and Pasi is going to complete with the Queen Jack from the big blind versus the min raise, getting a pretty nice price of 25 into 185. And 10 deuce deuce, so swing and a miss for all three.
Very dry flop.
Yeah, I could see Risto go for a kind of small sizing. It's in some ways a value bet, in some ways a bit of equity denial as well. If he gets a hand like, you know, Queen Jack to fold, that's 2 overs and a backdoor straight draw, which is a great result.
Even if you get something like 9-8 to fold, though it's not 2 overs, it's 2 cards that could outdraw you. And if it's 9-8 suited with a suit that's already on the board, that's more backdoors that you do deny with this small bet.
Big chunk of equity. You can see there, Queen Jack having 31% in this one.
Yeah.
With all of the 6 outs available, of course. He's not to know that, but...
And I think...
that's the job done.
Pasi probably is aware that that though chip EV, it's a peel that you could narrowly make.
Yeah.
Even in chip EV scenarios, you wouldn't peel that very often, simply because you will not get to realize your equity often enough.
Exactly, and then some other considerations as well as the future game. If he does call and improve to a straight draw on the turn, he kind of has to call one more, and then all of a sudden he might not be able to cover guys like Luca and Dimitri if money's going in on later streets. So
precisely,
not really incentivized to play you know, too passively out of position, maybe looking to check raise sometimes, although repping the deuce might be a little bit of a tough ask. Coming in third from the big blind, a lot of the deuce X there will be forced to fold.
Rich, though, is in a tempting position where he wants to win just another medium-sized pot so he covers also Taras, but for now he still has that one danger at the table.
Exactly, one job at a time, but certainly going to be something that is in his sights.
Seeing him fold the jack 7 off, does that surprise you at all?
I thought he would have opened that, to be honest,
Yeah.
with the chip lead, but it looks like he's more interested in getting stuck into a bag of nuts there.
Especially since if you do take a wide flatting approach, you should also have this...
a little bit of pep in your step with the opens. Yeah.
Especially in a spot where you'll be able to put on a lot of pressure. I think the wide opens are much better than the wide flats, because
absolutely, because you
get
can
to
win the
remain,
pot,
and you get to remain the aggressor as well on future streets. So in these spots where everyone has a swing and a miss, but the range clearly favors you, you get to take them down very, very easily with little competition.
You most certainly do. Good to keep the foot on the gas. Maybe not looking to tangle with Risto, who had a lot of chips in the big blind. Maybe that was the reason, and he might be more happy to target some of the shorter stacks in the big. at least with a bit more bounty equity versus the shorter stacks, as the collision effect is much larger. Fabian with the ace-king suited.
Speaking of collision effect, we have 6 unseen hands here with the potential of bringing us one of these big collisions.
Yep, absolutely. Need someone to pick up a decent hand. Plenty of chance for that with still 3 guys to go. 4 guys. And he does open into the short stack as well, so an even better situation, which could have meant that he saw some fight back. He's been quite unlucky now not to find anyone with a playable holding. I feel a bit hard done by, but still picking up the chips is not the worst result. 60k going into his stack if Nilo does indeed fold the 10 deuce suited here.
And I really think he should.
Yeah, me too.
Especially in a mystery bounty, because when you do shove, you're going to get called so easily that you just want to keep as many chips as possible for that upcoming hopeful double up.
Exactly, defending there, maybe flopping a deuce or some kind of equity and then having to check call the flop or maybe even put it in is not going to be as favorable as the action he's likely to get when he does pick up a decent holding in the next couple of orbits. Still time for the Finn to find something there.
It does remain on over 10 blinds. It's not nothing.
Dimitri with the 9-4, just going to be on the sidelines for now, looking for that next elimination for a little pay jump. And really no incentive for him to open wide in this configuration, whereas Tadas with the 8-6 and the chip lead, I believe he has second in chips on the button as well, but he is going to chance his arm with the 8-6. Passy out of the way, Aristo with the Jack-9 suited, certainly a playable holding. Could be looking for some 3-betting here, potentially some calling as well.
And I think oftentimes we will see the call.
Yeah, I think it's... Oh, he does fold. Interesting.
Really choosing not to tangle at all with that big stack. And also, there is something to be said for the situation that if Taras opens, particularly from this early, and the short stack shoves, we don't expect Taras to be folding very much, if at all, which means it puts you in a very uncomfortable position once it comes over to you, because you'll probably be forced to let it go, and when that happens, you're flooding in a situation that gives him an even better shove. It's just nice to sometimes avoid these situations.
Yeah. And Fabi there, defending the ace-deuce off. What do we think about that versus the chip leader?
Well, it's certainly interesting, but perhaps he's picked up on the fact that Taras is going to be very wide, and on board structures that are very dry like this, I absolutely believe we will see a continue from Fabian. The real question is that if it keeps running out on these middling cards, anything between a jack and a deuce, isn't he going to be afraid of exactly Taras having these cards if he does believe he's too wide?
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you feel compelled to call, but the actual kind of realization of the equity out of position is quite tough, and he does turn a gut shot alongside the ace of hearts, which is a handy component to have at this stage.
Yes.
Interesting to see what happens on the turn here. Taras doesn't really pick up any immediate equity, still has 2 overs to the 4, but checking down now, and I think that Taras is going to potentially try and represent this holding if it does go check from the German, and that will be a real test of the mettle of the young grinder.
Precisely, because this is one of those middling cards that, though it looks fairly inconspicuous as a standalone card, if you do expect your opponent to be opening much wider, it's going to contain a ton of exactly 10x. It's not going to go quite down to the 3x and what.
Ooh, I'm not sure about that check back. We do have a lot of very natural c-bets that include hands like 10-8, hands like Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, can all arrive here in this manner. Maybe slightly conservative there from Tadas, just kind of waving the white flag with the 8-6, just going for the one and done, but he does retain the chip lead marginally, so that could have been of some consideration for him. Risto in second, Fabian winning that one relatively uncontested. in third. Then you have this pack of Pasi, Luka, and Dimitri, kind of treading water for now, and Nilo at the bottom with all the work to do, 11 big blinds. So Queen Jack for Tadas now, surely back in the mix.
Particularly see him give up early. It's interesting to still see him use these wide opens.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have to follow it up with at least a modicum of post-flop aggression.
Exactly. Pasi now.
If you are going to be able to justify the wider open, you're going to have some post-flop moves. And that's not exactly what we've seen so far from the Lithuanian. But he does have the chip lead, and he will be fairly happy with his progress in the tournament so far. Don't believe we've seen him have too many mystery bounty pulls either, so he's kind of come in for a late run in some ways.
Of course, if you do play a lot of these small pots, it's less likely that you get into a situation where you get those bounties.
Yeah, exactly. Not really been putting the chips in too much. Just kind of small balling it, and does flop a jack. So bad news for Pasi. The Finn peeling from the hijack with the 10s, not looking to play for what would be almost 40 big blinds pre-flop, which is fair enough.
Certainly not going anywhere at this stage yet.
No.
And in Pasi's shoes, it's worth noting that when he takes that decision pre-flop, it might have been different if it was him opening and facing a 3-bet, because if he does 3-bet, when someone comes over the top, he loses that advantage of the fold, fold equity, and is forced to either run it or fold a big holding.
Yep, which would be undesirable in both senses. So Tadas is going to go for, what do we think, sort of a middle of the road sizing. He goes small.
Very small. And what I do find interesting is, of course, I readjust my expectations for Tadas very heavily, but on this flop, it is a flop that we will see the under the gun opener check a lot.
Yeah.
Tadas just chooses to go with the actual holding he has and bet. And again,
He's
bet.
kind of betting his hand in this situation. And
Precisely.
actually, you know, for the 10s there versus this size down in relation to the pot, we're thinking, well, I actually beat value here. Hands like ace-9, hands like king-9 could be kind of playing in this way. So does he actually go for a bit of a value cut on the river, expecting to see some of those 9x holdings?
It's very possible.
Yeah,
8s and 7s also being in there.
Yep.
Hands that could be one to play. And he does go for the value cut.
Yeah, about half pot. Looks like 225 in the middle.
And as played, I absolutely have to be called by Taras, surely. He just thinks it through.
Yep.
But,
and he's going to take this one down with the Queen Jack, as Pasi did read into the sizing, as we both did in the booth as well. I could see that he had Queen Jack, but the sizing was just looking like a 9, so unlucky there to run into one of the weaker jacks that has elected to check the river, and Tadas adds to that chip lead. And he'll be hoping to say ta-da to Nilo in the next. Couldn't help myself.
Yeah,
in
I can tell.
in the next orbit or so. Hoping to get a little bit of that mystery bounty prize pool, which is dwindling, unfortunately. If you are joining us right now, we've seen the 20k pulled, we've seen the 15k pulled, and I think the biggest one remaining is 10k at this stage, which is still third place prize money. Oh,
at least it's not the same dealer who
no, exactly. That would have been
those at the start.
Yeah, he got the tap on the shoulder, and he's been sent to the gulags, I think. Luka with the ace-8, middling stack now. And that's going to be the end of the road in the booth for Erasmus for today. I believe you're going to get some food?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good
get
stuff.
Some food with other poker players.
It's been a pleasure to hear your insight once again. Unlucky in the main event, but hey, not a bad payday, and a nice run to add to the collection at this point.
Great experience, if nothing else. It's always good to take away a lot from these, particularly when you run the way I did today, which was very slow and steady.
Yeah, so. Absolutely. Well, good job, and we'll be seeing you hopefully tomorrow.
Yes.
So on the guest comms, got another player hopping in, Mr. Scott Kenyon. how the devil are we? So it's not been the week you were hoping for so far, but so far is, there's still a couple of things to play tomorrow, right?
There is, albeit it's Hold'em, and I'm the leader of the Boo Hold'em movement. Wait, am I commentating on Hold'em here? What is this? What is this? Oh my goodness. Yeah, so there's a wise saying that goes, losing is learning and winning is showing what you've learned. And I've done a lot of learning this week. A lot of learning.
That is a nice, profound way of saying that, hey, it's not been my week, but
hey-ho,
sometimes
it happens.
that happens. Yeah. What's been the toughest one to take?
Sveton was really tough yesterday.
Yeah.
I busted in 20th, 17 got paid.
Ooh,
so soft bubble, and it was 9 hours in.
Yeah.
To soft bubble. So those always hurt a little bit.
Hell of a grind. I believe they're still playing the heads up. That's
been
going for hours. Just split pot galore by the sounds of it. Well, I mean, it must be, right? Unless they're just, both
passing some double ups.
Folding the button every hand, yeah. So tough one there. So what happened? Did you dwindle down and kind of lose a big pot, or?
Yeah, dwindled a bit. Had some good chances to scoop, but didn't manage to. It was just some chops, and picked up kings with 6 or 7 big blinds. I didn't have much.
Yeah.
So open for pot, and Frank Visser in the small blind woke up with aces and held on the hand and the board.
Ouch.
So yeah.
Unlucky not to at least get half, but that's the way it goes.
Hey-ho. Frank's had a good week, though. Frank's run pretty well. He cashed in the Sveton. Obviously, it was final table of the PLO, the 1K that we commentated a few days ago.
Had a nice 5-figure score there, I believe.
Yep. He also cashed the 8 game, I believe. So he's run pretty good this week.
Yep. And someone's got to, and he's decided to be the one to take the bull by the horns. So
and good
on
for
you, Frank.
Good guy. Good
exactly.
Guy. Risto with the pocket aces. Is he going to find some action? Probably not.
No, Luca in the big blind. He's got one of those hands that you could think about
defends.
a 3-bet. No, I think defending less appetizing than 3-betting, and I think the highest likelihood is that we're just going to see a fold, to be honest, because he's in that kind of middle stack territory where chips are at a premium, and defending out of position is going to be less advantageous than earlier stages in the tournament. So,
hence why I guess you're advocating for the 3-bet more than the defend at this point. If you're gonna go for it, you might as well try and just take it pre.
Yeah, but versus early position, might be not too thrilled about it, and does
good decision. Very good player, Luca. Very good player.
There you go. The timing. Yeah, it hasn't really had the final table of dreams, but he's still alive. And he's got over 20 bigs to contend with. So.
Yeah. Speaking of good weeks, Parsy's had quite a good week. He got second in the 8 game.
Nice.
Yeah. He was a bit miffed that he got second, though. I had to say congratulations. It's one of those things where obviously you're happy you got second.
Package,
exactly. It's that 5K added package juicer on top.
It is a big juicer, isn't it, for those smaller field
events? It really
events.
is.
What did you get, about 100 runners in the 8 game?
Just short of, I think. So I remember it was like, I think 20K was it for first? 20K for first, 14 for second, something like that. So, it's like a 6K pay jump, but then on top of that, you got the 5K package. It's just so much at that point.
You're playing for 10 bags, essentially.
It's literally like you play in a PKO tournament where the jump is so vast between second and first.
Yep. And not to be on this occasion, but still in the mystery, and second place in the 8 game. Regardless, it's going to be a winning week for him, you'd hope.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
Unless he's
been firing off shells
things that I'm
in
not
the 5K.
aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Fabian, a very good player. I've come across him.
He's everywhere,
a few
isn't
stops,
he?
a few festivals. Yeah,
he's just one of those guys that gets his head down. You never see him really out of control. He plays really solid. He's just always turning up and giving it his best, and that's a winning strategy in the long run. For
always
sure.
seems to be there or thereabouts, which is what you want to see.
I'd love to know how much he spends on hotels and accommodation every year, because he is everywhere. I mean, he's one of those guys that, let's say we got 52 weeks of the year, right? I reckon about 45 of those at least he's on the road in one of the European destinations for the most part.
So I think I heard a rumor, and it could be wrong, but I heard this rumor that apparently in Germany, if you're of a certain young age, you can get like some yearly train pass that just gets you everywhere. So I heard he had one of those, but I don't know if that's true or not. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. If anyone knows, let me know.
What, like a European rail card?
Apparently, yeah.
Wow.
And that just gets you everywhere.
That might be why he's taking the train all the time. I did see on his story.
Oh, is he taking?
Yeah,
so
does.
that would add up then.
And that's why, yeah, he's focusing on those inner European spots, because the travel expenses is a big part of our win rate in live poker. You know, like it's not cheap these days. Flights over here from England, return was 500. You know, like
yikes.
a couple of years ago, that was, you know, looking to more 150, 200.
Yeah, mine was not so bad. So I fly from Malaga because I live in Gibraltar.
Yep.
We, by the way, might be about to get EU flights very soon.
Oh.
I don't want to get too political, but we're going to be like a Schengen associate.
Okay.
So we're actually going to get EU flights within, hopefully, the next few months.
So you don't even have to take your passport then?
No, exactly.
Just a driving license.
But just also that I can fly direct from Gibraltar rather than having to get a coach to Malaga and fly from Malaga. But from Malaga, it's not bad. It's like 130-ish each way.
Okay.
So not too bad.
Not too bad.
And if we could get, say, Ryanair, EasyJet or something like that from Jib, that would be amazing.
Absolutely.
So who's impressed you so far out of this lineup?
Risto, Fabian, Luca. I think Dimitri's played a pretty strong game as well.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone in their own right has played good poker, but I think, I've been most impressed with Risto, I think, so far, the Estonian player. I hadn't really been too familiar with his game before, but he's been really strong.
Nice.
Absolutely. So
Nilo needs a bit of a spin.
Yeah, and not what he was hoping for with the Queen 3 under the gun. He's going to have to pay the blind and the ante, which is a pretty healthy
chunk of his stack, yeah.
It certainly is. Ooh, it's giving a slightly bemused smile to the camera there. Maybe just signaling to the people supporting back home that he's under it, but still in. That's the most important thing.
And a survivor. I mean, he survived with those 10s against the aces, you know.
He
You got to drill those.
Found the 10 on the turn. Got to drill it from time to time. You know, you're never dead pre-flop in this game, so that's the beauty of it.
So Parsi blind v blind against one of the deeper stacks. Do we think he's going to go for a sneaky sort of limp raise, or is he just coming in for an open here?
Versus Risto, yeah, looks like he is going to open. I was on the fence, really. I can think you can go both ways.
Yeah.
Problem is with this kind of hand is when you get 3-bet or jammed on, for example.
Hello.
You know, we are raise folding a decent chunk of equity here. Maybe I'd be going for sort of more King 5 type holding as a raise fold there. Risto does just call, playing it a little bit conservatively with the King Jack. Definitely a hand that could jam, but as we are suited and booted.
Oh, mama.
Has good playability. Look at this for a flop for
That is a flop.
Wow, 3 diamonds, top pair.
And the up and down for Risto.
Yeah, and the up and down for Risto, which... Let's see what sizing Pasi goes for here. Could elect to check this board sometimes. He's going to have a lot of 1 over 1 under type holdings in this pre-flop ISO range. Whereas Risto is going to tend to be a little bit more concentrated around suited and semi-connected stuff. However, we do see a turn. 4 of hearts.
Bit of a brick. I can confirm mini cooler. That is my job, yes. Thank you. Mike thinks that Fabi has the German passport but lives in Austria and does not have the railway card. I'd heard some rumors about some railway card thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, Risto with the fold.
Yeah, I think so. I think our open ender there on exactly the monotone texture is going to really go down in value. Just
definitely reduces the number of outs we have.
Exactly, 2 of our outs have essentially gone. I mean, we can win on the straight completing diamond, but you know, are we going to get paid when we do so? No. So you know, the implied odds are a bit weaker for us.
Oh, we have a counter comment from Chris in the YouTube chat who says he has for sure got the rail card. Apparently, yeah.
So there you go. That's a big chunk of the of the travel expenses gone. And a nice spot to be in.
And just a lovely way to travel around, right? You get to sort
very
of
leisurely.
see all of the scenery around you as you travel.
Do a bit of admin on your laptop as you're looking at the Austrian scenery.
Maybe even grind a bit while you're on the
exactly.
travels. Play some
Fire
MTCs.
up a little bit, yeah.
I mean, if the guy that Rasmus was talking about can pull a mystery bounty for 18k in the loo, then you know.
That's the dream right there, isn't it? Modern day poker in a nutshell.
Yeah.
A guy with his trousers literally around his ankles, pulling a mystery bounty for 18k. What a fun game it is. Really skilled traveler. Yeah, that's the way to do it. You know, not being too egotistical on the 5-star hotels and the the room service breakfast in bed. You don't see those guys last the test of time too often unless they run super hot. So it is a game of cutting the expenses and making sure that almost all of your money's going into that role and going into the reinvesting. However, Nilo in the big blind here with the King 10. Pasi has gone for the slightly larger than standard open because he wants to, well, slightly dissuade the jam or the defend, but also gets a better price to raise call, which is, I think, what he's going to do.
One would hope that Nilo's just getting this in for sub 10 bigs. I mean, I'm not much of a Hold'em lover, as you know, but I'm definitely getting this in. Button versus blind. I mean, we can't really wait for much better.
Let's see.
Get him in, Nilo.
There we go. Finds it, yeah.
And I don't think Pasi is raise folding.
No.
No.
It's going to have a spin here. Jack 9 should be live a decent amount of the time, especially versus the somewhat honest tank jam as well. I think you can usually read into that's not going to be the top of the range, so we can take out some of the stronger holdings straight away, which means our Jack 9 is doing a little bit better than maybe it could be.
Do we know roughly what the sort of average mystery bounty left is?
Yeah, so I surmise that it's around about 25 to 28k in values.
Yeah.
7 left.
Yeah. Pretty good chunk, still about 4k average-ish.
Something like that, yeah. And going to need to fade a Jack or a 9 on the river, and does.
King 10 holding.
King high showing a winner, and Nilo now jumping up the rankings.
And a bit of a dent to Pasi there. They're almost equal now.
Certainly is. So thanks to all of you guys tuning in from, let us know whereabouts in the world you are. We are very proud to have a extremely multinational event here. I did see it pop up, I think 54 countries represented.
Wow.
In the WSOP, which is more countries than I've been to. Have you got one of these apps that tracks, you do a bit of traveling, don't you?
I get around, but actually I go to a lot of the same places.
Same
so I mean,
stops.
I tend to go here sort of 3 times a year.
Bratislava,
Malta. Those I would say are like the main ones actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't go to that many different countries, but I've been to a few.
Yeah, I suppose once you found the stops that cater for your predilection for the mixed games a little bit more often, there's not so many of them around. They are starting to bolster in terms of, we've got a couple of other tours that are opened up now, starting to offer a couple more mixed games and trying to contend.
Yeah, it's getting there for sure, and you can tell there's good popularity. I mean, the numbers are always pretty healthy.
Yep. Nilo with the 10-7, blind versus Fabi. They're lurking with, I believe, over $1 million. Those stacks of grey are worth 500k, so he's going to have at least 1.3. Nilo does just go for the fold, and yep, Fabi with the 8-7 suited wasn't going anywhere, but was dominated, so nice pickup for the German.
So when they take the mystery bounties, do they instantly pull it, or do they have the option to wait if they want to wait?
We tend to do it because of the coverage on the breaks.
Yeah.
So we'll have another round of mystery pulls. I think there's still not going to be any more to go for now, but something has to give at some stage. It's been a little bit of a stubborn final table in terms of the bust outs. Only seen one eliminated in a fair few hours of play now, but of course, the blinds are catching up with us. Next level will be 20k, 40k, where we're going to see for the first time in the tournament average stack of under 25 big blinds.
Yeah.
So that just kind of goes to show, you know, how much of a standstill in terms of eliminations we've seen.
And not for want of trying. I mean, we've had some all-ins, just tends to be the short stacks just getting there.
It seems to be, doesn't it? Yeah, the short stack usually has the better of it in this kind of format, as the bigger stacks are slightly more incentivized to give them a spin with that mystery bounty equity up for grabs. And Prit saying that he feels sorry for these guys because Risto is going to steamroll the table. Well, I can't disagree with that personally. He's been very much a standout player.
Yeah, you said he's the one that's impressed you the most so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Love his game. Good table presence, good tempo to the game as well. Looks absolutely dialed in.
Yeah, so I heard that Rasmus went for Luca. Obviously, got to go for his fellow
Yeah,
Finn.
yeah, exactly.
I kind of fancy Fabi. Fabi might have something to say.
I think Fabi's going to go
but
for
equally,
it.
Parsi is not daft as well.
Yeah, he's done quite well, Fabi, because he did have about that stack, well, coming into the final table, so he went on a hell of a surge, going for the max late reg, and then all of a sudden having almost 1.5 million with, I think, about 12 left. Then took a little bit of a downward spiral, you know, lost a couple of medium-sized pots and was sort of down to 600, and he's battled back nicely.
Yeah.
Risto now with the ace-10, opening it up from the hijack, running into some bad news here. Nilo should be jamming here, 17 bigs, effective.
I get a feeling that he's going to go for a smaller 3-bet.
Yeah.
I would definitely prefer the jam, for sure.
Yeah. You do have a short stack there in the small blind. I believe it's Dimitri. Looks like he's got about probably less than Nilo by judging from a quick sort of visual glance at that stack.
I'm going to guess 150 for a 3-bet.
I think we've got a jam here on a final table. We are going to get raise called by some worse hands. I think ace-jack suited will call. Ace-10 is probably going to be one of those cuspy ones that might end up folding. Let's see. Oh, he is. You're right. You knew your man.
Slightly smaller than I thought, but yeah, does the same job. Yeah, maybe his plan is so that if the small blind jams, then he's still got enough to re-jam style.
Yeah, Dimitri indeed having 440, so was covered by Nilo.
Because I think if he jams, he loses his customer here as well. Maybe he wants a little bit more than that. Oh, but he's still going to lose his customer. I mean, it does look incredibly strong.
Exactly.
The
I think ace-10 is looking much better versus the jam than a small 3-bet. And when we're thinking about which hands to jam, hands like ace-king and ace-queen there offsuit are just the primary candidates, as well as hands like, you know, 10s that, you know, play well in all-in scenarios, but maybe less so going to a flop in a 3-bet pot.
Maybe just a bit of final table ICM-ness and just thinking doesn't really want to get it all in.
Potentially.
Yeah, very equal at the bottom there. 15 bigs for Dimitri, 21 for Luca, 23 for Nilo, 23 for Parsi. It's really tightened up at that bottom end.
Yeah, it certainly
with
has.
Nilo surviving.
No one in like massive danger, which is surprising considering how few eliminations we've had on the final.
Welcome for those of you joining us. 7 left in this Mystery Bounty final day. This is a World Series ring event, so we do have indeed that 5k Bahamas added package on top of the prize pool and the mystery bounties. There is still a 10k mystery bounty out there as well. But a bit of a standstill so far. We haven't seen any bust outs in, I want to say, almost an hour at the point. Fabian with the 10-9 off, coming in with the open from the cutoff. Luca with the king-queen in the big blinds. Now how does he elect to play this one? Could just be a jam. Yeah, he is just going to go for the jam here. I like that.
Yeah, versus the cutoff, I think we just have to go.
Yeah,
you know,
Fabian opening a wide range of holdings.
Especially with the chip leader and small blind as well, it's going to mean that Fabi's going to be even wider. And as you can see, 10-9. Taking his time, not sure why, but maybe just
trying to save a bit of face. Doesn't want them knowing he's opening quite as wide as he is.
Exactly.
Got to make it look
part of the ruse. So close.
It's tough, but you know, I'll let you have that one. But next time, maybe.
Exactly. Ace-9 suited. Not sure, you know, but no, 10-9 off on this occasion.
Got to balance that folding range. Yeah, I get the feeling that when the blinds go up to 20-40, we are going to start seeing a wave of eliminations. Something has to start giving. Nilo on the ascendancy, picking up the King-Jack under the gun +1. Should be fine for an open off 22.
Maybe, yeah. He's not really incentivized to open that wide. Let's see what he goes with. 7-handed. I think I might just find a fold with this one.
Yeah, fold is fine as well. Definitely a bit earlier position than we want to have with that.
Yeah. We're not really in a situation where we need to massively pick up chips and there's no real rush. So still 6 uncapped ranges behind. Could be a good spot to just let that one go and fight another day. Tadas on the button with 3 deuce suited.
Also known as the clean diaper.
Oh, yes.
The dirty diaper, of course, being the offsuit
What's
combination.
That guy's name again? The guy that runs deep in the main doing all that theatrics every year.
The name eludes me at the moment. I mean, I'm sure the chat will know.
Surely. Yeah, he's a big name over on the WSOP main event streams. Had a couple of runs over the last few years.
Parsi will be defending with the 8-6 suited from the big blind. Pretty decent flop for Parsi with the top pair.
Certainly is. That's going to qualify.
That's the one, Nicholas Rigby. Yes.
Oh,
thank you,
Nick
Alex.
Rigby. Thank you.
The name temporarily eluded my brain.
Black Hawk, Colorado tuning in. Thanks, Graham Griffin. Welcome from the other side of the pond. Parsi deciding on check raise or call. It is a board where we do like to play our continuing range as a raise in ICM just to clear out equity, just to kind of realize snap folds. You know, if he gets 2 overs to fold, that's a great pickup at this stage of the tournament. He was actually in a favorable scenario where his opponent had basically nothing to work with, but still not 0%. So always nice to pick that one up, and does. Can readjust as we go down the streets there, but versus a wide range. Looking for some protection with that top pair, and also, you know, he's going to have some 5x in there as well.
And a valuable pickup for him. He'd taken a couple of little hits recently.
Certainly.
Obviously doubling up the name again, eluding me. But doubling up the chap in C5. Nilo. I was going to say Nico. I was very close. Yeah, so valuable pickup there for Parsi.
Certainly. Did we, wasn't Nilo just under the gun in the last hand, or was he +1? Have we played the same?
He was +1.
Oh, okay.
He was +1, yeah.
All right, I thought I was getting confused there.
Yeah.
So, Luca on the button with the ace-4. Got a couple of, I believe, bigger stacks to contend with, but an ace blocker more than enough to open the button. Does go for the open to 60k. Parsi in the small blind with King-9 suited. How's he going to continue here? Calling, 3-betting. Both seem to be valid options. 3-betting does get rid of some of these types of hands. Weak ace highs.
Looks like he's reaching for the 3-bet chip.
Yeah, I like his game so far. He's been pretty solid and hasn't really missed out on the opportunity to find aggression, as we saw with the 8-6. It's not the most comfortable check raise, but one that he found nonetheless. And yeah, Luca just with a little ushka look over to his left as if to say, God, really? Run into it again? Well, not this time. But a nice move there from the Finn, who's shown a pretty strong game of his own and now is slowly getting himself back into contending for that top prize of 22,000 and a bit of change.
Do we know how many bounties everyone's pulled? I know you said that Fabian had a 15k one, I believe. Another chap had the 20.
Yeah, I believe we're up to date on the bounties now, so it should be 7 bounties remaining. We can get that information as it comes.
Lovely. And I guess no one else has pulled anything massive at this point.
Yeah, the 10k still remains.
Yeah.
As the new kind of top prize in the bounties. Fabi with the 15, and I believe it was Dimitri with the 20k.
Luca should be once again coming in for an open, hoping that he doesn't get 3-bet again.
Undeterred. Goes for the min.
Back in action.
Yeah, this time a Mexican wave of fold, says Risto. And we've had a couple of guys in the chat saying that he's going to steamroller this final table. If he finds more spots like this, it's going to be light work for the Estonian.
Do we prefer a flat or a 3-bet?
Depends on the big blind stack. So the big blind is not too short, right? Nilo, believe he's got just under 20 big blinds. So in that case, if he had sort of 10, I might like to see the flat here. But, you know, with 20, I think we do want to be seeking the value from Luca.
Nilo looks interested, by the way. We don't see what his cards are
yet.
Got
here
definitely not interested.
Just farming for a bit of TV time potentially, and Luca with the snap fold there, not going to get into any leveling wars. Giving a nice little sort of wry smile over to those guys on his left, saying, "The hell's got into you over the last couple of hands? Let me have one, guys." So let's see if he goes back into his shell or continues to drive the action with these types of hands. Anyway.
Come on, guy. Relax, guy.
You got a lot of support and encouragement, and also interest in your fancy dress outfit the other day.
Suit, yeah. Appropriately timed, just as they released some insane new episode. Have you heard about this?
Oh no.
Donald Trump with the devil.
Oh.
With Satan.
Wow.
I mean, it's quite the episode. I've seen it, and
it's quite impressive that they're
do you remember the old episodes where they had Saddam Hussein with the devil? Or are you not much of a South Park
I don't watch it. It's not really my style of humor, to be honest. So it's not my thing. But I do respect the fact that, one, they make extremely accurate predictions of the future, and two, they are very uncompromisingly boisterous with their style of comedy.
They're not willing to tackle the issues of the day, and apparently the issue of today is that Donald Trump has a small something.
Right. Okay.
According to South Park, that's
Yeah, word on the street.
Yeah. And apparently it riled them so much that the White House has actually come out with a statement saying that South Park is very outdated and 20 years overdone, blah, blah, blah. Which I think has then brought more attention to the episode. It's almost like no news is... bad news is good news kind of thing, It's just... it's their most viewed first episode in a series for like 20-odd years.
Yeah.
It's riled quite a few people. Chip counts at the moment. Tadas still with the chip lead at 50 bigs. Bottom end is actually widened a little bit. Parsi was sort of dragging towards that bottom end, but the last couple of hands, couple of pickups, finds himself more towards the middle of the pack. And the ladders at this point not that huge. It's 900 ladders to the next one, but as we've said, sort of 2,500-ish average mystery bounty equity. So you definitely want to be the one doing the damage, getting those ladders. Don't think Nilo is going to be opening with Queen Deuce.
Nope.
Off to the blinds we go. Fabi will definitely be now. So we have quite a short stack in the big blinds.
I think we're going to jam here
Yeah.
with the ace-4. Yeah, we're sub 15 big blinds effective. These are the first types of hands that you want to be jamming. Yeah, and he does. So it's like deuces, threes, weak ace-x. It just plays so well as a jam. And in fact, it's actually 13 or so big blinds plus yeah, 14 bigs effective. So these are low offsuit aces, the Broadways, the low pairs first to go.
Yeah.
And yep, continuing to show his knowledge and his class. It's been a strong final table showing from Fabi so far. I'm excited to see how that continues.
Yeah, it's a good player from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Very consistent in terms of like wins and stuff as well.
He does get a lot of. He's one of those guys that just seems to get at least one cash in every single series he goes to. You know, just kind of plugging away, putting in the volume, and that's a big part of it as well in live poker. Going around the stops, but also just making sure that you're showing up, playing consistently, and just kind of keeping that solid level baseline game really stands you in good stead for the long run. Nilo on the cutoff with King Queen. There was a little moment there where I thought he was putting those cards into the muck, but surely not.
I would hope not.
A strong holding from the cutoff, and he does cover the small blind, so will be raised calling versus Dimitri.
Yeah, just a few too many bigs to jam. I would imagine if the blinds were 20-40, probably he just rips this for 15.
Yeah.
But for 20, it seems a little bit too much to jam, and
yeah,
indeed is just going to come in for an open.
Goes for 60. Has Fabi got anything? He's got ace-5 off, which is a candidate for a 3-bet fold.
Were it suited, then the artisanal sandwich.
Yeah. So, ace-5 for Fabi. Is he going to go 150 here?
Looks like it. Or maybe 135.
And now the onus very much back on Nilo. If the blinds do comply and get out of the way, we do see the short stack Dimitri just happy to get out of there, just flashing a 7. Tadas absolutely nothing to work with in the big blind with his 9-3 suited. So now the onus on the Finn. Are we going to find a heroic 4-bet jam here with the King-Queen? Is he going to consider a call? Cutoff versus button. With this kind of hand, just to keep in some of these weaker holdings. We flop very well. You don't want to be doing too much peeling out of position in ICM, but as far as candidates and positions go, this one is something that is somewhat tempting.
Particularly against a very aggressive opponent like Fabi. I
Yeah.
definitely prefer just jamming this, and obviously we can see the cards, but I think even without seeing them, you're very rarely going to be in horrific shape here with King Queen.
Precisely.
But this is what Fabi does well, puts the pressure on.
What do we think, viewers? Are we going to see the move or the counter aggression from Nilo? A couple of people in the chat cheering him on. Tuning in from Finland, no doubt.
He's reaching for calling chips, which also is not horrible. I definitely dislike folding as the...
Does seem a little weak at this stage, doesn't it, versus a capable player.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and the beauty in some ways of calling, which again, as I'm going to say, is usually counterintuitive in this spot, is that we do dominate some of the bluffs. You know, Fabi can definitely have hands like Queen 9 suited, King 9, could be in there, maybe King 10, King Jack off sometimes. Hands that are slightly too weak to peel, but want to have some decent blocker capabilities.
We are going to go to a flop.
We're going to see a bit of post-flop action here between the Finn and the German. Off to a flop, and a rather significant one with already over 10 big blinds in the middle between these two. Very important 3 cards. King high, dry. King 8-4, about as good as it gets for Nilo. Can't really be too concerned about being behind now. And if his opponent does have ace, king, or aces, then c'est la vie, as they say en français.
Magnifique. Fabi will be c-betting this one, but I expect it to be a bet one and wave the white flag unless something very strange happens afterwards.
Goodwill Hunting saying, can we see a flop? Well, there's a flop for you, sir. And it is King High, which is going to be exciting for the Finns in the chat, rooting on for Nilo. Now, the onus on the Finn once again. Are we going to just call here?
Surely.
Does, yeah.
Very dry texture, nothing really to worry about too much.
Really needing to protect if the ace comes to.
I mean, I think it's same. I think it's the same kind of thing, because if he calls, it's just going to go check, 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 check a lot. So.
Yeah, Fabi with a slightly sarcastic nod at the table there, sort of thinking, what on earth is check jamming on this board? And yep, the likelihood is if it doesn't make sense to have any bluffs, it's probably value.
Yep.
As what on earth is going to be going there without it? You know, maybe some kind of hand like 7-8 suited, but probably not.
But what a rise for Nilo. When I joined the commentary, he was down to sort of 7 bigs, 8 bigs. He's up to 29, middle of the pack. Actually not that far behind the leaders now as well.
Got it in with the 10s versus the aces earlier on. Finds a 10 on the turn to stay alive, and that's the stroke of luck that you need to contend in these decent-sized fields. Sometimes you're just going to have to get lucky. And yeah, flopping top pair in a 3-bet pot after that as well. It's been rising up the rankings as Passy mucks the Jack-8. Risto likely to follow suit. Nothing to work with there. Over to the man of the hour with the kings. Here we go.
Do you see what I say about momentum here? Wow.
Momentum is a thing.
It really is. Both upwards and downwards, I can confirm as well.
Oh, if you're a fan of Jeff Gross, the momentum shove, one of my favorite videos on YouTube, where he just fires it in with some random garbage in a heads-up match for like 20 bigs just because he won the last hand. He's we're going to go for the momentum shove here. It's honestly one of my favorite videos.
I've not seen that one.
No, it's a
and
brilliant
did it
video.
work?
It worked.
It worked,
you know, and
yeah.
he's just kind of like looking quietly confident. Obviously, the play was somewhat optimistic, but Jeff Gross, one of a kind. Ooh, so opening to 80k last time, now with the 105k open.
We do have the blinds having gone up, so I suspect that might be why.
It might be 25.50 now.
2040. 2040. I think it was 1530 last lap.
Right, yeah. So still though, bit of a difference between the min raise and the added juice on top.
And he will be getting action. Look at what Tadas has woken up with in the small blind. We might be about to see a collision.
Whoop, whoop. Here go the chips, looking meaty. 100, 200, and
75.
Yeah, looks like it. 275 to go, says the Lithuanian, and he's going to get the bad news in a matter of moments. Let's see how quickly Nilo, after all of that pre-flop tanking with the king-queen in the last hand, where he felt like he was in a slightly uncomfortable scenario, now the absolute opposite, loving the look of that 3-bet from the small blind, and just saving some face, trying to decide what he's going to do with his range rather than his hand, which is an important area of not the click non all in.
I think he's just counting what he has to work out what sizing he goes for. Doesn't look like there should be a non-all-in sizing.
I don't think it's on the table, is it?
Shouldn't be. And then the question is, so assuming that Nilo shoves, what is Tadas doing? I assume Ace Queen's just a bit too
this
strong.
is the thing, right? Our plan pre-flop is to 3-bet call.
Yes.
If we have any like major read or something that could deter us from doing that.
Here we go.
Yeah. If we have any major read or anything to deter us from doing that, then maybe we can kind of figure that out on the fly. But the majority of the time we're going to be looking to 3-bet to call it off, especially with the added overlay of the bounty as well. The guy could show you 2 jacks and you just can't wait to beat him in there because we are playing for the win.
Yeah.
And it's so much more important to assail up the chip counts and get that dominating stack. So yeah, sure, he could be behind sometimes, but Ace Queen cut off versus hijack versus small blind here.
Yeah, just a bit of a cooler.
Yeah.
And obviously the price you're getting laid at this point, 600k to win 1.2, just feels a bit too compelling and a bit too strong of a hand to not get it in with. But he is considering. It is a very large chunk of his stack.
Yeah.
Should he lose?
And Tadas realizing that he might be saying "tada" to a big portion of his. It's just too easy. I know, it's low-hanging fruit.
Tada!
Yeah, it's getting late in the night. Just approaching 7:30 local time, or 8:30. Can't even read the clock. Deliriousness is high in the booth.
He is very, very, very highly considering making a very heroic fold here. Deep in the tank. Almost stoic in his pose. This would be an amazing fold.
It certainly would. How he could find it, I'm not sure. We haven't seen too much out of line from Nilo. There were a couple of...
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Heroic.
Exceptional 3-bet fold there from Tadas.
Yeah, how has he found it? He
Wowzers.
just sniffed out his opponent.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, is just he hasn't really done much out of line at all. Against a lot of players, let's say the Fabians and the Lucas of the table. Definitely not folding against them, but... Wow, and look at this, Nilo's risen to the chip lead.
There he is.
My goodness.
Absolutely grabbed it out of thin air with a nice little back-to-back there. The king-queen in the 3-bet pot, flopping top pair, going with it. Getting a disgruntled fold from Fabi. Now getting a 4-bet through with the kings.
And look at how shallow the stacks are getting. 30 bigs for the chip leader.
No one's busting, Scott. What's going on?
I mean, they're going to have to start busting soon.
Well, it's, you say that.
We can't be here till 6 a.m. again, George. We can't be doing that.
It's a thin possibility, one that I'm slightly concerned about. But nevertheless, the action has been frantic, and it's been a great spectacle. There we go. Got there in the end so far.
What a rise for Nilo, though. My goodness, the momentum is with Nilo. Do you feel it, chat? Do you feel like Nilo, maybe, going to take this one down? Incredible spin up. Tadas with the king jack on the button will be opening. Tell you what, though, when he gets the news about that ace queen, he will feel like a bit of a pickup, a bit of a bit of wind in his tails.
Exactly, half an hour maybe until that stream delay is going to be caught up. And if he were to check on the break, I believe we've got a break coming. I think it's in the next sort of hour or so, just under.
One would assume he'll have someone feeding him that kind of information. Yeah,
or going straight to the hand himself to try and figure it out, because this is the thing I was saying just before the action got a little bit too frantic. But if you do choose to go for the 3-bet call and then you have a strong reason to believe otherwise, it's still okay to change your mind on the fly, and that's exactly what he did there.
Yeah.
And perfect timing there from the Lithuanian, just kind of figuring it out.
Perfect read as well.
But then again, if you believe that your opponent isn't capable of 4-bet bluffing and they're going to have a strong range, maybe we just peel. So there's options on the table. They're having a little dance and a laugh, and Nilo's certainly feeling good about this newly acquired chip lead, as you mentioned. Yeah, 49 minutes until that next break, so he's going to have a while before he gets the confirmation that his opponent had it, but a sharp fold there.
Nilo now with his newly found chip lead. Is he going to be opening the ace-jack under the gun? Oh, yes. Yes, he is. Quite a chunky sizing he goes for as well, 2.5x under the gun.
It is. Yeah, he's sort of mixing up these pre-flop sizings. We saw a min-raise with the king-queen. We saw a bit of added juice with the kings, and now somewhere in the middle with the ace-jack.
Look at Nilo go there.
Yeah, Risto, knowing his customer, this spotting a 4-bet jamming coming after the last size up, and that might leave Ace Deuce looking a little bit weak for his liking, so just getting out the way. Still 7 remain as the average stack remains at 900k. And again, for the first time, we are under an average stack of 25 bigs, which just goes to show how stubborn these final table eliminations have been. It looks very unlikely that we're going to be streaming any main event coverage, and I believe on that note we did get confirmation that that's not going to be occurring now, still with 7 left in the mystery bounty.
However, we can give you updates on the main event.
We can. I'll leave that with you for a second. I'm just going to take a quick break.
So we have this wonderful app that gives us all of the live updates and the clock. So I can tell you currently the main event is with 15 players left. Overwhelming chip leader is still Jenny Westerland with 8.1 million chips. Chao Fei Wang in second with nearly 5 million. Elias Oskari, I am not going to try and pronounce that surname, with 4 million. Martin Suvrich with 3.5. Karolis with 3.1. They are having 15 remaining players. Recent eliminations including Yevgeny Saparenko, Nian Lee, Eric Lundqvist, Gonzalo Soriano, Justinos Adomauskas, and as you had in the both, Rasmus Lundström, all picking up 7.5k for their efforts. Gunnar Vedder is still in there with a somewhat short stack. David Venita, who we alluded to before, on 2.6 million. Local heroes, we have Igor Bihala and Michael Homin from Estonia, and Stephen Groom from the UK still in 6th on chips with 3 million. So yeah, we'll be covering the final table tomorrow, but as George alluded to, there will be no coverage today. Main focus on this final table, on this mystery bounty event. And we are going all the way to a winner here. And George very much hoping that it does not go to 6 AM again, which I believe was the ending time from the 5K. So we have a blind v blind battle here. Risto with the open from Queen 10 from the small blind. Nilo maybe considering whether he can 3-bet this or just a flat in position. Obviously we can see that he's dominated. He does not know that. He does look like he's raising, lining up those 3-bet chips, and it is going to be a chunky raise from Nilo. 250k. And very, very tough for Risto to navigate this, because again, we haven't really seen Nilo step out of line too much. I think this is an excellent spot that he's chosen, and indeed does get the better hand to fold. Nilo really is finding that momentum on this final table. For those of you that missed it, he was all in with pocket 10s. He only had 5 big blinds at the time. Ran into the pocket aces, found the 10 on the turn to survive. And ever since, he's just been climbing up the chip ladder. And has found his way, as you can see, from last in place on chips going into this final table to the chip lead with 7 still remaining. Incredible spin up from Nilo. And he's not done yet. Dimitri finding himself on the short stack. Estonian with just 9 big blinds. Luca with 12. Bit of a gap then to Parsi on 21. Risto on 22. Fabian, the German. Crusher on 27. And Taras from Lithuania on 31 big blinds. And quite a short average we find ourselves at. 900k is the average. So just 22.5 big blinds. But a very stubborn 7-handed final table. No one wanting to bust. Dimitri under the gun with 9 bigs is going to fold the Queen Jack. Luca's not had much fun on the final, unfortunately, as well. Couple of raise folds, has found his way down to that sort of 10 big blind mark. Risto on the button with 22 will be open in the King 10. Nilo has the momentum, but I don't think he's going to be playing 10-8. Fabian with a bit of a defendable hand, the Jack-6 suited. Could even be 3-bettable. And we are going to go to a flop with Fabian and Risto. 7-8-5, bringing the up and down straight draw for Fabian. One would imagine that this board texture also favors Fabian a lot more than Risto's opening range. Check, check on the flop. Fabian turns the straight. Now, it's a very interesting turn card because it also gives Risto a higher up and down straight draw. So we may well see some action here. Fabian, I would assume, will be leading. It's just a question of what size he goes for. Half pot seems reasonable, maybe even slightly more. 130, 140. A little bit bigger. Looks like 155. 160? Yeah. And Risto with that 10 of hearts is blocking the nuts, as well as having a very strong draw. Little does he know that quite a few of his outs have been folded, as we can see from the graphic in the top right. 3 of his 6 outs have been folded. But he may well to elect to do something with this. That 10 of hearts is a very key card here. Does just find a very, very good disciplined fold there. Dimitri now finding himself in the big blind is going to be posting quite a lot of his stack. Just 9 big blinds. Kind of thought he might even go for a jam with Queen Jack under the gun last hand. Obviously we don't want to be under the gun with such a holding. Would prefer to be later position, just jam and take it. But he is getting to that stage where he's really, really bleeding down a bit. Nilo might decide to go bounty hunting. It's not the greatest hand King 4, but maybe fancies a little raise and call it off if Dimitri jams. Equally, we can just pick up the blinds a lot. Yeah, Nilo coming in with a raise. And again, a bit of a chunkier sizing, 105 at 2040. It's a little bit over 2.5x. Welcome back, George.
Thank you, sir. Still no eliminations for quite some time now.
But Dimitri is getting on the shorter end of things. He's just had to post his big blind and big blind ante as well.
And Nilo just doing a job of rifling through.
Nilo, by the way, found a beautiful... It was a blind v blind situation.
Versus Fabi.
No, so the other way round.
Okay.
In the big blind, he had Jack 10 against Queen 10.
Yep.
Queen 10 came with a raise. He found a nice 3-bet for Jack 10 and just took it down.
Lovely. Got some moves.
Yeah.
And some pep in the step of the Finn, who is sailing up the rankings and giving himself every chance of getting that ring finger slotted into a WSOP Circuit winner's ring, plus the added equity of the 5K package. So all to play for. Still 7 remaining, which means we've still got 7 envelopes left in play.
I want to see envelopes.
Yeah, at least 2 of those are going to be going to the winner. So you're looking at 22,000 plus change, plus the 5K package. Whoa! Not sure what happened there, but we're back. And Pasi with the Jack-10 suited is going to open it up. And we'll be hoping for a hand that can play from the small blind. Fabi gets out the way. Dimitri, though, with the 8-6. No bueno for him. Tadas is
Ta-da.
Hey, ta-da with the Jack-8. Is he going to defend this one? My guess is not.
I would suspect not, but I could be wrong. He's reaching. Yeah, but he is going to defend. Pretty good a flop for Pasi. King 5-4 with 2 spades. Not very much for Tadas. I kind of assume this is just going to go c-bet and take it from Pasi.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Somewhat in the range of third pot.
We've got the backdoor straight
75.
draw on the backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, easy peasy.
No, of course. Just getting out of the way there. And this rather frantic battle to find the 7th place player continues with Dimitri, unfortunately, for the Estonian fans watching, the current favourite with 6.5 bigs. And yeah, work to do over the next orbit at least before things get a little bit hairy. They already are.
There was one slightly interesting hand with Dimitri. He had Queen Jack off under the gun for 9 bigs.
Yeah.
7-handed, would you go for that? Or is it just a bit too early position?
The thing is, right, when we're in a normal tournament, it might be better because you get hands like King Jack suited to fold. And in this situation, that kind of hand is much more incentivized to rejam.
With the bounties,
yeah. Exactly. And like a hand like Ace Jack next to act might fold because of the players behind. This time they're going to rejam to try and secure that bounty. So I think it's actually quite wise. I think you want to be going a little bit more on the Ace-X and the King-X side of things. But then once you get down to the sort of the 10-9 suiteds, the Jack-10 suiteds, in this format they actually play a little bit less appetizing as a jam because you just get those dominating hands actually to rejam rather than get out of the way. That
Makes
would be
a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. I wasn't sure, to be honest.
Yeah. I think it seems like a fairly shrewd...
Oh, Luca gets a walk with 10s.
Nasty business, especially as he's only got 12 bigs. He was going to be, he's going to be hoping. I mean, it's almost in usual mystery bounty play. You can basically close your eyes and jam for 10. So being 12 effective, you're thinking, I'm going to get some action here, surely.
It's really, he's been really unlucky actually since I've been here. He's had those couple of sort of raise and runs into the 3-bet spots.
Yeah, that was a real momentum killer for him, wasn't it? You know, he had the ace-4 and then the ace-7, found resistance both times and just really couldn't do much. And now the 10s in the big blind and just those little parts of the variance of poker, you know, it's also not about, you know, how good you run, but, you know, how unlucky you get when other people fight back or don't have a hand, and these kind of like small little deterrents that can ruin a deep run. But still, 7 left and in the mix, got 13.5 bigs or so.
Yeah.
So we've got some info from the 3K now. Shall we have a look at?
Oh, yeah. And I actually wanted to check.
I wanted to see how my boy Max is doing. I think they've just had a break. Something went wrong. Yeah, I'm getting that as well.
Oh dear.
Poker Lens not working with us.
It's been down, up, on and off for the last few days actually.
Hopefully
and it seems like unfortunately it's off again.
Some sort of DDoS attack and all of our details are getting sent to the dark web somewhere. Hopefully not. We'll take the hit, guys, don't worry. 20s. Yeah, not getting any luck out of that. So,
oh dear.
Oh dear. Yeah, failure response. So, anyway, not to worry. We will get that information as soon as we can.
Because last time I checked, Max looked like he had a pretty chunky stack.
I think he's got 4.5 stacks, which is a lovely situation to be in. Somewhat early stages. I think it might be the end of late reg now. So, oh, hello.
Aha.
Where is he?
214.
214. All of a sudden, we're seeing a couple of those wily Finns. You have Helpi, Munir Taju, Jerry O'Dean. You've got Tommy Lankinen up there. We've seen him quite a few times.
Your boy Juho has also got
Juho Sitari on his 2nd or 3rd bullet at the very least. Alexander Shilko, well known for his runs in some of the European events. Rupe Tami battling it out with the starting stack. And yeah, so 40 left in that one. Elias Suhonen is a very strong online player at the bottom of the rankings at the moment with work to do. How many in the money?
So with 40 there, let's just see. It might not be confirmed, actually. It might still be late raging.
Ooh.
Yeah, no prizes confirmed at the moment. Alright, while this is working, let's check the main.
Get the main event, because that's what a lot of people are tuning in for, I believe. And it's Jenny Westmoreland once again at the top of the rankings. She's actually added to her chip lead with Chaofei Wang, the Chinese player in second. You've got Elias Valanimi.
I was not even going to try and pronounce that.
Valanimi.
Yeah. And Stephen seems to have dropped a little bit. He was second on chips before, dropped to sixth, but still.
Estonian fans will be happy to see Igor Senior Behalia in the mix, and Mikael Homin as well. David Vinay in ninth, the 5K ring winner earlier in the week in that marathon session where we closed things out at 5:30 local time. So don't think we're going to be getting a rerun of that, although with just the lack of eliminations, it's becoming a slight concern.
I do see with 24 players left in the 200 deep stack, we have a certain Jason Glatzer.
Oh, go on, Jason.
Who had a heap of chips when I checked out. I think he had about 500,000 on last checking.
Yeah. How much is up top in that bad boy?
That one
surely
is
in the money.
8 Gs for the win.
Is it a ring event? I don't think so.
Not a ring event, just a side event this one, but I'm sure he will take the 8 Gs if he can get them.
Oh, he certainly will. Right, so back to the action. Risto with second pair versus Nilo, who's got himself a duck-high flush draw.
Monster flush draw, as George would say, with the ducks.
Oh, yeah. You always got to believe in the power of the ducks. And, you know, Queen High's got a little bit of showdown value at this stage. Can definitely be ahead of some of the hands, but instead, not believing in the power of the deuces. Let it go.
You got to train him on the power of the ducks, George.
I think he's been having ample training himself, getting himself into this spot. He's doing nicely, isn't he? And still has the chip lead.
Yeah, here's the chip counts. Nilo up at the top, having risen all the way from the bottom. Dimitri's going to be looking for that kind of spin up off his 6.6 bigs. Luca on 12. And then a bit of a gap towards that middle pack. Risto with 20, Parsi with 25, Tadas with 28, and Fabian with 31. Fabian's been pretty stable, pretty solid, as has Tadas. Bit of movement from the rest.
Yep. Pasi and Risto in the middle of it. Dimitri with the 10-6, unlikely to be able to shove his short stack in there, and he's going to have to pay 80k in the next hand out of 265.
Yeah,
ouch.
This is getting dire.
Yeah, it's tough to watch.
The fold equity, unfortunately, disappearing with every orbit.
Yeah, it's basically gone now. Anyone opening into his big blind will be calling off. That's a guarantee.
Could create some interesting dynamics for when he does decide to get the final few in.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's going to be a little bit of a frenzy trying to secure that bounty chip. Those yellow chips you can see in front of the players are not actually in play. That's just the mystery bounty sort of coupon, as it were. So Risto opening with the ace-4, Nilo in the small blind with jack-3, not snap folding, but you'd think he's unlikely to get involved here. Seems a little weak. And Fabi in the big. 10 deuce off the Texas Dolly, but maybe not going to be much of a novelty effect at this stage.
No.
Does fold, so Risto gets another one through.
And now Dimitri's going to have to post a very large chunk of his stack in.
Yeah, I think the blinds might have just gone up at the same time as well.
Oh,
so
really?
Horrific
that would be
timing.
Awful
yeah,
timing.
there we go. 100k out of the 265 is in. So
oh dear.
Dimitri is in dire straits.
The vultures circling. It's a lot of junk for the first few players, though. Ah, Nilo with the pocket sevens on the button, looking to continue his momentum and maybe add a bounty chip to it. I would very much like a min raise here, just so that we still can open up the possibility that if Dimitri shoves, we can still reshove. But he is just going to jam here. He really wants that bounty.
He certainly does. And Fabi in now a rather uncomfortable spot. He knows he's going to be ahead of a decent part of the range, but can we justify a call with the hand as thin as ace-8 for over 20 bigs here? I don't think so. It is uncomfortable, though. He knows that if he calls, then the opportunity for the short stack is to fold and then secure the pay jump potentially. So it's not a nice situation to be in for Fabi. He knows that he's going to be doing pretty well against this open jamming range. I feel like you could take out some of the absolute top of range hands.
For sure, this is very capped. Very capped.
Very capped. So he's not going to have hands like jacks plus, tens even, ace king suited, ace queen suited. They're going to go for the induce, right? They're going to look for Fabi to shove in a worse hand. So actually Fabi's ace-8 in the grand scheme of things looking pretty decent here, but ICM dynamics, is he going to be playing for the win?
The one thing that sucks for Fabi, though, is that he is the covered player.
Yeah.
Were he the covering player,
yeah, different story.
That would be a very different scenario.
Absolutely, and a snap fold from Dimitri with king 3.
I think we just have to go for that.
Yeah.
4 big blinds.
King high there. I mean, my opponent, I know, is going to be shoving hands like 10-9 and jack-9 and queen-8. So king 3.
Not a fan of that.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there. Don't think he has the opportunity to really wait, but that's what he's chosen, and you know, he's paid the fine, and he's
maybe he's just hoping that sort of Luca finds a spot to bust first and gets a little ladder, something like this. But even the ladders are not huge. It is tough. I mean, he knows at this point he just has 0 fold equity, so he's just trying to find something good enough to go with. I personally probably would flick in the king high there. But let's see what happens. Parsi with the queen 8 suited. Not going to elect to open. Risto with the 10-9 suited, and the potential of that bounty behind maybe feeling like he could go for a bounty here. Does come in for the open.
Yep, looking to play for that short stack, giving himself the opportunity. I wondered if he would have ever even considered limping, because you know, he's going to receive a decent amount of fight back from guys like Nilo and Fabi that are also going to be quite interested in chancing their arm for that mystery bounty.
And Fabi is definitely very interested with the ace jack.
Yeah, I think we're just all in here, to be honest.
Yeah.
Don't really see any other route. We do have the Lithuanian in the big blind with Tadas has, I think, 1.2 million or so. So that's 25 bigs. Yeah, just a shove. And no need to get too fancy here as Dimitri. Ooh. It's a great spot for him to put the chips in now. He gets the likelihood of the shove getting through, so some of the work is done for him. And he's often going to be live. Unfortunately, in this situation, Fabi has one of the hands that has him pipped. Tadas with a wry smile there, looking down at ace-6, which is surely shriveling in value. I think probably one of the worst hands you could chuck in here. You'd much rather go with a hand like 6-5 suited if you were going to pump for the bounties, but...
Does Risto fancy a gamble with the 10-9 suited?
I don't think he can, no. I mean, he does cover Dimitri, of course. I don't think the value of the bounty at this stage, with the 15k and the 20k out, is enough to justify putting our chips in with 10 high here for 18 bigs. I could be wrong. Let's see what Risto arrives at. He's clearly not snap folding, so it's going to give it some respect.
And it is suited.
It is suited.
Yes.
And it does play well multi-way, but it does wisely let it go. Off to a big all-in now, and it could be the first elimination in what feels like 2 days. And I say that with a bit of dry humor, but still, no one has been able to find their way to the payout cage.
Jack high flop, but that is not going to change anything.
Now we're looking for a king,
king.
And a king only, else Fabi is going to get another bounty pull. That's at least I think that's the 8th mystery bounty pull that he's won. Wow. And we are down to 6. Believe it or not, guys, wake up. We are finding some traction here. We are making headway. And thank you for those of you that have stayed with us for the whole final table. And of course, we did jump in slightly earlier as well with a couple of players to go from the money.
Luca is going to need to find a very quick double up because I think he's under the gun now.
As well. Yes. No, he's in the big blind.
Oh, he's in the big blind.
Yes, because Taras was in the big blind last time. So now Nilo, 31, Fabi, 30, at the top of the rankings. Everybody else with work to do here. And it's interesting, and I quite like the way that they do it, where you don't get people leaving. Oh, hello, I'll get back to that in a second, as Risto has the boots, the rockets, American Airlines, whatever you want to call them. Who cares? It's the #1 hand in the game, and he's going to be opening it up, hoping to seize that bounty of Luca in the big blind. So what I was going to say is I quite like the fact that they stagger the mystery bounty pulls, because when you play in, obviously, online, for example, it's gone so quickly, and all of a sudden it devalues the rest of the tournament.
The joy disappears.
Yeah, so now you're much more likely to keep a significant one in there, which keeps the tournament at a decent pace. Although, having said that, that's not quite what's happened. Fabi with the ace-4 in the cutoff here. Surely a little bit too weak of a hand to consider taking this one upstairs, but he is got eagle eyes on this situation, and he knows potentially that Risto could be getting a little bit wide, trying to isolate that big blind.
I don't know if you know of this, by the way, but there was one site that tried doing the mystery bounties, but like having it fully mysterious, like no one knew what had been pulled.
Oh,
it didn't go down very well, and then they reverted. But I understand the concept behind it, because it takes all of the joy out of the tournament when you know that it's fully gone.
Yeah.
You know, but obviously you kind of need to know what's in play.
Yeah, certain recreationals might get deep in the tournament, and then they realize that the 6 hours that they've played, they're going to be quite disgruntled to find out that they've made 5 min bounty pulls, and you know that just kind of takes the shine of the deep run away from them. Whereas at least if they knew the lie of the land, it could be a little bit more fun.
Yeah.
So
there's another site I know of that has a very weird one where you get a bounty, but it's kind of like a sort of spin and go style when you get the bounty.
Yeah.
That I thought was quite interesting.
Yeah, that's a novel idea.
Yeah.
Nilo with the 6-5 suited now. Does have the chip lead. Does have Luca getting short in the small blind, looking to potentially pounce or at least give himself the chance to secure that bounty. Does fold the 6 high though. Fabian in the cutoff with the 10-4 of clubs. Also healthily stacked. Might be considering an open here. Doesn't. So it's over to Taras, and I'm sure he's going to be taking the opportunity. Oh!
Very fast fold.
Taras does just keep us guessing. Luca now
will be jamming this 100%.
With the 10-9 off for 340. Is going to say, good luck, sir. Passy with ace queen.
Here we go.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
We have lift off.
We do. We still got a chance. 38% says
plenty live,
ticker.
Plenty live.
Queen in the window does not look good, but followed by a jack. That's the open-ender for Soirinen. Can he find it? There it is.
Oh, instant service
and
on the turn
club.
for Luca. Needs to fade the 10 or the club.
And does.
Wow.
Holy. What a final table run out that is. He's looking at the board as if to say, do I definitely lose? Yep, trip's no good versus the turn straight of the boy wonder from Finland.
Wow. And when you see that queen in the window, you're just feeling insta death, but then that jack comes out and a glimpse of hope.
You just think you're out, don't you?
Yeah. Spicy run out. And a very important run out to keep Luca in the game. 6 left. 31 big blinds. Chip lead for Nilo. Pasi now taking another hit there and going down to just 11 big blinds himself. That was a chunky one for Pasi to lose.
Totally was.
And no bounty for you, Mr. Pasi. Not this time. just as we were saying, Luca needed to find a double up back in the game. And we've got someone in the chat saying, go Luca.
Yeah, let us know who you're supporting, guys. And again, hearty thanks for those of you that have stuck with us. It's not been the quickest final tables, as we've only had 2 eliminations in around about 4 or 5 hours of play, but chips have been flying, and it's always fun to watch with the added allure of the mystery bounty pulls for every potential bust out. Luca now with 16 big blinds, king jack off. Is he going to just jam here? Definitely on the table.
Luca's a very, very good player. I feel like if jam is the correct move, he's going to do it.
Yeah.
Because you don't really want to raise and get 3-bet with this particular holding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and you just get like...
And he's aware of that.
Hands like pocket fives. He covers the small blind now, which is obviously a big pickup, and he's so close with Risto that, you know, he puts a lot of pressure on Risto calling off here, rather than opening the door to any shenanigans.
Yeah, love the jam. Love the jam. Finally, after that lull of an hour-ish of no bust outs, we have some movement, we have some action. And Parsi is going to need to find himself a double up in the not too distant future. The cards have not been too kind for him the last hour or so,
No,
but a very competent
haven't.
player.
Yeah, exactly. If anyone's going to be able to find a way back in, it's going to be him.
With 6-handed play, I assume we're happily opening King Jack under the gun here. Yeah, Fabian coming in with a raise. Fabian hungry for more of those mystery bounties. Can he find a spot? Risto with the ace-10 suited in the small blind. A little bit awkward that it's an under-the-gun open. Were it a late position open, we can happily 3-bet shove this, but against an under-the-gun open, maybe just elects to call, see a flop and take it from there.
Yeah, tricky one, isn't it?
Fabian, as we know, is going to be opening pretty wide.
Yeah, I think when that is the case, we're much more incentivized to just jam.
Absolutely.
6-handed.
He does indeed find an excellent jam here.
Nilo lurking around with those 6s. Yeah, so maybe he would peel if the big blind was short, but because Nilo covers them both, if he calls and allows a potential hand like this to go for the squeeze jam, then all of a sudden is torching a fair bit of equity there. We couldn't really justify call.
Yeah, and I don't think Nilo is really seriously considering calling with 6s. I mean,
no.
against an under-the-gun open plus a small blind jam, just...
Yeah, that's what you can see now is sort of eyeing up Fabi as if to try and see if there are any signs that Fabi would be folding. Fabi, a seasoned pro as ever, not giving anything away.
Yeah.
Staying rigid.
Yeah, and kind of lucky for both of them in a sense that Fabian opens, because where there's a blind v blind encounter, this plays very differently.
This money is going in, yes.
But the open of Fabi changing the dynamics here and just allowing Risto to find a very nice squeeze spot here that should take it down. Barring
what's going on with my poker lens, but I'm trying to get some information once again. Yeah,
is it crashing a bit again?
Yeah, let's
so
see.
try the IT Classic.
Here we go.
Yeah, you got to turn it off, turn it on again. Honestly, it works 95% of the time.
It
with
really
like,
does.
Yeah,
it's a tried and tested.
Good old. Do you remember that comedy, the IT Crowd?
The IT, of course.
Fantastic. I can happily rewatch that.
Well, every time they pick up ever tried turning it off.
Yeah.
Yes. I've got nothing for you.
I love the Countdown episode where they end up playing Street Countdown. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
That's a good one. Or equally, do you remember the football episode?
Oh yeah.
Do you see that ludicrous display last night? Thing with Arsenal is they always try. Thing with Arsenal is they always try and walk it in. Great episode.
It's just classic.
Yeah. And interestingly, the writer of IT Crowd, I've actually played poker against him before.
Who's that?
Graham Linehan.
Okay.
He also was a co-writer on Father Ted.
Right.
He used to play quite a bit in London.
Yeah.
When I lived in London, so yeah. Deal a change. You try to get some max updates there.
Yeah, just trying to see what the lie of the land is. And yeah, I've been leaving that one till last because I do have a small sweat. And looks like he's still in. Although I don't think it's been updated since last time around, so... 39 out of 106.
Yeah, so last time I checked it was 40. So
okay.
Maybe.
Prize pool is 287,900 in that one, so pretty juicy. Pretty juicy indeed.
Yeah, it's probably going to be...
Yeah, maybe 100.
I was thinking about 100, yeah.
Yeah, maybe 90 or so for first. It is a 2-day tournament, so not sure when they're breaking. I'm guessing... let's have a look.
Tends to be once they get into the money.
Play down to 15%, yeah,
yeah,
ITM. So that's going to be 16 players or so. So 39 left in that. Not really approaching the money, but getting close-ish.
We've got some support for Risto in the chat. Yeah, Risto, all in Risto, go Risto.
Yeah, Risto. He's played nicely. Certainly hasn't missed a spot from my memory. Just really solid, tight, aggressive tournament poker. Exactly what you need to be doing. And he's got himself the King 6 suited here versus 2 covering stacks. Interesting scenario. Purveying the 2 opponents, looking to see for any signs of weakness. Have they seen their cards? And he sees rather animated.
Oh,
wow, that's why,
baby.
He's got the kings.
The momentum.
Had he seen his cards, do you think, when he was doing all of that? I thought
he might have been. I mean, he did seem a bit.
Yeah, he looked a bit like suspiciously loose, and usually that means that they've either got just absolutely nothing and they're kind of over the hand, or this, which is quite something with the kings.
It's interesting that he puts his hand over his mouth as well, because I don't think he did that before. Maybe
something.
Trying to hide something. I don't know.
Yeah.
No surprise that he's coming in with 3 betting chips here.
Nope.
275.
Smaller than 3x, slightly inviting, but I don't think Risto's going to fall for it. Let's see though, stranger things have happened. King 6 of diamonds. Is he even considering anything here other than a fold?
What one assumes it's either jam or fold.
Yeah. I think
if he decides to go with it, he goes for the very aggressive option. Don't think he's going to like what he sees if he goes for that.
The chips are going to be on the table and the cards are going to be on their backs.
But no.
Another disciplined play.
But I can understand, like, at this point it probably feels like, oh my goodness, this guy does he just always have it? And yes, the answer is yes, he does.
He does always have it. And, you know, that's just, again, something that does tend to happen sometimes, you know. A guy's on a bit of a heater and you're just sort of thinking, is he actually finding anything, or is he still just getting top of range every time I'm tussling with him? And unfortunately, it's been the latter, but at least he hasn't fired off the stack trying to find out. Yeah. So, remaining solid, not looking to take any wild moves.
Bit of discussion about the hands here in the chat. I'd love to see that.
Yep.
We'll give you all the insight we can, boys and girls. George is more of the Hold'em expert. I'm just hanging on by his coattails. I know a little bit, a little something.
I don't think I'm having any kind of clear edge in these fields, that's for sure. These guys are very, very strong players in their own right.
Yeah.
Pocket 4s for Risto in the cutoff.
This is not Risto that we're looking at, though, right?
No, it's not. He's going to go for the open. I think he's covered by the entire lineup. He might cover the big blind. Tadas is getting a little shorter. Nilo with another candidate.
Interesting spot.
Yeah, is he going to go for the 3-bet? Would be a 3-bet fold at this stage, and he does just fold. So, again, a candidate that isn't taken. We've seen him show up with the goods in most of the pots in which he's employed some pre-flop aggression.
Yeah, one would think a comfortable defend for Tadas from the big blind.
So Risto did not cover Tadas, which is interesting. Tadas just folding 10-9 off to the open, even though he covers. Seems a little bit on the conservative side.
A little bit surprising because it's hard to get into too much trouble post-flop there.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very easy hand to know where you're at. You know, you're going to flop a lot of pairs, you're going to flop a lot of decent straight draws. Surprised to see that one hit the muck without really much of a consideration as well.
And now blinds are fast approaching Parsi, who finds himself on the shorter stack and the shorter end of things. Luca with a very important double up through Parsi with the 10-9. Very unfortunate for Parsi. Wakes up with the ace-queen suited, and Luca runs out a straight despite the queen in the window. So Parsi under the gun will be jamming the ace-10 suited here for 11 big blinds. Does he find a customer? So far, so good for Parsi.
Yep.
Would be a valuable pickup. Just pays for another round, keeps your head just
certainly does.
above
Luca
water.
giving him that little look up and down as if to say, looking to try and find something here to bust you out, pal. And he doesn't. So
not today.
The two fins did not tassel in this one. And it's getting a bit dicey, isn't it? You know, we're sort of seeing a lot of the dynamic shift from lots of opens to now lots of open shoving. Everyone's so tightly knit there. The difference between first and last is only 20 big blinds. That's one of the first times I think we've been able to say that in the entire tournament.
Yeah, that raise to 50 KBB really has put the cat amongst the pigeons. But Nilo's still rising. An incredible momentum from him when he was super short, all in with the 10s against aces, found that 10 on the turn, ever since has looked onwards and upwards, and finds himself at the top of the tree with 6 left. And very much will be trying to eliminate as many of them as possibly can with those mystery bounties in play.
Absolutely.
So I believe we're going to break after this level. Will we see the mystery bounty pullings upon the break?
Yes,
excellent,
we will.
Excellent. I hear we will be hearing and seeing those mystery bounty pulls on the break. So stay tuned. Come in very, very soon. Tadas with the queen 5 suited on the button. Electing to fold that. And Luca again with the 10-9 blind v blinds now. A bit of a different spot, this one, to the last one, given that he is the covering player. Does he still elect to jam this for the same effective stack as he had before? One assumes he should.
One assumes, yes. Covering.
Yep, he is going to go for the bounty.
He's not going to miss the chance. We saw Tadas miss one of the easy spots for a blind v blind jam earlier, where you really don't need much of a hand when you cover. As we do know that the 10K is still in, we know that there's also a couple of sort of 5, 6K envelopes left lurking, and so, you know, you're looking at about an envelope worth of sort of 3 to 5K, depending on where which sort of lineup you're in,
It's
which order.
chunky equity at this point, where the ladders are only say 800, 1K, 1500. Those bounty ladders are just really exceptional.
Yeah, they are exactly, and the question that always remains, because the EV is somewhat neutral, because if you go second and the other guy pulls a small one, then you obviously have a slightly higher EV of the bigger one. Where do you prefer to be? Do you like to take them as soon as possible, or do you like to wait in the wings and just hope for some you know, min
I mean,
bounties.
theoretically, it shouldn't matter, should it?
Shouldn't really.
Theoretically.
It's just a matter of personal preference, I think.
So what would I prefer? I guess I prefer just taking it and seeing what's left,
Yeah.
and then going for more bounties.
Yeah, I'm always running over there. Just
I think take it
I'd
straight.
just be too tilted if someone picked up the big one before.
That's
I
the
had
point.
The chance to. Yeah,
exactly.
There's the tilt
you know the
TV.
big one's there. You could have had the chance for it, but now you haven't, and now it's gone. Like, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, I don't like that either. Take the bounties, get that big one. Bounty denial equity.
Bounty denial. And the tilt factor when you get to swagger back to the table with the big envelope and say, hey boys, I got a big piece of the prize pool here.
And tilt everyone else at your table in the process.
Yeah. So we've got a short stack and the small blind, and he is covered, of course.
I think that's a sensible fold because it's not like you can raise call 7-6 equally. Just jamming 20 bigs would be absurd. So yeah,
would be quite wide. Passy is going to go for the jam here, and we have Risto with Queen Jack in the big blind, 4-11 bigs, and of course the mystery bounty equity.
He should not
this
be
is close.
folding
Yeah,
this.
I'm pretty sure we're supposed to call here.
Yeah. Especially again, you know, Passy's a very competent, capable player.
Yeah,
he's going to be
have
jamming all sorts of things.
Jack 8 suited, 10-9 off we see in there. You know, there's going to be a Queen 5 suited in there surely.
Yeah.
So
Queen Jack is just far too good to consider folding.
I agree.
He's going to ask for accounts. He's going to find out it's 11 bigs, and good luck to you, sir.
I think this ask for a count is more to see the comfort of his opponent rather than anything else. He can clearly see how many chips there are there. I mean, he's less than 30 centimeters away, but it's more of a question of seeing the reaction of his opponent. You know, if he can find any indication of just the tiniest bit of weakness, then that's going to even more justify the call. Just making sure it's... Ooh, we've got a difference of opinion from what we're seeing.
I heard
graphic.
620, right?
Yeah, I heard 620 as well. So we can see 425 there, 525.
I still think it's too good to consider folding.
620.
But
Yeah. So it is north of 12 bigs. But I still think that the slight difference from what we see on the graphics to the reality of the situation is inconsequential.
Yeah. Queen Jack here just far too good. And yeah, he is going to get his chips in, going for the bounty. Queen Jack against 10-9. YouTube chat saying, get it, Risto, get it. Let's see if he gets it. Risto is a 69% favourite.
Certainly is. Are we going to see any fireworks? There's a jack in the window, followed by two clubs. So
very clean.
A 10 for the running backdoor 2 pair would be nasty. Doesn't happen. And there is just the third elimination of the final table. And we are down to 5 players here. So we've got a couple of mystery bounty pulls to follow as the players are going to take a break of 20 minutes. But we're going to stay tuned for... we're going to stay tuned for these mystery bounties. We can see that Nilo is the current chip leader. Risto there just getting that last elimination up to marginally second in chips. Fabi and Luca, as well as Tadas, making up the final 5 here of the mystery bounty ring event. 1100 was the buy-in. We've seen lots of the bigger bounties being pulled already, although the 10K does remain. So still plenty of sweat equity for these mystery bounty pullers.
Sweat equity. Swequity. Yes.
Let's coin that one. I don't believe I've heard that phrase before.
I don't think it's going to catch on either. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Swequity. Yeah. You never know.
Get it, Risto. Get it, says Pleats. Still tuning in. Thanks for being so diligent in following the action with us.
And there goes the mystery bounty box. They're getting ready to give it a little pull, little shuffle. We got Fabian coming up first.
Once again, got another chance at a big one.
Draw for the mystery bounty.
He's pulled, I believe, 21,500 so far from his 7 pulls.
Reasonable.
Yeah, not bad. What's he got?
Oh, that's a big one.
6,000 euros.
That's the
6,000 euros
second
for you.
biggest bounty
Congratulations.
remaining, I believe. And that's going to go on the Instagram. And he's over on there as Fabulous Poker, I believe, with an underscore in the middle. And he's doing a good job of basically documenting his life in the form of a vlog over there. So check him out. And we've got a couple more to come. Just making sure that we can get the players.
Can someone get the 10k is the question.
Yeah, that
biggest
is
bounty still remaining.
That's what we're looking for, because once that goes, that might mean that the final table is going to be a little bit more prize pool heavy as opposed to bounty orientated.
Yeah, someone just asking what his Instagram is. I'm going to get the spelling just to make sure that we've got it good for you.
Yep.
Fabiulos _ poker. I'll copy this into the YouTube for anyone that wants to follow.
And we're gonna draw for another 3 bounties.
Did you say another 3?
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Didn't think it was that many, but we have had quite a long break since the last pool.
Right, I've just posted his Instagram in the YouTube chat for you there. That is Fabi.
First one is...
Is it going to be a min? It is.
The dreaded min.
Congratulations.
Parsi hangs his head in shame.
Congratulations. The rub down from the floor staff as well. Outrageous.
We're going to draw for another one.
All right, and here we have the second of, I believe it's 3.
Are they all from Parsi? 3?
I believe it's 3 more from him. Oh,
And this is
that's bigger.
1,000 euros. Congratulations.
All right, well, a slight improvement. Is it going to be 3 for
We'll
3?
go for the last one.
He's going for, looks like
And
3rd from the top.
3.
3rd time lucky for the fin.
He wants to see 5 figures here.
Yeah, that would be
3 non-optimal,
10K.
4 could be good, 5 boom.
Oh,
is that 5?
500.
Oh, 5 grand! 5 grand for Parsi.
5,000, and he did save the best till last. Nicely done, sir. Of course, not much skill in this format of the game. Everyone's got their own little superstitions and intuitions, and that's very much a matter of personal preference. But not bad, 6.5k there for 3 pulls.
But the 10k is still out there.
It certainly is.
So that bounty equity has got to be quite juicy at the moment, with the 10k remaining.
Yeah, exactly. 10k does remain. Do we have any more mystery bounty pulls? Okay, we are going to continue. It's taking a while to find the players, but we do have, I believe, a 4k at least, one of those, 10k, and a load of 500s, and 1ks is pretty sure about all we've got there.
So they did quite well to find the 5 and the 6. Those are a couple of the chunkier ones.
Yeah. Yeah, Fabi's had a great return. That's, I think, 26.5k just from bounties, which is more than first place. So
Amazing.
that just goes to show you some of the variance involved, not just in the actual tournament itself, but the bounty pools.
Bounty variance.
Bounty variance. And it's kind of a triple threat of variance in this tournament, isn't it? You know, you got half the pool going to that mystery bounty prize. If you come up dry, that's going to dent your chances of taking
And we draw
home
for
the
another
big
2
money.
bounties.
Oh, another 2.
Yeah, this is Resto.
Did you see the very interesting format that one of the tournaments held here? It was a progressive mystery bounty tournament, so they had a bit of everything.
Did you enter that one?
I did not. It was
No.
Hold'em.
Okay. 5,000.
Oh, very nice.
Euros. Congratulations.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, he looks absolutely delighted, doesn't he? Still
Thrilled.
got work to do, so game face on for the Estonian.
We'll go for
Got
another
to try and find that 10k.
Can he find the 10 bagger?
And this is...
This is 500.
500
Okay, so
euros.
back to
Congratulations
reality.
to you.
5.5k from 2 pulls. Again, not too shabby.
Pretty decent.
Yeah, it's been a good haul so far for these guys. Not bad, says the tournament floor.
It's always nice when he approves of your
Yeah,
bounty
exactly.
pulls.
Hey,
Yeah.
good pulling technique there, sir. That was very skillfully done. Okay, so we're going to go to a break now, and we're going to come back with the award ceremony for the 555 Sveton event, which has finally come to a close. Those guys were battling for hours, so looking forward to seeing who won that one, and me and Scott will be joining you back in a little bit. Bye-bye.
See you then.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuit events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open face Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. And now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you will see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials to not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to alibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Sveton special ring event later in the week. that is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but you know, it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players.
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes. And we have 810 and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But yeah, we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned. Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Karlsson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you're having such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social, taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends, and play a lot of hands as well. So
okay, that's part of your strategy.
It is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're gonna play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so I'm gonna play the mini main today and first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to go through to day 2. Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always love a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring on that finger.
Yes, so hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know actually you, talking about the ladies event, you won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right? In May.
I won in Vilnius, So that's why I also going to Queens of Tallinn in August.
Yeah.
Because I won a ticket in that tournament, so yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament here in Tallinn.
I'm so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker. And we're so few compared to the guys.
Yeah.
So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in with warm, good arms. So please join.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then in
a lot of
August.
smiles and a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Drea. We're going to send you back and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi guys, welcome. We're in the middle of the action on the World Series of Poker circuit events here in Tallinn, and now joined by one of the real legends already in Estonian poker, Ranno Sootla. Remind me, where are you on the money list right now? Do you keep track of that yourself?
I look sometimes what's going on, but like not so consistently. But I guess I'm somewhere in between the 7 or 5, 6 or something. I don't know.
No. But you
somewhere
do,
there.
You do care a little bit about that.
I mean, little bit. Yeah. You know, it's always the thing with this money list is always these are just winnings. You know, they don't show.
Sure.
So it's the one who's played more, the one who's played higher, bigger buy-ins. You know, the one who's been longer in the game will always be up there. You know, so. It's a fun thing to like be in tune with, but I'm not like obsessing about it.
No, okay.
Yeah.
But now you're just coming back from, was it a full month in Vegas?
Yeah, I was 1 month in Vegas. Next time I will do max 2 weeks.
Okay.
It's a little bit too long to be in Vegas for me. I just don't like the weather and the place too much, but the games are good, you know. Yeah.
Did you most do tournaments or cash games?
I mostly mainly play cash. Because the taxes, but I did play the main and some other small events, but
Yeah, okay.
No good in tournaments, but decent in cash.
Yeah, all right. And now back home, you don't have to worry about the taxes. You're going for the rings here now then?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's I always enjoy playing here. You know, we have so many familiar faces, so many friends, and just always a good atmosphere in these Olibet events here. You just really enjoy yourself. You know, I have my Longero here, and I'm just chilling today playing this 350 mini main. So yeah, taking it easy and enjoying.
Do you have a plan for the series already? I mean, do you look at the schedule, decide, or do you just play it by ear during?
You know, I will see. Like if cash games are good, I will try to play more cash games. But I will definitely play like the main and the 3K, and I will see then. Yeah. The main tournaments, all them tournaments, I will play. Might jump into a few PLO and here and there, and I will see. You know, go with the flow and just yeah.
So the extra little package added to the ring events, does Bahamas ring a bell?
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I didn't know about that. That's cool. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, Olibet always does these things, you know, to give value to people and make it more exciting to play. So it's nice. Happy to hear that's the case, you know.
Yeah. So you've been in the business already. You're not that old for many years. I mean, you're not that old, but you see yourself continuing with this for many years?
With poker?
Yeah.
You know, I can see myself a few more years, you know, but like it's definitely like getting thoughts of like doing something else, you know. But it's hard to make the transition, you know. For me, at least, it's hard to get into something else, like so, with such passion that I've done poker with, you know. So it's we'll see, you know. We'll see what life brings, you know.
But you have many poker players doing things within the business, start doing their own startups that has to do with poker. Do you have anything in mind that part as well?
I played with many ideas of starting to create maybe content, maybe doing Twitch, you know. Yeah. And I still haven't gotten into doing it because it's, you know, poker itself takes so much time and mental capacity. And I have a lot of I have hobbies. I have amazing girlfriend I want to spend time with. I have a dog, you know, and just like to manage content creation. I've seen people do it, and it takes so much time. But it's something that I might get into in the future. Let's see. I might, you know, I just might.
Let us know and we will promote your channels, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so best of luck in the mini-main now and the further events coming up. Is there a special ring, though, special event that you would like to win, to say that I'm the champion of this one? Your favorite game, do you have that?
You know, I always come very close with these 3K high rollers.
Yeah.
You know, I really like the format. I like that there are like all the good players playing it. The fact that it's a 6 marks format. And I just been second, I've been third, I've been ninth and eighth. Yeah. So
there is this Ropetami guy, right?
Rope, yeah. I have to ask him what's his secret.
We'll do that.
Yeah, it's. I will at least get a swap with him there, so at least I'm guaranteed some money. You know?
Exactly. Sounds like a good plan. All right, thank you, Rano, for always being a good sport.
Sure.
We love talking to you, and best of luck during the series.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
So it's time to step into the action as well. Talk a bit with one of the players, Scott Kenyon, and you're not playing Texas Hold'em today.
No, I mean I'm actually the leader of the Boo Hold'em movement, the fastest grow movement. We don't like Hold'em, so I come to festivals like this to basically avoid Hold'em at all costs. If there's nothing else to play, then okay, we play it. But for the most part, not playing Hold'em. Yeah. So today we're playing Open Face Chinese. Had a very good start. First few levels were nice. The last couple of levels not so great, so my stack has dwindled a little bit. Still workable, still playable, but always fun. But it's a really deep stack structure, so the nice thing is, should I bust, I will happily re-enter because you still come in with a lot of points. It's 50k starting stack as opposed to like 20 or 30 that you normally get, so allows for a lot of playability, a lot of rebuy potential.
And I know there's a lot of people back home watching, like Open Face Chinese Pineapple. That's a lot of words. But if they want to try it themselves, what's the easiest way to get into all these mixed games?
So it sounds like a really complicated game, but it's actually really simple. The hand rankings are the same as you have in Hold'em, but it's just you're making 3 different poker hands. You're going to have 3 poker hands just for yourself, and the strongest hand has to be at the back. You have 5 cards, 3 cards, and it goes strongest hand, next strongest hand, weakest hand. But the hand rankings are exactly the same as Hold'em, so you're making literal normal boards that you would make just with personal cards. Yeah.
And also, now we have a cameraman in front of us, but you have your own camera on the side here. You're live streaming the table.
Streaming at the moment. I'm trying to convince the lovely Teresa to maybe let me stream more days. I get that it's one of those very touchy issues these days with electronics, game integrity, and such. For Chinese, that's why it's so great as well, because like all the information is open face anyway, so there is no game integrity issue. But yeah, it's tricky. There've been things happening, obviously, in the poker world, non-good things.
Yeah.
So it makes it more tricky for people like me trying to just spread the game and spread the word of the mixed games.
Yeah. But if they want to jump into your live streams, you know, you always do this from back home as well. You stream poker, so where do you find you?
So I stream full-time on twitch.tv/pokerbras. If you're looking for the spelling of pokerbras, it is on my cap right there.
Now this guy's a professional, right? All right.
I mean, that's my full-time job. People ask me, am I a pro player? I'm honest, absolutely not. That is not my full-time living. My living is from streaming. I get sponsored by a site, so I get like some steady money from them as well. But yeah, that's my full-time job. I play poker online and stream it on Twitch.
And you enjoy life?
Yeah, basically. I mean, yeah, I live in Gibraltar. The weather's beautiful there all the way through the year. Play some five-a-side football there as well. Have some fun.
There you go. Could be this could be you as well, maybe.
Yeah.
Just start. But the open face, is that your favorite mixed game, or?
It's one of my favorite for sure. It's fast becoming more my favorite because I had a couple of festivals recently where I won a high roller, 1K buy-in, won some nice money there. So it's fast becoming and a fan favorite, to be honest. People love to come watch it. I've had people who've come into the chat at the start and they have no idea what the game is. I give them a little command which shows sort of the rules and everything, and everyone's like, oh wow, this game's so much fun. It looks, really good.
Yeah. And then you ask them to come play heads up and
yeah, why not? Yeah.
All right, Scott, thanks for talking to us, and I'll let you get back to the open face tournament then.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So welcome back, me and Scott Kenyon once again in the booth giving you the closing stages now of the Mystery Bounty. 5 players remain. We do still have the 10,000 mystery out there. We saw a couple of pulls just before the break. Fabian once again adding to his rather impressive resume of 27,500. That's a big chunk of the prize pool here. And yeah, let's get back to the action, shall we, Scott?
Yep, let's do it.
We got the 555 Sveton just before that, going to be having the winners ceremony. So let's get to it and see who took down the heads up.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have another ring event winner from World Series of Poker Circuit Tallinn 2025. This is ring event number 9. And let me introduce you to the winner of the 555 Sveton event. Give a hand to Jarkko Suokas.
Jarkko taking down the Sveton there for 14,000 euros plus 5,000 in the WSOP Bahamas package. Nice little pull there.
It's a lot of added equity there, yeah.
Any hard feelings? Because I know that you were really fancying that one, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit tough. Got close to the money. I ended up busting 3 short of the money. Never really had a massive stack towards that stage. So, I mean, it is what it is. I would have liked to do well. I final tabled the last 555 that we had here in February in the Kings of Tallinn.
There you go.
So I would have liked to keep that going.
Not exactly been hard done by from,
no.
your poker exploits in Tallinn. And with that, let's get back to the final table action of the Mystery Bounty. Here we have Nilo in the, well, you say driving seat. He's still got Risto, Fabian, also kind of close-ish just behind him. Luca and Taras making up the lineup, and Yeah, we haven't seen too much from the Lithuanian. He was the chip leader at one stage, kind of dribbled down a little bit, and 14 big blinds, still plenty of play, but up to 30-60 with the 60 big blind ante, and you know, things have got to move for these short stacks.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, we are not going to be showing the main event today. We will be showing the whole of the final table tomorrow, but we will keep you updated on it. Equally, we're not going to be streaming the 3K, but again, we will be keeping you updated on those periodically as it goes by. Our main focus is on this final table, this mystery bounty event, and we are going to be going down to a close on this one. And it's a really star-studded lineup, actually.
Okay. Yeah, it certainly is. We've got some big names in the live poker scene, Fabi being one of those.
Yeah, Fabi, a real up-and-comer. For those of you that are not familiar with him, he is traveling all across Europe, playing tournaments, crushing tournaments.
I think he's been grinding pretty much every year post-COVID, hasn't he? I still think he's only 25 years old, so he's got a pretty fantastic resume. I'll have a look and see exactly what his Hender mob is saying, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's already up there with sort of 500,000 plus in live earnings.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me. He's definitely been grinding around a lot of tours, with some pretty early success as well.
Yeah.
It's funny because while I was playing the PLO event, I heard them reading the names out, and I heard Fabian Bartusz. I was like, I'm sure I recognize that name, but I can't think who it is. And obviously, it's this Fabian.
Yeah,
finds himself with the Jack 10 suited under the gun. Will be opening this off the 22 bigs.
He has 800k in earnings, just under. And the impressive thing is that the first documented cash was in March 2022. So, you know, he's been putting some serious work. He did win a deep stack mystery bounty at the Kings of Tallinn in 2022. That was a nice way of kick-starting his live career, and since then has had some notable scores. The most notable of those being, let's have a look. Yeah, so he came fourth in the one of the main events in Belgium for 65k, and also won a 2K high roller in Rozvadov for just under 60k, and a 666 ring event at the WSOPC in Rozvadov in 2024. All three of those big scores followed by a couple of others happening in 24, which was really the breakout year for the young German.
Yeah. And that's a pretty breakout flop for the Jack 10.
Yeah, it certainly is. Fabian, open-ended with top pair versus Nilo, who's got a gut shot and middle pair, so there's going to be some action here.
Yeah, Nilo with some runner-runners as well, could hit runner-runner spades.
Both players have got 3 to a straight flush, which is quite exciting.
Quite unusual as well.
Fabi goes for third pot, and now Nilo deciding on how to approach this situation. He's got Fabi third in chips, firing a bet into him. Looks like he's going to go with the conservative route, just calling, seeing a turn card. Jack would be the most interesting card, as it would improve Fabi to top 2 and Nilo to a straight. Let's see if we get any fireworks on the turn. It is the queen.
Oh, that is also a spicy 1-2 pair for Nilo and the straight for Fabian.
Yeah, things just get better and better for the young German pro. And Nilo, despite having improved, will not be wanting to face a bet here. He's going to be aware of hands like Queen Jack, King Jack.
Wow, and a very shrewd, sneaky check from Fabian here.
Wow, the 10 on the river as well, so he's got trips and a straight. Just with straight plays, Nilo now left with 2 pair.
Do you think maybe he checks on the turn because he's trying to keep sort of 7x hands in to maybe hit a cheap straight?
Yeah, he wants to allow worse draws to complete. He wants to keep his check-back range somewhat balanced, I would say, as well. Feels like he's not going to be able to get all 3 streets out of you know, the second nut straight here, so instead kind of maneuvering, going for a bit more of a disguised play to try and then get a big street in on the river. So with the river bringing in some full houses, less of a concern for him because he does have the 10 himself, so hands like 10-8 and 10-9 are going to be somewhat less frequent in our opponent's range. But let's see what sizing he goes for here. Looking to target hands like King-Queen, looking to target hands like Queen-8 and Queen-9. And he does go for that small size as he knows that the hands that he's targeting are going to be less likely to call off the bigger sizing. 220 into 550.
Maybe a bit of a scary card for Nilo, though, because Fabian can certainly have some of the 10x, but he does go for the call and is going to be very disappointed to see the Jack 10 there for Fabian. A nice value bet for Fabian on the end there. And the young German pro finding the chip lead with that value bet.
Yep, navigating nicely and well, now seizes the chip lead.
Yeah, extracting very effectively on the end there.
Exactly, but also employing a little bit of pot control as well.
Yeah. It's not like the sort of hand, like you say, that he's going to go for 3 streets, so nice sneaky disguise check on the turn.
Yeah.
Maybe allowing some bluffs to come in on the end as well.
Gets paid on the river as opponent not believing him.
And that's the first sort of chink in the armor that we've seen in a while for Nilo. Nilo really was rising up the ranks, but Fabian with that pot is going to take the chip lead.
Yeah, and that 220k's paid off there is essentially a 440k swing between the two guys, so it's very significant.
Yeah.
You know, it means that there's now big daylight between the two players. If he had have found the fold, it would have been a different story.
In early stages, Tadas once was the very large chip leader.
Yeah.
Had, I think, about 1 million, 1.1 million at that stage. Has about the same now, but it's just 14 bigs worth of...
yeah, he didn't quite run away with it or give himself the opportunity to. He'd been a little bit on the conservative side. He missed a 10-9 off defend for versus the min raise, which seemed quite natural. There was a couple of other fringy opens that he didn't seem to find. So now finds himself with around about 14 bigs and Queen Jack and just hits the muck on that one. Ace Queen though for Luka, so good timing for the Lithuanian, getting out of the way as he would have seen some bad news from the Finn. Is he going to just open jam this one? Is covered by all 3 of the remaining players that he's jamming into, so I think jam is definitely on the table here.
Do you feel this could be maybe a bit more of an inducer, though? A little bit less awkward from the sort of King Jack before, where obviously once you raise with the King Jack, you don't want to face the jam, whereas here we can certainly raise call off.
I think that's what
quite
he's
comfortably
deciding,
with ace queen.
Yeah, it's possible for sure, because he does want to play for the top heavy kind of end of things and maybe give himself a chance. But I think offsuit usually is preferred by the solver as just an open jam, and
It
maybe
seems like Luka agrees with you on that one.
Maybe we use the suited version as the induce there, and he's just going to take that one down. And even if he min raises there, Fabi will certainly defend a hand like 9-5 suited, so you know that kind of works for him and against him.
Yeah.
There's going to be a bit of a collision effect post flop. You know, if it came Queen high with 3 hearts, for example, he's out of the tournament. Instead, he just picks up the 2.5 bigs and moves on to the next one.
Yeah, and these are valuable pickups at this stage.
Yeah.
2.5 bigs doesn't sound like much, but when the average is like 20 bigs, these are significant pickups along the way.
And he's also going to get called by plenty of worse hands as well with the open jam. So lots of good things happening for the Finn, and he takes it down.
Yeah, Luka's been on a bit of a nice upward trend since he found that double up with the 10-9. Blind v blind against Parsi. Gets there with the straight and rising up the ranks himself. It's a very tightly packed 5-handed situation here. And with that added bounty equity. A little bit of a joke between the players there. Didn't hear that one.
Yeah, all smiles. Good after many hours of streamed tournament action. For those of you guys on Facebook, we are going to be rebooting the 8-hour stream that's gone above that limit, so just wanted to remind you of that if you're wondering what's going on over there. Already rebooted, so should be good to go. And Fabi limping in with the 9-6, covering Taras. Hoping to see a cheap flop here, 30 into 180, so a nice price on the limp. And we do go to a flop, Fabi with the best of it at the moment with the 9 high. Got a couple of decent turn cards here, an 8, a 5, a 10, a king. give him reasons to barrel, but looks like he's going to start with the check. And the check also valid, as it does open up the door for, you know, getting a more definition as to what's going on with that big blind range. As he hit the flop or not. Now not really turning any equity. Tadas with a pair of his own, and a 3 is a nice card for the Lithuanian on the river. Facing the third check. Wondering if he does go for the 1 big blind cheeky little bet, trying to get called by hands like ace high, maybe even a 3 that arrives at the river. And he is going to go for that small sizing.
Sadly for him, Fabian, with 0 interest here.
Yeah, just not going to be able to find any kind of play. A check raise would have been pretty spicy, but what exactly we're repping I wouldn't be too sure, so just waving the white flag and a small pickup there for the Lithuanian, so not too far away at the bottom. If he doubles through basically anyone at the table, he becomes the chip leader, so that's just kind of adding to the gravitas of the situation. You know, these guys are so tightly packed. 12 big blinds separates first and fifth. Very much all to play for in the deep stages of the penultimate day of the WSOP Circuit series here in Tallinn, Estonia. Thanks for joining us once again.
And just a reminder for everyone, we will be streaming the main event tomorrow. Day 4 and final table of the main event. I'm just going to try and get you a little update on what is going on there. We're down to 14 players. There has been a big swing. We've seen Jenny Westerland, who was the massive chip leader. She's now 6th on chips. I'm not sure where those chips have gone. It seems like they've just sort of spread across the table, to be honest, because Chao Fei Wang has the chip lead with 5 million. Elias with 4.3, Igor 4.2. So Igor's picked up a bit, actually. He was middle of the pack.
Yeah.
So I kind of assume maybe he's on Jenny's table.
Very tightly packed chip distribution over in the main event as well. You know, between, what are we looking at, 7th and 1st? It's just less than 2 million chips. That's quite.
And local hero Michael Homan, unfortunately, has gone a bit in the wayside in 15th place. He gets 9,100 for his good work there. Down to 14, playing down to the final table today. But yeah, Jenny, having had the monster chip lead, I believe she was up to 9.5 million at one stage. Right back in the pack at this point.
Yeah. Unfortunate for her. Might have been looking to, well, charge through the field.
And they're down to 25 players in the 3K.
Yuho Sutari is there. Max is there.
Your boy Max is still in.
Henry Casper, local legend. Playing some big events himself. Jerry Odin, very well-known player. Juha Helpi and Munir Taiju, who we've seen in the WSOP main event coverage, kicking up a bit of a storm, making a name for the No Filter Poker brand, which is going to be coming back to Tallinn in November. So all eyes on some of our social channels for more information of that. But of course, we still have the business end of the week here at the WSOPC.
And we do have the payouts for that. It's 80 grand for the winner for the 3K. Top 14 getting paid. Main cash of 6K for 14th. They are currently with 25 players left.
Righty-ho. So 11 to go to the money there, and we're very much deep into the money here. 5 left, playing for a top prize of just over 22,000 euros. Luca with the flush draw is now facing some aggression from Tadas. Ooh, and we've got our friend of the booth, Jason Glatzer, occasional commentator who's deep in the 200 deep stack with 11 left.
Yeah, go Jason.
There is the heart, the flush completing river that will be music to the eyes and ears of Luca Sorinen in the big blind. Is Tadas going to have another swing at it? Elects not to, so now the green light for Luca to carve out a bet. Just a matter of sizing. What exactly are we going to be targeting here? And that's going to be the main decision for him as to what he feels as though his opponent and how he ranges his opponent in this situation.
Doesn't feel like Tadas is so strong here. You're probably trying to get some crying calls. So maybe like a third pot, something like that. Oh, he's going for the lot.
Luca wants to try and go for the lot versus the jack, potentially.
Unfortunately, he's going to find a fairly swift fold, I would imagine.
Tadas, though, maybe thinking about some missed straight draws in there with his ace-10. That 10 is not an ideal card to have.
At least you don't block 6-5 and 8-6. 8-5, stuff like that. 5-3.
May have stabbed the flop with those. It did go check on the flop, right?
Yeah.
But yeah. Does go for the laboured fold in the end. More disgruntledness than anything else.
Luca on the rise.
Yeah, big pickup for the young Finn. He's playing a very solid game. Hasn't really been dealt an awful lot of premium hands. He had 10s that got a walk. And apart from that, just been going about his business and kind of quietly sticking around in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
It's what you like to see. It's a sign of a good player.
Holding his own quite well, though.
Yeah. Tadas is now at the clear bottom of the chip counts. Fabian, Risto, and Luca battling it out at the top. Average stack just over 20 bigs, and that's a byproduct of just how stubborn the flow of eliminations has been on this final table. Nilo under the gun with Jack 5 suited, not going to be able to find a way in here, and we'll be going through the blinds shortly, so whittling down ever so slightly. Fabi out of the way with the 9-4, you'd hope. Over to Tadas with kings on the button. Is he going to go for the sneaky min raise?
Surely an
off of the
surely an
short stack?
in-juice. Surely an in-juice.
Surely, right, even though it looks a little bit obvious.
Oh, he does
He's
just
gonna
jam.
just jam.
I mean, again, mystery bounties, like you say, more reason for people to hunt you, hopefully.
Yeah.
Someone finds one of those combos, but nope.
Wouldn't have found any customers with the min raise anyway. I think
No.
7 deuce and queen 5 are probably going to hit the mark, so nothing particularly lost there.
Someone in the chat asking how old is Luca. I would say mid-20s. Something like
Luca?
that.
Yeah.
Early
Yeah.
to mid-20s.
Yeah, he's been on the scene for quite a while, but he's one of those guys I think that was sort of in the game very, very young, plying his trade in other areas, but definitely playing a lot of live, and has been doing pretty well. We can get a little bit of info on his hand and mob whilst the action is not exactly heating up for now.
Even though with a bit of a spicy under the gun open with 5-4 suited. Luca finds ace-10 off on the button.
Yeah, Luca has 356.8k in live earnings with the largest score of $57,000. And he got third in the 3k, the Kings of Tallinn, in March. Also had a deep run, getting third in the 555 in February. And min cashed the main, so that was quite a nice trip for him.
Yeah.
Had a deep run in the EPT main event, won a side event at the MCOP in Amsterdam in 2024, and yeah, lots of decent cashes in the Kings of Tallinn events.
Yeah,
so
I've seen him a lot on final tables here. He just seems to be also another one of those that's just incredibly consistent.
Yep. WSOP, this event last year, got 5th in the 3K, so yeah, just always knocking on the door, isn't he?
Yeah. Luca finding himself a nice 3-bet here. Fabian with a bit of a spicy under the gun open with 5-4 suited. Probably doesn't expect to face too much resistance, but...
Yeah, surprised to see that. I think these combos go quite down in value when you're playing a bit shorter stacked, and we want to maybe prefer to have an ace blocker or some kind of Broadway holding in our hand, and maybe this kind of hand is... The issue is the qualities and the components, which kind of blocking the hands we want to fold. And yeah, it's just very important for us to try and get the steal through in the first place. So the more blockers we have to strong hands, the better. And
I guess it's just because it's five-handed and maybe perceives table playing a bit tight on the tighter side, some ICM implications.
Not much fight back. You're right about that.
There's not been too much 3-betting generally.
But Luca pouncing on that and getting the job done with his ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah. And now Tadas is the one in the danger zone under the gun, is going to be posting that big blind and big blind ante next. Having gone from the start of the final table where he really had control with the chip lead.
Just didn't do an awful lot after that, and has kind of fallen by the wayside. Let's hope that the Lithuanian can battle back.
Yeah, and like you say, passed up on a couple of spots where you feel like he should have gone for it.
Maybe missed a couple of V-pips, yeah. But also had some rather speculative peels, peeling sort of low offsuit ace-X's versus early position opens earlier on the final table, which...
Those add up.
Those add up
on the long run, yeah.
You just get yourself into all sorts of trouble on ace high boards post flop as well. So a couple of things to work on from him if he does review the final table footage. Nilo in the small blind with 15 bigs, 10-9 off. Certainly a hand that I think we want to try and see a flop with. Happy to limp when you're confident that you're going to have some stronger hands in that limping range as well. Certainly a decent idea.
Bit of a tight fold there. Not horrible, of course, but...
No.
Obviously, if he has 10 big blinds, nice comfortable jam spot there, as we've seen from Luca and Parsi having done it. Yeah, very, very tightly packed situation here. Tadas with 14 bigs, Nilo with 16, Risto 24, Luca 25, and Fabian at 26. There is very, very little in this game with 5 left. And as those blinds creep up, we're at 30-60 now. Yeah, something's got to give. I don't think we'll be here till 6 in the morning, George.
No. I mean, the chances are that we won't, but the trajectory of the bust-outs, if it were to continue in this form, would leave us close to 6 a.m.
Surely not. We're getting faster. Faster bust-outs.
Just about, but it was a long and arduous sweat for these guys to even get the first elimination, and then with 7 left, hours and hours of play.
Yeah.
Luca, though, has done a good job of just kind of staying under the radar, chipping up whenever he can, finding a couple of nice spots. He did receive some resistance earlier in that kind of period where he had to raise fold a couple of ace-X blockers and found a bit of resistance. But over to Nilo now with an ace of his own, the ace-10 offsuit on the button for 16 big blinds.
Should we just jam this?
Yes, I think so, yeah. He does cover the big blind. So Fabi is going to be the effective stack. Or should I say the only player that covers him.
Yeah, I think he has his chips stacked a bit weird as well, because those are not 20s.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit sort of like, what, 17, 18 kind of thing?
Yeah. I trust the graphics. I think he has 960.
Yeah.
You can see that Fabi's stacks are 20s. Nilo's definitely are not. Does go for a less than all-in raise. 125.
Fabi with the Jack-10 off. Is he going to be thinking about a V-pip here with the short stack and the big blind?
Definitely worth considering.
Yeah, it's not a snap fold. I think jamming would be a little bit optimistic, but by no means a huge punt. It's how he ranges his opponent's min raise here. Does he feel like it's going to be weaker or stronger? He elects to go for the latter. He feels like there's going to be too many raise calls there.
And Tadas probably not going to be able to defend off King 2, so
no.
Should be just bleeding away a bit more. It's getting tough for Tadas. Tadar to his stack.
Yeah, well, he's slowly saying Tadar to that stack, but He's not had the best of card distribution either. That side of the table have been struggling somewhat. Our last remaining Estonian player, Risto, has picked up aces a couple of times and had a fairly decent run of the distribution.
Yeah. We haven't seen that many premiums. I think our chap here, actually, he's picked up kings twice.
Oh yeah, he's
been distributing quite
he's
nicely.
Picked them up in nice spots as well, where he's won significant pots. So that's always another little byproduct of the kind of dynamic. It's not just about picking up big hands. It's about trying
getting
to
paid,
and winning chips. Quite frustrating when you do get those opportunities and everybody's snap folding. It's like a Mexican wave of folds as soon as you enter the pot with a premium.
Risto with the king-jack suited under the gun will be opening. Once again, boys and girls, we have 5-handed action here, so a very comfortable open from under the gun. Whether this is a 9-handed table, probably just folding. Fabian with the ace-9 suited on the button. I definitely expect him to V-pip this. It's just a case of whether he goes for a 3-bet or a call. I think he's reaching for 3-betting chips. Yep. That's just not finding any hands whatsoever, unfortunately.
No, it's tough at this stage, but other players have managed to surmount a challenge from these positions, so there's no reason that he can't. You do feel like the momentum is against him, but
it ain't over till it's over.
Exactly. Risto is going to get the business from Fabi here.
Yeah,
and
Fabi just continues to chip up a little bit, keeps himself nicely above that sort of middle line.
Exactly. Got that chip lead as well, which is quite important. Does cover everyone on the table, which has got some nice mystery bounty equity. I believe, if I were to guess, I think we've got a 10k. I think we've got either a 5k or a 4k left. And then a couple of mins. They're not, unfortunately, listed on the Poker Atlas.
Oh, it's not. I was about to check. Yeah.
On Poker Lens, I should say.
Pesky.
Yeah. I might just pop out and have a little look, actually, so we can get that.
Yeah. We're going to try and get that bounty information for you, boys and girls. I'm curious if it shows on the app, but... There is an other prizes section, but then on the other prizes section it shows nothing. Marvellous. Marvellous. Maybe we can encourage our friends at Poker Lens to add a mystery bounty section for future. I mean, I kind of assume that's what the other prizes section is meant for, but... yeah, we'll try and get that sorted for you. George has gone on the hunt for the information. And it looks like our friend of the booth, Jason Glasser, is on the final table of the 200 deep stack. Massive GLs to Jason there. Luca with the jam with 8-5 suited here. Love how Luca is finding these really, really good pickup spots here. I think this is a spot where not everyone on the final table is taking for sure. Fabian under the gun with the Jack-9. Would imagine he's going to be folding this, but we did see him open the 5-4 suited not so long ago. And does indeed elect and reach for raisin chips. And I see that we have a new guest in the booth. It's Mr. Andreas Wise Guy.
Hello, Scott.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. I thought we give George a little breather.
That's a good plan.
Yeah.
Did he find the information on the mystery bounties? He said he was going to go on a hunt and...
Yes, I think he has found the information. There should be, I thought was it 8 or 9 left? But yeah, there are some envelopes to be pulled.
Mm-hmm. And do we know the biggest ones?
10K.
10K?
Yeah, one of those. And
there's another 8K one.
8K, was it?
Oh, 8 envelopes left.
Yeah, and 8 envelopes, but the biggest one is 10K. Yeah.
Nice.
So this is just more confusing now. I'm coming with information. It's just more confusing. Perfect.
And maybe we can ask our friends at PokerLens in future. I see there's like a prizes section, and then there's like an other prizes bit. I assume that's where the mystery bounties should be listed, but we do not see the information there.
So, how would you describe the final table for the last hour or so that you've been in here?
It's been interesting, actually. So Fabian's been quite consistent. He's been very slowly but steadily chipping up.
Yeah.
So he's been very impressive. I don't know if you're much familiar with Fabian.
I know he's the Instagram character.
Yeah, he's so I believe he has like a train pass that basically allows him to travel across Europe for free.
Okay.
And so he minimizes his travel costs like that, which is very, very clever.
Yeah, Interrail cards.
Yeah, it's some European...
And it's, of course, environmentally friendly
to
travel by train as
well.
Yeah,
and just, I would imagine, nice views along the way. You get to see a bit of the world out there, rather than just flying and doing it.
Sometimes you might miss the late rig because your train is stuck somewhere.
Yeah, it can happen, I guess. But that can happen with anything, right?
Now he's in, not trouble, but he's behind at least.
Yeah, so he's been very impressive, actually.
Yeah.
Luca...
Did you know him from only,
I've met him, so, a friend of mine who I also know through the poker circuits and through Instagram. She actually came and visited in Gibraltar, and I took her on the tours and stuff there. But she mentioned about Fabian because he was apparently looking for a Kings of Tallinn team at the time. So he would have been on my team, but he already had found the extra players.
Yeah.
So yeah, she made me aware of him, and I've met him a few times across the circuits and stuff, and yeah, super nice guy, but super consistent. So he's already got a lot of Hendon Mob caches, 800k of Hendon Mob caches in his very young career. So yeah, he's been very impressive. I'm sure you're aware of Lucas Orion, who we know very well from the Kings of Tallinn. He's had multiple caches in 3Ks, 5Ks.
Despite being only 15 years old.
Despite being only 15 years old, is incredible, yeah. He started the final table reasonably stacked when I came in. He had a couple of spots where he had to raise fold some ace X's, so went towards the shorter end, but then has found himself back on the rise, and he's actually taken all the spots. He just had a spot blind v blind with 8-5 suited, where he decided to jam for 20 effective. So he's really, really pounding on all the spots. Whereas I feel like
the value of gaining more chips.
For sure, and I feel like some of the other people at the final table just aren't really taking all those spots that they really need to if they want to rise to the top.
Yeah, exactly. And you touched on the team competition during Kings of Tallinn.
Yeah, amazing concept.
Yeah, so I was just about to ask, because they don't have that under the WSOPC. Do you miss it, or is it nice
I
not
miss
to be
it.
hunting?
I miss it because you don't have that same camaraderie. The team competition where you have... So for anyone not familiar with this,
describe it.
During the Kings of Tallinn, pre-tournament, pre-everything starting, you can register a team of 4 people. You get points for every event you play. You get points for the events that you cash, and the deeper you get, the more points you get. And top 5 places get paid. It's 2% of every prize pool that goes into this team competition.
So it's massive.
It's massive. The winning team tends to get about 10k each. My team came 3rd in October. We ended up getting like 1,600 euros each.
Yeah, right.
It's like a nice little cherry on top. But just the spirit that it provides, where you have this real camaraderie, you know, the team supporting each other. And equally, you actually get these really cool team T-shirts.
Oh, yeah.
So if you register your team early enough,
exactly,
you get a team T-shirt with your team name on the back.
What was your name last time?
Last time we were I went for what I thought was a very cunning joke. It was the letter V and the number 2. Can you say that for me as a word?
No.
Yeah, you can.
V2.
Say it again.
V2.
Yeah, and all the Finnish know what I'm saying here, yeah. It's a very...
Oh, hey, now. All right. It's late. We've been up for... All right. Okay.
Yes.
He made me say it. Now,
and the funny thing
the
is,
channel is now down. Sorry, you cannot see this anymore because we are saying bad words on air.
But the funny thing is,
the CEO is calling me, Scott.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You're in trouble. Yeah. But I claim that it stood for version 2, which it was my second team in the Kings of Tallinn. But it was a cunning joke. Cunning joke, and all the Finnish appreciated it.
Let's get back to the table. Look at this for a flop. For Tadas.
Oh, wow. That's quite a nice flop.
Yeah. And Nilu thinking over. I missed the action. Those
my first question I have to ask is, why was this not all in pre?
Yeah, why wasn't it?
I think it's because Tadas raised from under the gun, but I think we should just be rejamming 8s pre, probably. Oh dear. Well, the good news for Nilo is he doesn't have a queen.
Yeah.
The bad news is he may still feel like his 8s are good.
Check, and now then.
Nilo could well find himself in trouble here, because there is a flush draw on the flop that misses.
Yeah, and we already have 730 in the middle. Tadas does not cover Nilo though, so
very close though.
Yeah.
What was Fabian's Instagram? I will find that for you again.
You posted it in the chat earlier. I saw it. Good. So Nilo checked. Now over to Tadas. How to size this one then? All in is the choice.
And he gets snapped.
Oh,
that's
wow.
Yeah. Oh dear.
If our graphics are correct, Nilo will be left with a chip or two, and we'll have to double check that because it might be a couple of thousands off. It might be an elimination. We'll see about that, but normally the graphics are correct. So
brutal run out. Brutal turn. Like, what could you do about
brutal
this?
for Tadas not to eliminate if Nilo now has 15k left.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like. Or now we'll see.
Oh, is he? No, they're counting it. They're counting it.
Yeah, we'll see.
He might just still be in, chat.
So then we expect the hunt for if Nilo's still in with just less than a blind. Everyone's gonna want that one, but he will be on the bottom next hand. And
yeah, he's still got chips.
10k. He still got some, right?
Ayah. What a run out. What a
look at this, Tadas.
Brutal run out.
Did you see, do you see
Little
the
lick
swear
of the
word?
lips?
No, he said some bad words about
not
covering him. And the F word was out there. But yeah, as you see, we were correct with the graphics. He has 15k left, Nilo. 0.2 of a big blind. So now, potentially a 10k bounty for Nilo might be out there. And will of course affect the players.
What a rollercoaster ride for Nilo as well. When I joined the commentary, he was the shortest stack. He went on a massive tear.
Yeah.
He had 10s against aces, hit his 10, and then from there was just chipping up. Actually went to the top of the tree, had the chip lead at one point, and now unfortunately finds himself lower than he's ever been.
Yeah.
Below a starting stack.
Yeah, exactly. Oh well, what did they say? A chip and
a chair.
Luca, 1.5 million. Nice stack in front of him. And 40-80 is the blinds.
But the bounty hunt is on Andreas, and with a suited ace.
But the problem is now that Nilo is in the button position, so probably he'll not be just jamming his 15k with just nothing. So, but you still want to stay in the hand in case he does, of course.
But maybe you've got a decent amount of limps here, just to see what happens behind.
Yeah.
Equally, min raising is fine, of course, but yeah, he does just select a jam. He wants that booty.
Will Nilo try to give it to his fellow countryman?
He absolutely will with an ace.
He will definitely come along. And that's good news for Luca, of course, because although he's a bit behind, he's in a good shape to be heads up for the bounty.
And again, this is what I've liked about Luca's play. I think a lot of people are coming in with just min raises here, allowing people to re-push them off hands.
Now that I doubt Fabian will come for the call, of course,
of
but
course
ask you for a count, but they are on the exact same stack, Luca and Fabian.
Fabian will not call this with Jack 9.
No.
There's certainly a lot of value if you're covering 2 people to get 2 bounties, but this just feels a bit too gambly.
Who covers who then? Is there any small amount differencing the two?
It doesn't matter. He's not calling. He's not calling.
No.
It's always good to ask the
Big
question.
blind then, not gonna come along, so...
So we see one of Luca's 4s has been folded there.
Yeah. So, might be a quadruple up or something for Nilo, more than that.
The cool thing with this format is even though he has 15,000 chips only, that full big blind ante, that is all his if he gets it.
Yeah.
So it's more than a quadruple up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oops, some more outs for Luca.
Picks up a gut shot on the flop.
Not on the turn, so 3 or a 4. Not to be. So there we go, Nilo back with some chips at least.
If Nilo finds a spin up from this stack again, this would be incredible. And almost a full round to decide when to go again.
He can actually fold a couple of hands.
The key thing for him now, though, is he has to shove again before the blinds come around to him, because what you cannot do here is post 80k dead.
Yeah, exactly.
And then be in for the rest. You have to find
the foreman with the big blind ante. Absolutely.
So he actually has 2 hands to choose from. It will either be the next hand or the hand after.
And the bounty hunt continues.
So far, so good, though. 1 out of 1 for Nelius, trying to spin it up.
Yeah.
And from 15k to, was that 140 I saw on the graphic?
125.
125. That's already pretty significant.
Yeah.
A couple more of them, he'll be right back in the game.
Yep.
I like it how Fabi was pretending like he even had a decision.
Yeah.
What did you have, Fabi? Oh, something quite good, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, 140 actually says here, so you were correct, Scott.
That's a heck of a spin up already. 15 to 140. 15 to 140 is massive.
Yeah.
But if he gets 2 more of those, maybe we can dream again.
Yeah, I mean, if he shoves now and get an ISO behind and can win all the blinds as well, then it's a stack again.
Oh, hello.
And
Nilo is on a spin up mission.
On top.
Go on, Nilo.
I mean, now if Fabio isolates, which he won't, but then it would be quite a pot for him to win. But there will be someone in the blinds calling this, because I don't think Fabio even want to risk 140, because of course someone is going to come over the top from the blinds if he did.
If Fabian goes there, it's a jam. It's a jam or nothing else.
Yeah.
Equally, Tada should jam here. Tada should jam. King 7 suited, plenty live enough where even if we run into some trouble, you're going to have good equity. But you can't just let Luca come along for the ride, because Luca's not going to let you do the same.
No.
I would not be shocked to see Luca jam here and push Tadas off.
No.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
Shot is there.
And that's the problem with just calling.
And and Tadas will see now, oh, that's how I should have played my King 7.
And this is the point, is Luca is playing these hands correctly, finding the correct spots to isolate, which Tadas is taking the more passive approach.
But now then, with kings for both of these, we know that 9s are in good shape. So Nilo could potentially be back somewhat contention.
I mean, this is 500,000.
Yeah.
In 2 hands, he could be from 15k to 500,000 again.
That's just sick.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Any kings left? Or will Nilo's 9s hold up? Nothing there.
So far, so good.
Yeah. No.
One club is a slight concern. But that's clean.
Anymore, so down to the kings only.
A 3 would have actually been bad as well. 3 for the filthy quads and the king kicker.
But the 9s hold up. Even finds one more on the river. And Nilo, 500k.
Wow.
Sick.
He actually has fold equity now.
Yeah.
40-80. If he jams this under the gun for half a mil, it's not like a snap call for these guys.
No, not anymore.
Yeah, I agree with you, Wusham. I'm not a fan of the flat with King 7 suited, but that's the difference. You know, you have one player there who's taking the very passive approach, and Luca there who's taking the very aggressive approach, and you see that, you know, one prevails very heavily over the other there.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Neela gets one more double up, he's back over 10 bigs and back in the game.
He is. All right. Gonna let George come back soon, but let's see one more hand first. See if we get another double up for Nilo. He's has the momentum. Can he find another hand now here? No.
No.
It's not going to be Nilo.
And this is a bit sad because now next hand he knows he's going to have to post 160 back.
Exactly.
But you obviously can't jam with 8-3 off. I mean, you can. It just wouldn't be very good.
No.
Wouldn't recommend it.
The short sun run might be coming to an end, but we'll see. He's still in with 500, of course. Fabian will be racing, though, with the king, queen off.
I feel like Luca would just jam with this, actually. For 20 bigs, if that's Luca,
Yeah.
he just rips. Whereas Fabian, again, taking a more controlled approach. Albeit maybe with that short stack out there, it sort of slightly changes things ICM-wise.
Bristow.
Very defendable Jack 10 off.
Yep, coming along. Or is he doing something more spicy? No, here's the call.
You're loving life when you're down to less than the big blind and you're back in the game. That smile right there
Yeah,
tells you what it
that's
feels
genuine.
like to feel like you're just free rolling the tournament at this point, to still be alive.
Nothing for these guys. No diamonds.
He should have
many
just jammed
hands.
his 8-3. Look, he's there again.
Yeah.
He should have just known that he's on a run.
Just trust the run.
Yeah, trust the momentum, Nilo.
Yeah. Now, there's the king of hearts. So, top pair for Fabian.
Doubt he's going to get a customer, though. It's very draw-heavy texture, double flush draw, straight draw.
Yeah.
He's probably going to go on the somewhat larger-ish sizing. I expect like 250 and a pretty quick fold. Equally, he might just have some checks on the turn to let his opponent bluff the river. We've already seen him be very sneaky on certain turns, certain boards. But now he's going to line up a bet on the chunkier side of things. 310 looks like.
Yeah, 3-5, 3-10.
And yeah, Risto has no business on this board.
No, does not. All right, Scott, I'm going to leave you to it with
Pleasure,
George, but see you soon and enjoy the rest of the show here in the Mystery Bounty.
Thank you, thank you. George is on the way back, boys and girls. Fully refreshed. Hello, sir.
Hello. So, still 5 remaining. I just caught a little glimpse of that, kind of loitering around in the back of the media room.
Yeah, a bit of damage taken for Nilo, but actually not out of it yet. He was down to 15,000 chips. Our Lithuanian in seat 1 might have let out a little expletive that he didn't cover him by 15k. He was a little bit miffed at that. But what a spin up again from Nilas.
It's been a tough job getting rid of these short stacks on the mystery bounties. Final table coverage so far, but still going to be some fireworks now as Tadas not sure what he's contemplating with the 5 deuce. Is it because
Has he fallen asleep?
Yeah, someone have it. Oh,
oh
there he is.
surely not.
Calls.
Oh, it's because Nilo's in the big
short.
blind. Yeah. But still.
Yeah, Risto's going to have a clear jam here with the ace-5 versus what would purport to be a pretty weak limp, you'd imagine.
Adventurous limp, some might say.
Yes. And even though he can't see that limp, usually when people limp in these, especially from slightly later position, it tends to be because they just want to try and have a chance at the mystery bounty, and the strength of the hand is not usually the best. Wow, Nilo with King 10 suited here.
Potential.
Yeah, certainly. I think we do have to just stack it off. Because the great thing is this jam, yeah, and he's going to go with it, and it's a good reason, because I think the jam has a lot of fold equity versus the limp anyway.
Yeah,
so
you know you're going to be plenty live a lot of the time. Plus, hopefully, you've just got this dead money in there from the very weird limp off 5 deuce.
Yeah, let's see what Tadas is cooking up here with the 5 deuce off.
Surely he's not going to call here.
Yeah, you'd hope not. It would be a spectacular punt for the ages.
I mean, the limp in the first place is just bizarre. Like, you're limping to have the intention to call off already for too many big blinds for what you should be putting in.
Yeah.
With 5 deuce. I would recommend 0 big blinds, by the way.
Luca in the background, I think, is very much aware of what's going on here and is just kind of having a little polite chuckle to himself.
There's a Rasmus in the chat. There surely isn't this Rasmus. Look at this Rasmus in the YouTube chat.
Different letter.
Different Rasmus, yeah. Drea Carlson in there as well. World Series Circuit Ladies Champion and on her way to Bratislava. Hello, Drea. Lovely
Already
to
on the
have
way
you
to Bratislava.
Not Bratislava, sorry. Bahamas.
Bahamas, yeah.
Do you want a Bahamas pack? Yeah.
Yeah, Bratislava's next week, the WSOPC.
Oh, and that is going to be GG's, unfortunately, for Nilo.
Clean as a whistle for the Estonian phenom, Risto, who's been showing us what he's made of and has brought plenty of game to the final table of the Mystery Bounty, rewarded with an elimination. We saw him pull, I believe it was the 5K, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got a 5K. Yeah. Fabi got a 6K. Fabi's been pulling the bounties pretty
Fabi's got
pretty
27.5
well.
Baggingtons of pure euros.
More than first place in bounties.
So first place, guys, is 22,250, or maybe some slightly different change, but regardless, just over 22K for the win. And it's going to be these 4 players now, rather close in chips, battling it out as Luca is short stack, but still 17 bigs, plenty of play just with that encroaching big blind level of 5,100. Could see some fireworks. And that's going to be the end of the road for Poker Bras. Mr. Scott Kenyon joining us in the booth. Thank you very much for your dulcet tones and insight into some of the action.
Pleasure. But next time, please get me here for No Limit Hold'em. Boo Hold'em.
Get out of here. Come on, mate. We've had enough of that. Boo Hold'em, says Poker Bras on his way out of the booth. Thank you very much for your service.
Boo Poker Bras, I say. Hold'em is the holy game.
The Cadillac of poker.
Exactly.
No Limit Hold'em. Risto with the ace-9 facing the open of Tadas.
Several options here.
Yeah, absolutely. He goes with fold, giving some credit to the unconventional Lithuanian. Fabi is going to be in the big blind on his own, as we did just lose the small blind. So it's going to continue.
Especially with no small blind, I'm not a fan of that fold. Against Taras, I would expect him to have an understanding of Taras's game by this point.
Tadas has been a bit unconventional. He's limping sometimes, and he's not really opened as much as one might think. And we do have a semi-cooler of a flop here, pair versus pair, in the short-handed battle. Four-handed now, so whittling down towards the podium positions.
Yeah, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of how much in the spot.
Yeah.
And of course, the run-up can still change the winner, or perhaps slow the action on something like an ace.
Yeah, an ace, a queen, some kind of overcard is usually the danger card in this situation, although a queen would give Fabi a straight draw, so not the end of the world. Looks like call, I believe. Not wanting to overvalue that top pair here, keeping some of the weaker hands like this in the range of the opponent, although he does have second pair, and a second pair for Fabi to add to that top pair. So nice turn card for him. Quick check back from the Lithuanian. Are we going to see a king or an 8? We're not, but it is a 4-liner to the straight, so
interesting.
Both players probably likely to be proceeding with caution here. I wonder if the door is open for Tadas to turn his third pair into a bluff.
Yes, I was about to say that the turn is not actually something that's good for Fabi in this exact hand, because it's going to slow down Tadas heavily.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, otherwise, with Tadas' style, I think we were going to see a very small turn bet to set up a river check. But now that he has checked it back, and facing 2 checks from Fabi, but a call on the flop, he knows he's good against the 4 no matter what. So what does he really think here? Is he trying to fold out Jack X? Maybe something like Queen 9? 9-7 could be a wild one.
Yep.
Or exactly Jack 9. It's... I know it looks strong as 2 pair, but it's very tricky.
Yeah, maybe there are some hands that don't want to face a check jam on the turn, like the Ace 10 or the King 10, that could find a check back having picked up a bit of equity, but not wanting to bet fold that equity on the turn.
That being said, Fabi goes for a very high-level play of the block-ish.
Yeah.
I say ish because it's bigger than what we usually classify as a block bet. It's about 1/3 pot.
Certainly is.
And this does have blocking components, but I think that this is most certainly for value as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's
and
a bit of a merge with the 2 pair on the 4-liner, but still
exactly.
looking to get called by some hands potentially that could check back the turn, maybe an Ace 9 or a King
and
9.
Here we
and
go.
He does get the action he's looking for, the Lithuanian.
Beautiful bet by Fabian.
And you know what? It's worked out in Fabi's favor, because his opponent's probably thinking that he's only going to be betting a straight for this sizing, and there he is with top 2, absolutely getting the max.
I can tell you that I made this exact call in a position with a 4-liner, and someone had first and third pair earlier in the week, where I thought that the player might only be capable of betting that straight.
Yeah.
And then he got his max value.
And you got the bad news.
Exactly.
It's the same for Tadas here, the Lithuanian now.
I, of course, didn't call with third pair, I called top pair, but regardless,
yeah,
the end result was the same.
A bluff catcher. So Tadas now at the bottom of the chip counts with 15 bigs, but still tightly packed as we do get down to 4 runners in the mystery bounty. 6.95k locked up for these guys, plus whatever they've hauled from the envelope pulls.
I do think we're going to see very much a calm from before the storm from everyone here, because as we can see, Fabi winning that 1 pot sends it from very, very even to him having a clear lead.
Yeah.
And when this is the nature that one medium-sized pot can drastically swing the nature of the chip distribution, we are going to see fairly cautionary play, with perhaps the exception of Tadas.
Yes, could just see a jam here from the 10-8. It's definitely on the table. I think they're playing about 15 big blinds effective. One of those has gone in for the big blind ante, so 14 effective.
Between the envelope and the payout pressure, it's certainly a play. One I think is going to take a high frequency, including this time.
Yep, exactly.
This hand is going to hit the mark. A better hand.
Yep.
Snap folds.
Yeah, that's always a nice outcome for us with the 10-8 there. Fabi understanding the situation well and adding to that chip lead. Another 2 big blinds added to his arsenal now, and starting to somewhat run away with it, because have some clear gap between him and I believe it's Risto in second place right now. Luca and Tadas making up the rest of the field.
I'm just happy my pick for the win is still in.
Still in,
so
you know, you've got some pick equity.
Exactly. I could pick up some predictive glory points, or whatever you would like to call it.
Absolutely, the bragging rights. Our boy Max has just doubled in the 3K, so he's did get quite short, but he's back in the mix.
Oh yeah, I went and checked on him. He was hovering around 17 big blinds, I believe, 85 at 5K.
Yep, up to a bit more than that now, so happy days.
What are we expecting here? Ace in the small.
Yep, likely just to go for the open jam here. Don't really see too many other options for Tadas. The hand is not really strong enough to consider trapping. And, you know, going for the small raise with this type of hand that doesn't have great playability post-flop, also not exactly what we're looking for. Does go for the jam. Luca with pretty weak 8 deuce suited there. Just has to pitch that one into the muck.
Now the stack's further shallowing with the new level of 5100 coming in. I think Luca's going to be, yeah, around 12 bigs, Tadas the same. So with the big pay jumps, we can certainly see.
Yeah, all systems go for the German, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think what we are going to see is people are going to try to take these pots down as the aggressor, but once anyone shows interest in the pot, everyone is going to be very cautious about re-entering.
Yeah, precisely. Respect shown to the first one in, and it's Fabi with the best chance of being that person, although 6-3, not exactly what he's looking for here. Would have had a lot of open jams, I believe, with this stack distribution, but that one's not going to cut it. Tadas on the button. I believe he's got small blind covered. He's going to go for a raise now. We do reach the 100k big blind.
I know he's on the wider side, but I'm okay with this raise.
Yeah.
It's good to have some raise folds if you're going to have some very strong raise calls. Luca with a very interesting decision.
Yeah. Is he going to go for it here? Does he believe that there's enough of a raise fold gap for him to hunt?
Now, I think, of course, we have seen the cards all night, but I think he just may have picked up on Tadas's willingness to enter a pot, and thus is going to put something that otherwise might just be on the better side of a fold. Might find the middle.
A potential. You think he might call here?
No, I think.
I was going to say jam is the only optional fold, right?
Whole stack is going to find the middle.
Okay,
here.
yeah, whole stack in the middle. I get you. I thought you meant middle button as in the call.
I apologize for that.
No problem. And he does go for the fold there, so just showing some restraint. Risto with the 4 deuce suited.
Like I said, I that's going to be the standard play.
Yeah.
The fold. It's something like King Jack. We're probably going to see hit the middle here.
Yeah, the reason I like Queen 8 suited as a shove for 12 is because you do get some of those suited broadways that dominate you, and even a hand like, you know, Queen Jack suited from the small might not call it off because he was covered by Tadas. But however, do go for the min raise, and Risto is going to defend, covering his opponent with the 4 high there. Surprised to see that defend?
One assumes he has some devious intentions down the line.
Yeah, well, queen in the window, and
however,
another one. Oh, just a flop boat for Tadas. Is he going to go for another one of those quick checkbacks? He certainly is. We saw it with the quads earlier on. And a 3 on the turn. Is Risto going to fall for it here? Facing the quick check back, it's usually going to be somewhat showdown heavy, so I'm thinking lots of ace highs. I'm thinking potential hands like jacks that don't really need much protection.
Good check there, good discipline check from Risto.
Yeah, no immediate equity. Maybe if he turned a spade, it could have been a different story, but in this occasion, coming up dry, Tadas now seeking the value, trying to force a 2-street game. He knew with the check back on the flop that he'd still be able to get the money in if he were to find the turn bet, which he does, and that's going to take it down. Absolute nuts there.
Though it is a good check in this particular situation where your opponent flops a full house, I do wonder if he's not willing to fire when his opponent doesn't show interest in the pot on a pair board. Furthermore, like you said, it's going to be showdown heavy, but if he isn't willing to even take a stab at it in that pot, I wonder if he should just let the 4 high hit the muck.
Does it justify the pre-flop call? That's what we're saying. Yeah, it's
exactly.
tough to say. And also, every chip put into the pot passively out of position is going to be fairly disadvantageous in this particular kind of short stack tussle with those three guys. Now he's clearly covered by Tadas, and I think he might even be covered by Luka now as well, just with that one big blind swing. Tadas has another good candidate for a potential raise. He does open into Fabi's big blind. It's going to go for 200.
Seems very reasonable here, keeping the momentum going.
Risto with the queen jack off. I'm sure that the suited might have found its way into the middle. This one may elect to fold and allow a potential collision between second and first in chips.
I do think this is going to hit the muck, however.
Yeah.
It's good that he's taking his time just to make sure.
Fabi with the 9-8, looking for some more envelopes. Hungry to steal some more eliminations and pick up some of that bounty equity.
Between playing for first and getting the bounties, I think this is a very reasonable defend.
Yeah.
Quite connected, and it's one of those hands that enjoys hitting a pair, unlike the very small connectors.
For sure. There is a 10 in the window, followed by a 9 and a king. 2 pair versus bottom pair here. Let's see if Fabi's going to find a fold with that bottom pair. Tadas in a bit of a mini heater now, finding some very favorable flops. Does go for 200 into 550. Fabi left with this rather unappetizing looking bottom pair, no real additional equity either. Would be basically calling to try and hit a 9 or an 8 on the turn.
Yeah, and at this draw heavy board, it's not wrong to fold bottom pair to a very small bet.
Yeah.
However, as the covering stack, he's going to get more respect, which means he's going to realize his equity more often.
So he feels justified in the form of a call. He still beats a fair few hands.
Seems very fine.
Deuce on the turn. He's going to get the bad news now, though, as I believe Tadas is going to be looking to play a 3-street game here.
Yes, certainly. It's not only is it strong enough to go for the 3-street game, obviously, but with 3 to a straight already on the board, it's very vulnerable against hands that will most definitely fold against the bet. Something like Jack 7.
Yep, cutting out another bet. Looks to be about 350 on the turn, which would leave 750 on the river into around about 1650. So doesn't get the action he was hoping for, but does pick up a very significant pot and kind of cuts a little bit of a dent into that chip lead of Fabi now. So he does in fact take the chip lead with getting the C-bet paid. So 21 versus 20, and then Risto and Luka at the bottom of the pile, 4 left with 11 big blinds apiece.
Once again, just demonstrating the effect of just one medium-sized pot.
Yeah, huge swing there in the grand scheme of things. And it is a board where you feel the natural bluffs on the flop are unlikely to slow down on the turn. The gut shots and such like. So equity realization there for Fabi quite low, I would say. That's why I kind of mentioned that point about we're essentially farming to hit a 9 or an 8 on the turn here. And there are some reverse implied odds when we're up against the top of our opponent's range, as we were there. Hands like Queen, Jack, Kings and 10s have an absolute hammerlock on the hand.
Risto deciding to let the 9-8 off, Queen 9 off, hit the muck. Fabi with the decision, could open raise, could call. Jamming's obviously out of the question, especially being covered by just one blind. And the natural play is to call. Tadas does like to see a flop, and we see another slight tussle between these two individuals who are getting to know each other very well. And wow, look at this. Looks like we are going to have some further action. Top pair against middle pair in a limp blind versus blind pot. When Fabi does check on this dry structure, I do think we are going to see a call. Of course, in theory, he would have quite a bit of check raises here because of the dry structure, but he would also have a lot of C-bets So when he takes a check line in practice, I think the call is very likely to come out, and it does. Ace on the turn, likely to slow down the action a lot. Tada seemingly instead counting out one of those medium to small sized turn bets that would allow an easy check back on the river. It's yet another one of those mergy plays that we talked about earlier, where you'll get called by some worse hands. You might fold out to better hand, but also it's going to avoid any serious issues.
Fabi with his 10 not going anywhere, of course. Does find the call. Big river incoming for the fortunes of these two players in the grand scheme of things here, with 4 left in the mystery bounty. Is it going to be a king or a 5 for some fireworks? It is another 10. And the German live phenom continues to go from strength to strength. Snap check back from Tadas, as expertly predicted by Rasmus there. And Fabi's going to get this one done. I wonder if we do actually have some leads on this 10. It's so good for us, I think, but hey-ho, not to be. And Fabi now retaking the chip lead and in the driving seat after picking up a nice medium pot there. Risto and Luca going through the blinds. Luca now, Risto next, so Risto does have the advantage at least of covering his opponent.
Risto and Luca surely will be watching very closely every pot that these two play, because though the chip lead keeps swinging, they must be thinking that sooner or later they are going to collide big time if they just let them play like this, which actually makes them less incentivized to get involved. Risto and Luca, that is.
Absolutely right. If there's fireworks going on between first and second, then they're in that slightly favorable spot of just hoping for a free pay jump. Fabi with the 10-3 suited now. Gonna go for the jam. He does cover the big blind and the small, of course, and it puts a lot of pressure on this small blind. Interesting to see 10-3 finding its way in there. Someone's excited on one of the outer tables. Might be some information as to the winner of the ladies event, one of the sides here, which is going on in the main room. So Luca out the way with the Jack-10 suited. Fabi gets a hand that would have certainly either defended or jammed to simply muck. So
precisely.
Nice outcome from him.
I was about to say that it's a lovely hand to put out some aggression with, but
I
as
thought
a just
maybe more
call
min
off.
raise. Yeah. Oh, what you mean with the Jack-10? Sorry.
Yes, Jack-10. I was talking about Luca's decision as a just call off. Obviously, it's not very good, and Luca does surely unhappily let it go.
Yeah, likely to see another jam from Fabi now, as he's going to be maneuvering into big stack bully mode, trying to whittle down these big blinds and antes, and he does go for a second jam in a row. Let's see if anyone's got anything to fight back with. Tadas out of the way, over to the 2 short stacks. Luca first to relinquish his holding, and Risto with the 9-3, so it's cleanup mode in operation for the German regular.
And you really don't need a lot of these to go through for it to become a situation where you actually can get called and lose and still be very fine.
Exactly, that's 5 bigs hoovered up in 2 hands, just going to show how important it is with the big blind ante in play, which is effectively a 25% ante each. There's not many stages of tournaments where you get such a significant portion in the big blind ante. This is one of those occasions, 4 left, and look at that. The short stacks now getting whittled down, 11 bigs merely 30 seconds ago, but Fabi going into Terminator mode.
Great awareness by him realizing the change in dynamics after he wins that Jack 10 pot.
Yeah, that subtle change in stack distribution really paid off. Had us out of the way. Are we going to see a jam from one of the shorter stacks? Luca does fold the king 6 on the button, and Risto with the 5-3 off following suit. So yet again, more chips heading in the direction of the German pro, looking to whittle down the field here in the Mystery Bounty 1K. If those of you are tuning in for the 1500 main event, well, bad news, unfortunately, due to the longer than anticipated length of play here in the Mystery Bounty, we haven't been able to offer any main event coverage, but we will get some information on that right now.
The main event is down to 2 tables, I believe. They have around 14 runners left as of about 20 minutes ago.
14?
I believe so.
And
again,
like
this was 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, looks like 21 left with 14 paid in the 3K as well, which I'm looking at because of sweating my friend, Maximilian Johnny Sanders, as he's known on the reporting. We have, 10 left now in the main.
And Fabi, do we want to place a bet on what he's going to do with his hand?
Yeah, all in dealer, says the young German. And unfortunately, the bust outs have been Henry Shalin, the Finn, in 14th for 9.1k. Andrew Patrick King, he was short for the majority of the day 3, and unfortunately says his goodbye in 13th. Gunnar Vede, the well-known Norwegian, as part of a big poker family. He hits the rail in 12th, and Vidar Asserson also out in 11th. So it's 10 left with 9 final table spots up for grabs. Jenny Westerland has regained the chip lead with 6.9 million to her name. David Vinaya, the winner of the 5K, in second. Not too far behind. A couple of Finns there that you'll be happy to hear about. Varaniemi. Is that any good?
I believe it's Varaniemi. Yeah, it's Varaniemi. But
okay, a hearty effort.
And who I'm much more familiar with, Jari-Pekka Juhola. I most certainly hope he does well. Furthermore, Carles, who came in with the chip lead.
Yep.
Around 40 left, I sat in his table, and he was playing a lot of pots with very experimental lines. And I remember talking to one staff member downstairs, and
excellent choice of wording.
Yes, I remember talking to a staff member downstairs, and I said that I have a hot take, and he was first in chips at the time, and I said that with 42 or something left, I don't think he's going to make the final table. And now there's only 1 bust left, but he is second to last in chips. So
you never
we'll
know.
See if that prediction hits. Now,
your other prediction is pretty good. Luca with the ace king. And finally, someone finds something to fight back with versus Fabi's rather aggressive turn of play. Had been in the driving seat looking for the eliminations, looking to whittle it down, and it's an ace on the flop with 2 diamonds. He's already getting the chips ready. Could he find a diamond or some kind of straight draw on the turn? He does find a king, and that will be him drawing dead, unfortunately. And it's Luca Sarainen, the young Finn, fighting back. But Fabi, of course, as you mentioned, with all of those shoves getting through, still has a fairly decent chip lead here.
Yeah, he earned about as much as he lost. If we're looking back to the 10-3 shove, I think he has a very similar stack he had to before that hand was dealt.
Little finger wag to the rail from Sarainen.
I walked past a few of them. I know at least Elias Suhonen, who was second in one of the King's mains very recently, is railing Luca right now.
I believe he got second to his your compatriot as well, Siljander.
Yes, that's correct.
Let's call him the Martin Cabral of Finland, maybe, with his rather pesky table talk and strong verbal game.
He's certainly a character.
He is a character. Adds a lot of fun whenever we have him on the streams. He did, in fact, win one of the ring events earlier on in the week.
The PLO,
yes,
I believe.
Exactly, the PLO 4-5, the 1K. taking down over 40k in that one, plus his Bahamas package.
I'm sure he'll be very happy with his week's work.
Yep, no doubt. He does seem to hoover up whenever he does come here. Not sure if he's still in the 3k. But
Yeah.
I think he did enter.
He had a min cash in the main, I believe. He was around 110th in that one, because I saw his face around day 2, but he didn't make day 3. And with a very short stack, I believe he made the money. And now the 3k, who knows, maybe one bullet, maybe several.
Yeah. Tommy Lankinen is the chip leader of that one at the moment.
He was actually on day 3 of the main, but busted around, I believe, 35th.
Okay.
I drew his table and he busted a few hands later
Ah.
when we broke my table at, 36 players. So yeah, he busted around 35th place.
Yeah, so yet another strong showing from the Scandinavians, as the majority of the field are Finns and Swedes in the 3K. Juho Sutari also in there. Henri Kasper, the Estonian, in the mix. Dorbeck, also from Estonia, in 8th spot. Jerry Odin and Muye Taiju, the 2 Swedes doing the best from that country. So we'll keep you updated with the updates on that one as we get ever closer to the money. 14 paid with 21 remaining over in the main room. Tadas with the 9-5 offsuit is going to hit the muck.
Bear in mind that we do have the big stack and the big blind for this hand, and they have all seen that he's very willing to put on the pressure with the aggression.
These guys are just waiting to try and find the elimination of Risto, and could it be now? He does have a clear jam here with the King 7 suited from the small blind, and the chips do go over the line. Fabi 10-4 off, not to be on this occasion. Doesn't want to get too creative with these calls, as if he does call and lose, I think he might ever so slightly lose the chip lead, but
He's actually not at risk of losing the chip lead. I think Sorainen has just under 2 million and Tadas has less.
Okay.
Tadas actually, in the hand that Sorainen ended up doubling, folded a very small pair, which I believe to be correct, in pocket 4s.
Yep.
And that one would not have won because Sorainen obviously would have snap called, and furthermore he would have lost the rest of his stack to Fabian.
Yes.
Because of the king on the turn.
King. So good timing there from the Lithuanian. Let's see if it's going to be another chance for Fabi to regain a bit more of a significant chip lead.
So fold and jam, very likely to occur.
Yeah, that is probably the most likely outcome. Let's see if Risto's got anything to say about that. Not looking likely with the clean diaper there, the 3 deuce of diamonds. And Fabi with the King 10 happy to resume the order of business with what will most likely be a shove. Yeah, 1.1 million effective for Tadas with the lowly 8-5 off. Does muck it.
So many events and nothing to call it.
And now again a very bold prediction for next hand. It's very likely to go fold and jam.
Yes.
And this has been the nature of the game for the past 10 minutes or so.
Probably your least bold prediction of the day, I would say.
I would agree. I would agree with that one, and I've made quite a few, so that does tell you the likelihood of this occurring.
Yeah, is rather high. That's
but
for sure.
All credit to Fabi, who not only made the nice bet with the
Jack 9,
yeah, which allowed him to get the stack, but also the moment he got substantial enough. Oh, hello.
This could even be a min raise, actually.
I believe it's possible, yes.
Yeah, I think with him a little bit deeper versus Luca, we want the hands like pocket 5s to jam on us rather than fold with the ICM pressure. So I think the strategy for him at this point is to raise the top and the bottom, jam most of the middling hands, and 9's very much at the top. Does he go for any extra? Nope, just the min raise. And Luca with Queen 10 suited.
Hello.
This could be interesting. There's a couple of ways to go here.
I think he will go for the call.
Yeah, I agree, because I think that hands like Queen Jack offsuit and King Queen are probably just going to open jam themselves, right? So in terms of the hands that we're up against in this rather polarized open, I know that sounds a bit weird because it's just opening the button, but it is going to be a rather good hand. Or he does go for the jam and he's going to get the bad news here. I'm surprised to see it as well. Fabi beats him in there with the pocket nines, and
Big
we are
flip.
Off to the races.
And my bet for the win is at risk here.
Yep. Is he going to find a queen or a 10? It's a 10 in the window. Any nines about for the German pro, seeking the elimination, and Rasmus raises his hands in the air as Luca gets the job done there. That's interesting, because both of us thought maybe he would just peel there, second out of fourth. But if he feels like there's going to be a big raise fold gap, and maybe Fabi doesn't have enough of the stronger hands in the range compared to all of the, to pardon my French, dog S at the bottom, then, you know, clearing out sort of 2 live cards could be a decent pickup as well.
Furthermore, the amount of open shoves and just, open shoves Fabi has had in a row could indicate over shoving, because I believe it's been the 7 or 8 times it's been folded to him in the past few orbits.
He's been in.
All except one.
Yeah.
He has put it in, and he has put it in as a jam, not as an open.
Yeah, and the other one was 6-3 suited, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And that hit the mark.
Yeah.
But the players don't know that he's had very good candidates for these jams that make extremely natural jams. They have not been speculative aside from the 10-3. Exactly.
Precisely.
So Luca might also be working on that, because when if he flats with the Queen 10 and then he sees a flop, something like this, King 10, whatever, he could face a lot of pressure, especially from the worst hands, and the better hands are just going to go to showdown, see what happens. So
yeah, absolutely right. Bang on the money once again. Queen 9 now for Luca, and his job is rather simple. All we need to do is say those 2 fabled words of MTT poker. All in, baby. And Risto getting short once again. Did get a shove through with the King 7, but still remains in that dangerous 7 big blind territory. So all of a sudden, with that huge flip, Luca has his eyes set firmly on the ring, on the 5K added package, and of course a couple of extra envelopes to sweeten the load with the cherry on top there. Tadas with the 6 deuce now, 3 out of 4. And talking about...
I feel like in an orbit or two we are going to see something unorthodox from Tadas, because...
You think he's getting a bit sort of frustrated?
I do believe he's getting a bit annoyed with having to fold these hands, and he's been absolutely correct in folding every time, but I do believe, genuinely believe, he's getting a bit...
There is a bit of restless energy.
Restless, exactly. And hello.
Wow. Once again, the short stack finds a way to call it off here, and it could be bad news for Luca as a 10 also in the hand of Fabi. So we're looking at 2 outs, apart from potential straight draws. And Fabi having a little bit of a chuckle, because it's been tough work for the chip leaders, you know, putting the money over the line and not really finding anything. What could happen here? Are we going to see the queen? No backdoor spade draw available. Queen or a king? Queen or a 10. And it's not to be. Risto with a little bit of a sweat there. Could have been some really dicey turn cards there with a potential spade looming. Didn't find it. 3 of hearts was a lovely turn for him.
8 could have also been additional outs to the 7.
Fade's disaster. You're pretty sharp for a man that's been in the main event for most of the day.
Well, yeah, I've actually played multiple tournaments today, but I was feeling very good about my game, which is also why I was willing to jump into other tournaments after the main event. And
very important part of tournament poker, isn't it? Knowing when you're mentally not there, and when you are, might as well jump in, because you know there's going to be every chance that your best game is going to do very well in that tournament, I think.
Precisely, and even so, even though I felt this way, I took a fair few minutes I think about 20 minutes to think about if I wanted to fire the other tournaments, and looked at the field, looked at the level, amount of blinds, structure, and so on, and I opted to go for the fire.
And hey-ho, regardless of the outcome, if that was the right decision at the time, then fair enough. Are we down to 9? In the main, we are, and it's Chao Fei Wang, the bubble boy of the main event final table. Your pick for busting out Karolis Kutkauskas is going to make it with his... What is that? That is... trying to figure out what the blinds are.
I believe they were at least at 40-80. I believe they were 5100 last
Okay,
one.
so he's going to have 17 bigs for day 4 of the main event. So here is your final table lineup for tomorrow. With the chip lead, Martin Surovec from the Czech Republic. Second in chips, Jenny Westmoreland. Third, David Vinaya. Fourth, Igor Senior Pahelia. Fifth, the lone Englishman, Stephen Groom. Sixth, Krzysztof Szymilowski from Poland. Elias. Oh, we have some action. Fabi's centered him here with the ace-8. I will get back to the final table of the main event shortly.
So Luca open jams, and Fabi finds a hand that's going to be much better than Luca's average open jam range, and Fabi is upset to see that it is in fact a flip. Oh, don't stand up. Which is...
Don't stand up, says Luca. He's seen this one before.
And sure enough, there is an ace on the flop.
Can he find a 5 on the river for some fireworks? He cannot, so the flips keep going the way of the short stack here. And it's Fabi that looks to be regaining the chip lead after this frantic turn of events here, with the structure slightly catching up with us, and it's been a lot of all-ins, and the short stackers more often than not prevailed.
And more importantly, we're back to where we were when I jumped into the booth quite a while ago by now, which is this very, very even structure. The only exception being Taras is down to the 6.6 blind stack, and like I said before, I am feeling like a speculative play is looming for Taras if he does not find the good cards, because he does seem a bit restless, and also his style isn't the one of this passive folding, waiting for things to happen, like this flip between Luca and Fabian, which would have been great for him if Luca won. But that isn't quite his style, and now he's coming to the point where four-handed he's going to blind out in just about 15 hands. It's not a very comfortable spot to be in.
Certainly isn't. Right, so let's get back to the main event chip counts. As I was rifling through them there, we had yet another all-in to be dealing with. So the final 9 has been confirmed, and the 2 that I didn't mention were Jari-Pekka Juhola and wow, kings for Risto in the cutoff. Says under the gun, but that's a little bit
deceiving, perhaps?
Yeah, somewhat.
Yes, I like to have a story for just a couple of friends where I post hands and so forth. I wouldn't say I make the final tables all the time, but when I do, I always I cannot find the ground of deciding if I should go say it's the cutoff or say it's the under the gun.
Yeah.
Same 5-handed, although that sounds more natural for under the gun.
Yeah. You could go UTG5.
Yeah. And I still believe my first ever interview I did was here in Tallinn about exactly 2 years ago. I told a story about how I opened a pot under the gun, four-handed.
Yeah.
And one of the top comments was, "You are cut off, not under the gun," and something along the lines of mean words, stupid mean words. After that, but I.
Well, at least you didn't take it to heart. You still remember it 2 years later.
Well, honestly, I remember that not only because I have the interview on hand, but more importantly because I still remember the mistake I made in that final table, which was the one I was retelling in that pot, and that one has allowed me perhaps to understand that though my style, I need to keep it cool, and I need to make plays that are still not way outside of what is correct or profitable. Even though I have certain assumptions, I cannot go completely rogue. It was a expensive but valuable lesson. And
those are the best ones.
Yes, rather sooner than later to land that one.
So it looks like Fabi could be getting this sneaky little open through with the ace-10 suited, hoping for maybe a bit more action, but at the same time happy to just pick up the chips and move on to the next pot. Risto eyeing him up and down, but don't think we're going to be seeing defend here, considering his position. Does fold.
Very interesting from Fabi to open that though, because I think what he wants is Taras to shove, because if one of the big stack shoves, you have a very agonizing decision, one that is probably going to end up a fold, depending on what he decides to lean for. But not just that, the other benefit of open folding is that you play some flops with a hand that flops very beautifully. I do think he was very happy to not see a jam from Risto or Luca, although looking now at the stacks,
maybe he would have just rolled his eyes and stuck it in.
I do believe with the added bounties, the top pair structure, I do believe he would have done just that.
Look at this, what a time to pick up the ace-king with Tadas going through the blinds in the next hand. Would have been a third of his stack, and instead finds a powerhouse here and somewhat likely to get some action, and does. Nines for Risto in the small blind. We had a lot of Estonian players and fans tuning in, supporting Risto. Lots of people saying that he's a genius, and we've certainly seen a strong final table performance from him so
and
far.
Now we are going to see yet another massive flip, the third one in not too long. So Risto ahead and covering. 58-42, although we do call them flips when they are our pair against 2 overs. Now let's see. And oh, look at that.
Oh my word, the backdoor wheel!
Oh. I almost spoke too soon there, as I was about to say that that is as horrible as it can get, and it really was, but
yeah, unfortunately,
sliver of hope was the best he could do.
Exactly, had the wheel draw on the turn, and yeah, a rather dismayed bump towards his former table mate in Luca now, and we are down to 3 as Risto picking up a extremely important flip.
So 2 players between Luca and the ring.
Wait, did he think that he won with the ace on the river there?
No.
No, because he had to get Risto to explain to him that I flopped a 9. And I think that there was a little bit of confusion there, and I know that that can happen sometimes when you... Oh, there goes the mystery bounty chip. Kind of somewhat passively aggressively being launched at him after the incident. But hey-ho, Risto won't care.
Of course it's possible, but it did look like he was pushing his stack into the middle to forfeit it, not
get the doubled value back plus.
Particularly since he got up pretty quickly before this conversation about the ace and the flop 9 started. Risto now with the chip lead, natural jam, but at the same time 3-handed. We do also see a lot of opens, and I'm perfectly okay with both as it's short. Not going to like that play though, as he folds the king 9 off, 3-handed as the chip leader on the button.
Slap of the wrist for that one.
Yeah, and if he continues to make these kinds of plays, of course he wants the 2 stacks to clash, but if he continues to make these kinds of plays, he is going to be whittling down in the blinds quite quickly.
Yeah, with a 33% ante out there as well, you did feel like this king 9 is more than enough for at least a min raise, and could even find its way into a jam a lot of the time as well. So maybe slightly overjoyed, or a little bit of adrenaline coursing through the veins after the last pickup, but yeah. Let's keep a keen eye on the development in that regard.
Yes, because we've seen both Fabi and Luca take these jams with the big stack, and now it's Risto's turn.
Fabi now with, what's he working with here? Just under 20 bigs?
Yes, he's working with 20 bigs, being the second in chips, but the third in chips is in the small blind, not the big blind.
Yeah.
And I think open folding
is, yeah, we do have to open the ace blocker surely on the button, even though we are maybe somewhat concerned of the prominence of a rejam here from Risto. King 8 suited.
he, of course, doesn't know what Risto folded last hand, but I don't think we will see a rejump here if he does fold the king 9 off. I think we will see a call from a hand that flops very well, because he must be thinking that though he covers, they are very even in stacks. And he also saw Fabian, the one time he opened before was when he had a hand.
He's going to go for it. He gets back in the good books here with a nice aggressive take. And Fabian there thought he might have had a chance of getting the open through with a rather wry look of dismay.
So did I, to be honest. After the previous hand, I thought that he could opt for the passive route.
Nope, finds it, a fearless play.
And a very good one at that.
Yep.
While he does cover, like I was about to say, he did cover very narrowly, so for a player that is going to give in to some of that fear, it's going to be in the back of their head that they are virtually out, though they do cover, they are virtually out when they lose that one.
Yeah. Also, some raise folds like King 9 and King 10 in there that just get absolutely snap-munked. You can't really raise call those. So Risto now, is he going to be going through the gears here? He's just taken 2 bigs off of Fabi and looks like he's eyeing up the rest of that stack. 10-9, believe that they are 17 effective, something around that?
Very close, yes.
So do we employ the open here?
You can employ the open. Mystery bounties are fickle, and I'm not exactly aware. I think they are slightly under the average one, the ones that are left.
Gonna just go for the jam.
So we are mostly playing for pay jumps, but the bounties do have an effect. And Fabi disappointed, I think, to see a hand that would have been nice to see a flop with, but can absolutely never call the jam. Credit to Taras, who I thought might get restless, but he waited for the ace-king and got it in a big flip. Just not to be for him.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything too harsh, but it felt like he was ever so slightly outmatched in terms of ability in this final 4, and he tried his best, but unfortunately wasn't to be, and that's the way it goes in tournament poker sometimes.
It did seem like that, and by no means did he seem like one of the weaker players at this festival here today, but I think it's more that this final table is actually one of the better ones I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And when he sits in these tables, his fairly small leaks are going to look oh so big in comparison to these players that make these very small, minuscule decisions that we might critique on a hand-to-hand basis, but the entire interesting spots.
Risto at this time with Luca quite short in the big blind, electing to fold, I think it was Queen 4 or Queen 5 off. Which again, you know, you've got a decent blocker, you have the chip lead, going to get it through a decent amount of the time. Luca with the Queen 7 versus Fabi's open jam blind versus blind, playing south of 10 bigs.
And Luca knows that he doesn't have the best chances for a pay jump if he keeps folding 3 ways, and this hand is going to be ahead of quite a bit of Fabi's, I would guess around 70% jams, if not more.
Yeah, I think Fabi is going to have some limps here as well as obviously open jams, and the open jams, that means that the stronger part of his range might actually be going for the limp trap. So Queen 7 all of a sudden not doing too badly versus what would almost be an any 2.
The problem is that the Queen 7 is also rarely doing too good, even against the hand it's beating, which means that your average equity, though over 50, is probably not enough over 50 to risk busting here. And he does fold. In this case, of course, excellent timing, but rightfully takes his time to think about that one, because it is much closer than some viewers may expect. Others may have already called by now.
Exactly. A couple of comments saying that the spot was close and borderline. I think we're very much in agreement with that. Fabi now with those pocket 9s once again.
And we did see him open these earlier.
Yeah.
I think we are going to see the same again. Of course, significantly stronger now that we are three-handed, and from the button where he can be very wide, we just saw him open fold the button.
I think regardless of the action here, the money's going in with the nines. Even if it goes jam, jam, I think nines is just going to be getting in there. So especially three-handed. Luca has got
and
king,
we
queen.
are going to see a jam
Here
and
we
a
go.
call of some form.
Yep. Is Risto going to join the party here in the big blind? Ace-9 suited!
No!
Holy moly! Could it be a three-way all-in?
I think Risto is going to jam, and Fabi is going to have a very tough decision because...
I think he's going to call it off with the nines. I think he thinks that Risto is going to rejam some worse pairs here. Maybe some hands like this, some king-9, some ace-9 suiteds.
What a hand is developing here. And Risto
Does
does
go
jam.
For the jam. We could have a three-way all-in here. We're on our feet in the booth. Fabi with the nines.
Doesn't snap it off. He is thinking. And this money is probably going to find the middle.
Surely.
But the question he must be asking here is, what is Risto's bottom?
What is Risto's bottom? A great question. I think it's probably going to be fives, maybe sixes in terms of the pairs, maybe even wider. Maybe he takes the fours, maybe he takes the ace-5, the ace-4 suited, and that is
there
enough.
it is!
Here we go, three-way all-in action, and someone's got to win. Ace for Risto, Luca with the 2 overs to the pair.
And if we do see the Barry here, it could even be the last hand, 30% to be all over after this one. Luca with a grin on his face, realizing the ridiculous situation they are in after this tight-fought battle.
Can he
Flop
find
comes.
it? There's a heart. And another heart. So backdoor hearts for Luca.
Best hand
Backdoor
holding for
spades.
now.
Wow, what a turn card for Fabi here. Looking to fade an ace, king, or queen, and does. The German pro wins a huge pot there to eliminate Luca, to get Risto absolutely crippled now, down below 10 bigs, and what a turnaround and a good effort there from Luca. Gave it his best, and yeah, a little bit of a sigh, and fixes that posture as he is heading to the rail.
Crazily enough, Luca did have the best equity here in that spot with 36% against 31 and 30. The rest of the equity, of course, going to a very unlikely three-way chop.
Yeah, and a little storyline for Luca there. He's come third in so many. We've just been through his Hendon mob. He's had so many third-place finishes. So even though it's going to be a nice score and a decent pickup for him, it's certainly going to be something that's on his mind in that kind of third-place narrative. But it's a nice problem to have.
It certainly is.
Yeah, third out of 210 here in the mystery bounty, and that is the end of the road.
Do we know if he pulled any decent mystery bounties?
I'm
Something
just gonna
like
check
3
that
or
one.
over?
Just going to check that one, yeah. No mysteries. Wow. Just he actually came, in terms of payouts, Andrius, the Lithuanian chip leader for so long, had 27.2k, who came 8th. Taras got more than him, 13.4. And even Pasi and Dimitri 6th and 7th.
Yes.
Yeah, 6th and 7th. They got more than him as well. So in terms of payouts, even though he's come third, he's actually cashed in about 6th place.
Yes.
Wow.
I do recall this because last year, even though I won the tournament, I was actually 4th in total cashes.
Yeah?
I, of course, had much easier letting that go with the ring in my hand.
Of course, yeah, you're not too worried about that, right?
But Luca doesn't have that privilege, unfortunately.
No. Unfortunately, he's going to have to wait another day. And that's maybe there's, I don't think there's any more rings left to play for, as it's too late for him to jump into the 3K. So Risto now has ace-king. Goes for the shove. Fabi with the jack-5. Not going to be the hill that he dies on.
Now that we are only playing chip EV, there's obviously not the incentive to call for the bounty, because if you win the tournament, you're going to get it anyways. So therefore, the jack-5 rightfully hits the muck. Risto not going to be happy with seeing that, but content picking up the blinds for now. I wonder if the king-9 off fold is going to mean that he's going to fold too many of these marginal hands in this heads-up battle, whether from the big blind or from the button, particularly from the button, which with this full big blind ante that we do find ourselves talking about often in the booth, I feel like we might see just a few too many folds from him. Fabian, on the hand that can limp, can jam. Jam being better as it is towards the bottom of a potential limp call. And therefore, jam with the fold equity is just nicer. Takes it down.
The chat is going absolutely wild. Thanks for all of you that are still tuned in. And loads of viewers here seeing the end of the road of the Mystery Bounty. It looks to be heading back in the direction of Vienna with Fabi, who's certainly had a good run, as a couple of people mentioned, but he's also played great. Whenever he had the chance to lean on that chip lead, he did that more than most people would, I think, and that's been really the defining factor. Yes, he did get somewhat fortunate to win that multi-way all-in, but you know what, cream rises to the top, and he's had a great showing, I think, on this final table.
I absolutely agree. From my time in the booth, I remember earlier when stack dynamics were very different, he played it correctly and seemed very aware of the antics, and here, the moment he took that lead with a significant enough position that he could still play if he lost, he started putting the absolute max pressure, which is very scary to do, particularly with weak hands. Even taking the 10-3, which again, I don't know what theory says, but I know that putting on pressure is rarely the wrong move.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Him being able to take 6 or 7 out of 8 jams in
Yeah,
a row.
that was the real defining moment of this final table, and yeah, obviously he did still have to win after a little bit of a downward trend with the all-ins not going his way after that, but finds his way back into the huge chip lead now, and is potentially moments away from grabbing a ring here in Estonia.
And not just that, but showing the foresight that when he has been at the top of his range, both time with 9s, and then he had the ace-3 that was marginal, he has opted for the open. So just understanding that the small little intricacies and how they change what is the optimal play, he has beautifully maneuvered this table.
Certainly has. King 4 suited. We know where this is going to be going.
Seeing King 5 off in the previous one go in when he was on the button, we did certainly
Pisto having a little chuckle there. 8-3. So no collisions as of yet in the heads-up match.
And so far it has been downright awful cards every time for the big blind hand, which is actually the worst position. So very expectedly we have not seen any action, but with a very short stack in Risto, I don't think this is going to go on for very much longer. I do think we are going to see the chips hit the middle at least once very soon. So if you do have a fan back at home you are rooting for, now is the perfect time to say your prayers or get your chants out. Whatever you do that gives you the impression of a better showing, because we are going to see the chips hit the middle very soon, and this could be it. And if Fabian calls, is going to be a big favorite as well.
Wow, and he does find the call. Fabi, simply a 7 to fade away from the title here at the WSOP circuit. It's the penultimate day of the action. Could this be the ultimate last hand for the German? There's a club in the window, followed by... What is it to be? Come on, dealer. Jeez.
So just one club, and now a club would make it interesting. 7, of course, and immediate out.
An 8 is safe for the German. Needs to fade an 8 or a 9. Sorry, a 7 to win, and does. Queen High is going to get the job done for Fabian Bartschuk, hailing from Germany, living in Vienna, and goes around the tournament circuit, getting it done once again, is going to take down this event here. And as many people have said in the chat that he's a mystery bounty machine. We did see him doing really well in the other formats of that ilk over the years, but another ring.
And we have the winner.
So congratulations to Fabian. Big congratulations, of course, also
congratulations to you.
Absolutely. And are we going to see the mystery bounty pulls now? Are we going to give him some time to let it sink in? Because this is a massive victory, considering that he's already pulled well over 25k in mystery bounties. What a run from the German, and still a couple of envelopes to pull. So welcome back to the studio. George here, joined by Rasmus once again. And Rasmus, I know that we've been giving him a lot of credit, but it was truly a masterful final table performance there from the young German.
Certainly. I think these spots are so difficult to make the right decisions sometimes because the pressure is on, and with more players at the table, though it might feel harder because of additional dynamics, it's more often easier because when in doubt, just avoid the collisions. But when we came to this middling 500-400 bout, he really masterfully showed defending when it was right, going for the thin value with the Jack-9, using the wide jams when he was the chip leader. Just overall, every hand, he made sure to think about the optimal play, and he really found it every time, no matter how
he maximized it.
Scary
Absolutely, and that's the difference in this format between good and great. You know, some of the good players might have missed some of those small intricacies, but Fabi was right there, chomping at the bit to get involved whenever, and that's a great win. So we're going to go for the bounty pulls right now. Let's see if there's going to be even more good news for the German grinder. With, I believe he's going to have at least 2 or 3 more now, so he wins 2 for the heads up.
And 1 from Luca, so he's going to have at least 3. And I believe Risto is the one who is going to have the one for Taras.
Yeah, so he's actually kind of a big favorite to pull the 10k here. Is he going to find another pull?
Which would make a massive score.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's going to be very big here.
Oh, there it is! It just keeps going. Wow, what a run from the German. He can't believe it. Look at the face. He's almost embarrassed. I'm sure he isn't. 500, whatever. We'll just add that to the pile.
And some fans at home grinning at the screen, calling him the mystery bounty specialist. They know something we don't.
One more 500 euros. Congratulations to you.
Another 500 seals it for him.
Yeah, and to those of you in the chat saying, yeah, a true MTT Live Pro, he puts in some serious volume. You will be seeing him on the road at least, I would imagine, 45 weeks of the year. And you know what? When you put the volume in and you play the quality of poker that he brought to the final table, clearly doing some studying as well, you can see on his T-shirt, linked with quite a popular German, Austrian coaching site there. And just taking a moment to let it all sink in. Look at that, the shoulders relax, and he realizes exactly what he's done. And I believe he's cashed for over 60,000 euros in this mystery bounty tournament. So 210 minus some of the...
it's got to be very close.
The add-ons, exactly. That's a big chunk of the prize pool there. And gets the payouts. So he's going to be heading over to the cash game with a big smile on his face. Look at the grin there as he takes a well done from Teresa, who's full of smiles and positive energy as ever, going through some of the little bits on the terms and conditions maybe.
No, I believe we will see Risto at least pull a bounty here.
Yeah, but yeah, all semantics at this point. Fabi's the guy that's got it done and is our latest ring winner.
And they were 500. Who knocked out the final player?
And we have the last 3 bounties and below.
Oh, last 3. So
okay, so he does have a fair few now, but we already...
First
you can probably figure out what they are.
2,000 euros. Congratulations to you.
Bit of an anti-climax for Risto. If he just walked past the board, he would have already known exactly what's left.
And it usually is. I feel like for maximum drama, they should have done the every other poll.
Yeah, 1 each, right?
Euros.
Yeah.
1,000 euros.
They both had 3.
Congratulations.
A 2, a 1. So I guess at least the German managed to pull some of the min bounties in the pool still.
Yeah.
Given the 1 to Risto.
Is this one going to be the last 500? 1K. Okay.
1,000 euros. Congratulations to you.
$3.5 grand. for those bounty pulls from Risto, adding to his second place finish.
As close to fair as it could be with these remaining bounties. Of course, one was going to be a clear winner.
So thanks very much. Once again, Fabian Barchuk is crowned our Mystery Bounty ring winner. And with that as well, not quite mentioned recently, is the 5K package to the Bahamas. So that's the 2.5K Mystery Bounty. And being the pro in that format, he's going to be licking his lips at the opportunity to play for some scintillatingly large bounties in the WSOP Bahamas later on in the year. Risto coming up second, giving a great final table performance as well. And of course, for third on the podium, your pick, Luca. Shout out, great final table performance once again. But it was the Germans' day, and that is going to be our winner here. So with the main event down to a final 9, we're going to be continuing the action bright and early tomorrow. So do stay tuned for that action.